Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Tembe TV. This is Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to hear what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. And a lot is taking place today. IBC ordered by the High Court that manual register is part and parcel of the election process and it must be availed. And so we can everybody have a sigh of relief because now nobody will be left out of voting as long as their name is identified on two different levels, or three for that matter. Thank you so much, those of you that are joining us. Please, let's make sure that we do that fast and furious. And don't watch alone. Make sure you invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse as we get down to looking critically on this matters election. And of course, AZIMIO La Umoja scales the mountain. It seems there is a new wave in town where the acceptance of AZIMIO La Umoja is increasing and multiplying with every passing day. They are to be trusted, I guess, and that is why their move is moving so fast and finding acceptance. Well, Kenya Kwanza have issues with the chiefs, has issues with Kibicho, has issues with Matiang'i, has issues with everyone except themselves. Now, today it's a matter of what? It's complaining and murmuring and blaming. I don't know how that leadership is going to appear in case, God forbid, they get into power. Who will they blame when everybody has gone and they are left alone? Well, let's move on, and I want to appreciate all of you that are joining. Please, the link to use to get in the studio is now in the comment section. Click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space, and we shall begin to talk our politics and how to relate to the same even as time goes by. So wherever you are around the world, let us all gang up and make a difference tonight. Let me begin by urging all of you that are following us on Facebook. It is time for you to subscribe on YouTube, where you will be able to join into the discourse unhindered and without complications. So make sure that you're a subscriber on YouTube, even if you enjoy following us on Facebook. Kuna Willy Mwadilo, karibu kwa show. Maureen Adeka, karibu kwa show. Jean Momanyi, you're welcome. Favor Akita, Akita, thank you so much. Karibu. Kevin Mikenye, karibu kwa show. Kuna Dahi Abdi, alafu Alex Isowe, of course. Kuna Beatrice Odhiambo, karibu kwa show. Kuna Emma Sakisha, alafu kuna Marvin Lukuya, Tuchel mwenyewe. Raila is always right. Well, thank you. The Berean, thank you. Kuna Timo Kipruto Sang, which hit? Come and tell us about no hit. Cosmas Owino, karibu kwa show. Kuna Eugene Japani, karibu kwa show. Belinda Ogweno, kuna huyu anasema stop propaganda of high level, whichever that means. Kevin Otieno, karibu. Jackson Ogutu, karibu kila mmoja. Kuna Catherine Akinyi, kuna Jonathan Kitonga Muturi, karibu kwa show. Kuna Babji, karibu kwa show. Kuna Abdulhaman Yusuf, you are welcome. Kanango Junior, Bakiz Mohamed, Zaid Otuotuo. Hey, Atuotuo. I tell you, thank you so much. Ann Kanini, karibu. Ray through Ray, you're welcome. Kuna Dominic Kosgei, kuna Mr. Henry, kuna Alex Wekesa, alafu kuna Icheji Benson. Karibu sana, nashukuru kila mmoja. Wakati ndio huu ambao tunaanza kuchambua siasa zetu, na jinsi tutakavyosimama kuhakikisha kwamba nchi hii inapata uongozi ambao ni bora, na kila mmoja, hakuna yeyote ambaye atapotoka katika kufanya uamuzi wake, kwa sababu Wakenya watakuwa wamemwelimisha na kumonyesha mbivu na mbichi ya mambo haya yote. Ningependa tu kuwahimiza kila mmoja, mahala popote unapotupata, endelea kualika mmoja, wawili, watatu, ili kusikuwe na yeyote atakayekosea katika kujumuika nasi kwa siasa zetu. Zimesalia siku 4 tu, basi twende kwa ballot. Sijui kama umeamua ama bado uko kwa ile group inaitwa undecided. Na kama uko undecided, what is stopping you from deciding? That is one thing that we would love to hear from you. What are you fearing? What is confusing about this election? How come others have made up their mind and you are lacking behind? A very thorny issue that you need to come forth and let us know what you feel and think about these great elections. So karibu kila mmoja. Naomba sasa tumsikilize nani. Matthew anaonekana ako na shida na mitambo yake. Twende kwa Prince Meshak, tuanzishie masuala haya. Vipi leo? Prince Meshak, you unmute. Your mic is beside your name on the screen. Hey, Bana. You unmute. The mic is this one on your screen. You click on it. The crossed white item. Okay, it seems my prince has a problem. Can we go to the next prince? The next prince also seems to have issues. Hey, kunaendaje? Try and see if it can unmute. Well, everybody, let us all gang up today and make a difference. Jobless Kenyan, namna gani? Unatafuta kazi hapa? Okay, wow. This is serious. Prince, you have not unmute. Bwana Alex, naona uokoe kijahazi.
Sasa kuna muziki kwa nyumba yako. Iko muziki. Anyway, Bernard, ilikuwa background, nimeona imekushinda, wacha nifungue jahazi. I think I will comment shortly on the Iebc register. I think the failure of BBI through the same court was something that was a blessing in disguise to us. We felt bad that the courts had pronounced BBI illegal and many other things illegal, but now the courts are coming out also to pronounce some things that the RUTO camp are feeling the heat. And the very things they had used so that they can scuttle us and steal the election. So I don't know if they are able to complain about the courts, but I think now they will be mum because they defended the courts so hard. And but let me go to Kisumu. Kisumu was on fire. For those who do not know Luo, let me tell you what happened in Kisumu, so in a nutshell, so that you can understand. In Kisumu, at some point, Baba looked at the crowd and posed a question. And he asked, Madano oso magidi? Magide, which means, is this a sea of humanity or are these human beings? And Baba went on to say that what he has seen in Kisumu, probably he has not seen it. It was last seen maybe in 1961 when Jaramogi Oginga Odinga hosted the first president of the Republic of Kenya. Immediately had come from Kapenguria. And the people came in large numbers. From the personal photos I got from my childhood friends and my friends, I was born and raised in Kisumu. The stadium was actually not packed. The outside was packed. Going all the way to Brilliant, Gesoko, roundabout of Nyamasaria, to the bus station, all the way to Nyalenda. My friend, it was packed. What you saw out in the stadium was not a sea of humanity. And if you want to know truly it was a sea of humanity, Atuoli tried to project it. Atuoli could not land in the airport because if he landed in the airport, he had no way to get from the airport to the stadium. And he thanked, he said, vijana wenu, asante sana. Ndege yangu imeanguka kule na mukatoka. Na mukanikubalia nikatembea katikati mpaka hapa mbele. It shows you how many people were there. Therefore, I think it was the culmination of wanting also to install Baba and give him the blessings. I want to talk about the speeches that happened there. One from Mr. Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo came out to be somebody who was very mature, but also threw up a salvo on Baba. I said, why didn't this happen to us in 2013 and 2017? Why are you being installed this nice way when you are with Mama? Had this happened, ungekuwa unamaliza milioni inaingia. And I think Kalonzo threw up a salvo that was really nice, which made me laugh. Kalonzo becomes mature when he doesn't work with boys. He becomes an elder when he's with Baba. He becomes a senior counsel when he associates with people like Martha. So one of the best speeches that was given there was by Kalonzo Musyoka. Now, the other speech that also touched my heart is when Min Piny means Mama wa Taifa. Mama Ida Odinga came to speak. Mama Ida Odinga, when she came to speak, she brought Martha Karua to the front. And she spoke in Luo. And this is what she said. When my husband was arrested the last time, I had nobody to help me. I looked for people and nobody. I found a little girl in the corridors of the judiciary who told me she could help me, but I could not believe it. And in that moment, I saw David in the making. And he said, that girl turned out to be Martha Karua. And immediately, I remembered that greatness is not made overnight. Greatness is a process that sometimes we don't even know that we are going to be great someday. So what she depicted was, when I picked her, I thought I was picking a lawyer to help my husband to get out. Little did I know that I was grooming the next deputy of the Republic of Kenya. That was powerful. That one told me that whenever you have an opportunity to have a pro bono duty or services, do it with all your might. I don't think in that moment Martha Karua understood she was being made into greatness. And I think it knocked on my eyes, and I'm still pondering that there are things that maybe I did not do in the past that could have made me great. But for the young and viewers and those in the comment section, make your greatness today. Martha Karua made her greatness in 1990, and she did not know that in 2022, she's going to be the running mate of a person that she represented as a child. She was then a child. Now, let's come to the juice of the matter. Another speech that was extremely good And these are the two speeches that understood why we were in Kisumu, why we came in Kisumu, was Sabina Achieng Washege. When she stood up, she said, "My name is Sabina Achieng Washege." I tell you, she lit that crowd. That crowd did not come there because it wanted to hear Baba. It wanted to be charged. It wanted to be shown that rero ni rero, okay? And I think it was happy to realize that Baba was there with soldiers who believe and trust. And Sabina's speech had a culmination when she sang in Doluo in the end. Onge ngamababo senego. And you could hear the spirit of people believing, and that's what we needed to hear, that we ought to vote for a person who has not killed anybody in this country, and that is Baba. And in that song, it was a speech in itself, and the people were happy. You know, Baba's speech was flat, but that speech was high. Now, there is a speech that stole all speeches. It is the speech of one person who was not supposed to speak. When they called somebody from Homa Bay to speak, that person was not there. The person who was only around there and next to the podium happened to be who? Gladys Wanga. So Gladys Wanga was told to come and speak. You see, my friend PK just told me that when Martin Luther was told to make a speech, I Have a Dream was not a part of that speech in the great Washington. Martin Luther had told a young woman of the dream that she had had. So when Martin Luther finished his speech, that woman shouted from back, "Tell them about your speech. Tell them about your speech." And Martin Luther said the speech about I Have a Dream. So I Have a Dream was not a speech that was written. It was a speech that came by surprise. The speech that came by surprise today from Gladys Wanga was the most beautiful speech that I've ever seen in any political class. This is what she said. "We are in Bomas. Somebody has just come from that dark room. His kipara is shining. His name is Chebukati. He is holding an orange paper. And he has come there, he has put on his glasses. He is ready to read that speech. And he takes and he looks at it and he says, the next president of the Republic of Kenya is Raila Amolo Odinga." That really charged the crowd. But you know what? She intertwined that with an analogy and a burden to them. He said, "What I have told you is not going to be until and unless you come to vote 100%. And therefore he went back and said, Migori, 100%. Homa Bay, 100%. Kisumu, 100%. Siaya, 100%. At that point, I'm not going to lie to you, my tears dribbled down, and I saw a woman who captured the moment and told them, the problem between you and the presidency is your turnout. And you know, she said something, which later on, Junet said, I'm finishing. I don't know why I'm speaking too much. I was excited. I'm from Kisumu. So she said this, that day on the 10th, when they have announced Baba, don't go to drink Busa or Changa. Go to the nearest bar and ask for Gilbis, and I will pay for it. So we ought to know that on 10th, we are drinking Gilbis. Thank you very much.
Hey, I tell you the truth, I lie not. Thank you for that one. That is a good one. Very good coverage. I think we will make you our permanent reporter globally. Asante sana, Alex. That was a good start, and we appreciate everybody on the comment section and elsewhere. We appreciate all of you that are joining us. Let us gang up tonight and make a difference. Don't watch alone. Invite 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people to join. Share in your WhatsApp group, in your Facebook groups. Let everybody be here. This is the show to be in, and you will hear a lot as far as our preparation towards the general elections are concerned. Remember, it's 4 days to the D-Day, so you can't afford to be left behind. Come and umakinike kisiasa. Usifuate propaganda. Kuna ukweli hapa ambao wewe unahitaji kujua ili ukajue cha kufanya ukiingia kwa hiyo booth kupiga kura yako. Sijui kama Prince Meshaka umetafuta sasa mic ukaipata. Prince Meshaka, sorry, yes. Mama Selina, upo? Mama Selina, your screen is dark. Are you still there? Okay, basi wacha tumlete Shiko atusalimie kwanza, alafu tutasonga mbele. Asante. Lakini Shiko, vipi?
Wewe Bernard, kwa nini unaniita saa hizi? Na unajua huku ndio kumechacha, niko na watu wa UDA wanasema Raila.
Endelea kupika huko Mthogoi, tunakuja. Asante.
I'm asking, and I would also want to hear from those people when you say which docket was given to Raila Amolo Odinga after the handshake, because I can't understand. Someone is telling me ati Raila, wakati Raila alikuja kwa wakati kulikuwa na handshake ilikuja, vitu zenye zilikuwa zilikwama, Raila akasabotage the big four agenda, and also yeye ndiye anabianga Uhuru vile atafanya. And I've asked the guy, have you ever been in a meeting with Raila and Uhuru ukasikia Raila akiambia Uhuru akiambiwa na Raila unataka ufanye hivi leo? And which docket? Ni parastato gani hiyo ama docket gani Raila alipewa na Uhuru walipofanya handshake? I mean, Bernard, if you listen to these people and you are the moderator, I think you can go crazy. You can't even debate with them. Mtu anakuambia Raila ako kwa serikali. Raila is doing campaign. Anafanya campaign. He doesn't have the power. Who is the president? Who is the deputy president? Unasema Ruto hayuko kwa serikali. Who is the deputy president of Kenya? Have you ever heard him saying he's not been paid? Mshahara ya deputy president wa Kenya inalipangwa nani? So I mean, you listen to these people and you wonder they are on a reasoning leave. You can't tell ni kama sijui. Wacha ninyamaze, I don't want to get to, I mean, nimeanza tu saa hizi na sitaki kunini. You know, I was your teacher and I mean, you are my teacher. So I'm still your student. So I'm running from you. So when I come here, I come to get some tips on how to deal with such characters when I'm on this side. I'm a good student anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Shiko. All the best. Everything will be fine. Don't worry. Okay, let's make progress. Meshak, are you okay now?
Yes, I'm okay.
Great. Go ahead. We can hear you now.
Yeah, I wanted to talk something about the hulabaloo going around about those in AZIMIO that Mother Karua is not, is an atheist because she's saying William Ruto is deputy Jesus. You know, what people doesn't know is that the Bible says Satan or Satan disguises himself as the angel of light. And also the Bible says, it's not all who says, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of God. So some politicians want to brainwash the masses because they know few quotes in the Bible. They go ahead to convince people that they know God more than other people. not knowing that the grace of God is upon every human being. So that has become a challenge. Like someone posted today and say that we are voting in William Ruto because he comes from God and others come from Satan. That's a reckless statement. And as I said earlier, the Bible says Satan disguises himself as the angel of light. Shetani hujibadilisha badilisha kama malaika wa nuru. So tunajua wale ambao wanajifanya kuwa wanapenda neno la Mungu, but their deeds shows that they are not from God. So sisi kama watu wa Azimio, as me talking from Western Kenya, we know Baba as a good person. Politically, Baba has never killed anyone. Ukienda political history, utawai Baba wanamlingi na kifo ya mtu fulani. But we know other people who have been linked with assassinations that has been there in this country. There are people with a lot of arrogance. And you know, let me tell you, Bernard, one thing people forget to know, we have two rules of laws in a working environment. One, never outshine your boss. Two, your boss is always right. That's what made this Tangatanga guy to conflict with the president, because he outshined the president. And two cannot work together unless they are in agreement. So because of the arrogance he has, in his nature and bitterness that he has, he goes ahead to say that the president sidelined him because of the handshake. But there is nothing like that. He outshined the president as his boss, and he became Mr. Right. He could talk anything in front of the president. So, and you see now the bitterness that has come within him. You know, the Bible says that anger holds or lies in the bosom of fools. So, as a leader, you must stay away from arrogance, from bitterness. This anger that is coming with him is not good. So he is not showing signs of good leadership. He's not showing signs of good leadership at all. And also, this pride. He has pride that if it's not him, there is none. And also the Bible goes ahead to say that pride goes before a fall and a haughty heart before destruction. So when you see pride coming up in this Goy guy, you see that downfall is there, because Proverbs says that pride goes before a fall and a haughty heart before destruction. When we go to 1 Peter chapter 5 verses 5, you young men submit unto one another and be clothed in humility. For God resists the proud, but gives grace to the humble. So, we as Christians, we know what is going on. We can't be lied to by this goy man that he loves God. No, he doesn't love God. He's just brainwashing the masses, telling Christians that, you know, I love the word of God. I always come to your churches. I donate in your churches. But those donations, are they right? Are they going as per God's will? No, it's not going as per God's will. Like when Cain and Abel offered sacrifice to God, Abel's sacrifice was accepted because it was blameless. But Cain's offering was not accepted by God. So let us not sin, then go to church, to stand on the podium of the church and say that we have come to donate. You are donating money that has been stolen. You are donating money that we don't know where it has come from. And then the so-called pastors who have now a hunger for money will just take it. Then they will praise you. And when they praise you, they will tell their followers to support you. But in real sense, we know what is going on. So this statement hovering around on social media that, AZIMIO guys doesn't love God, we in Kenya Kwanza, we are putting God first. God's grace is on every human being. But again, we have those who pretend to love God, because we always say pretenders are worse than murderers. So we know who are pretending, using the word of God, but we know the end goal is to take power and start mistreating people. So we are praying that Baba takes that seat so that all Kenyans will have freedom at the end of the day. Thank you, Bernard. We have so many people here who can also talk. I appreciate the time you've given to me to clarify on how this Deputy Jesus is coming up with the hulabaloo, saying all the things that are not there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Reverend Mishak. That is a good one, and asante sana kwa kutupatia neno. Wale ambao wako na masikio wasikie. Na ukweli wa mambo kwamba lazima kila mtu ajipange. So everybody mute your mic, please. We are moving forward. Thank you very much for that good exposition of God's word and making us understand how it relates to our politics. Many people think that the Bible doesn't address politics. It has a lot to say about the same. Kuna mtu mmoja tu hapa ningependa kushughulikia kabla tusonge mbele. Anderson, just hold on. Kuna mtu hapa amesema mambo ambayo hayakubaliki. Anaitwa Maria JB, okay? Yeye anasoma Biblia yake upside down. Anasema parents should respect their children and the president should respect his vice. I don't know where you learned that, and if that is how you learned in Sunday school, please go back to Ephesians chapter 6. It says, children obey your parents, not parents obey your children. So until that is changed, the respect is the other way around. Nanu huyu wewe Prince Nano Okando unataka kutuweka katika majaribu. Children are not allowed on this platform unless we write to YouTube and say we have begun a children's channel. We don't mix adults channel and children's channel at the same time. It is against YouTube rules and community wherever regulations. So please, Malizana Junior ndio ukuje kwa screen. Asante lakini. Please, let's all observe that. It's important. And then also let's dress up for the show. It is I respect your weather, yes, but when it comes to YouTube, hawataki kujua kule huko kwa sababu YouTube is not nini. This man is still okay. YouTube, I'm sure you know that YouTube is a robot. Okay, have you ever tried to explain to the robot that you're in a hurry, you have a sick person on the traffic light? He doesn't care. He doesn't know what you're talking about. So please, let's not get into problems by exposing what we don't need to expose. Naomba sasa tusonge mbele. I think I should bring in a video first before to let updates from Anderson. All right. Kuna lamentation after lamentation. Let's start here.
Kenya kupiga kura. Na sasa jaji wa mahakama kuu Mugure Thandi amebatilisha uamuzi wa tume ya Iebc wa kutumia sajili ya elektroniki pekee katika kutambua wapiga kura wakati wa uchaguzi mkuu wa Jumanne. Katika uamuzi wake, Jaji Mugure ametupilia mbali msimamo kuwa huenda sajili iliyochapishwa ikahitilafiwa na kusema kuwa ile ya dijitali ni teknolojia ambayo pia huenda ikawa na kasoro. IEBC kwa upande wake imelalamika kuwa uamuzi wa mahakama umekuwa ni kizingiti kikubwa kwa tume hiyo, hasa katika kipindi hiki cha lala salama cha maandalizi.
You will agree with me that it is rather disruptive, because right now we are training our own polling staffs on a line that we had agreed on. And now when something comes up and takes away or adds, we have to regroup and train our people again. And this really is not the way that we were hoping some of these things would go.
Kufuatia uamuzi wa leo kuhusu sajili, IEBC imelazimika kuandaa kikao cha dharura na faragha ili kutathmini athari zake katika maandalizi. Hata hivyo, tume ilikuwa imechapisha sajili ambazo zitasafirishwa pamoja na karatasi za kura za urais hapo kesho na kesho kutwa hadi katika vituo vya kupigia kura.
We have already confirmed to Kenyans that we have printed manual register in every polling station. It will be available in every polling station. So we don't see there is any crisis in the ruling because we had already prepared ourselves.
Haya ya kijiri, IEBC imefichua kuwa kuna baadhi ya karatasi za kupigia kura kutoka maeneo 10 ambayo yalikuwa na tetesi mahakamani ambazo hazijaletwa nchini kufikia sasa, kinyume na ripoti yao ya awali kuwa shehena ya mwisho ya karatasi za kura kuletwa nchini ilipaswa kuwa ya kura ya urais ambazo zililetwa hapo jana.
Some of the court cases came a bit too late in the day. And so now some ballot papers have not arrived, and they will arrive tomorrow. And that now makes us a bit jittery, that when they arrive tomorrow, we have to fast track those and take them to their various stations.
David Kagina, K24, saa moja.
Okay, thank you everyone. Let's keep inviting each other. Let's get talking on politics. The ruling is clear. The manual register is here to stay, as well as the electronic one. Now, tumsikilize Anderson atupatie mawili matatu tukisonga mbele. Karibu Anderson.
Mambo bana.
Niko poa, vipi?
Hata mimi niko salama. Leo niko na machache sana. Unajua siku zimeyoyoma. Siku 4. Sasa hivi hatuongei mingi. Sasa hivi nafaa tuongee tu na kura. So mimi naanza tu na hao watu wa IEBC. Unajua Raila ni baba. Alisema no manual, no election. Imefanyika haijafanyika. Unajua Chebukati alikuwa anafikiria IEBC ni yake. Alikuwa anafikiria ni yake kwa nyumba yake. Hakujua ni ya Wakenya na hakujua Raila ni nani. Sasa saya tuambie hata tumie hiyo. Kuna kitu walikuwa wamefanya, walikuwa wanataka wafanya na hiyo nini yao hiyo ya digital hiyo peke yake. Na Raila naye akawagundua mapema. Sasa sisi na wao tuonane kwa debe. Tumemalizana nao hapo. Kama hiyo ndio ilikuwa imebaki tu ya Ruto peke yake. UDA walikuwa wametegemea hiyo peke yake. Sasa hii tumemalizana nao. Alafu nashukuru sana hiyo koti tayari imewapatia waende Nyayo. Mimi nimefurahia sana. Nataka waende Nyayo. Wajipange venye wataenda kutoa vitu zao huko nini Karen. Unajua nafaa ukue wengi. Wakina Moses Kuria ukue hapo Nyayo. Wakitoka Nyayo waende Karen wote wasafishe nyumba. Mama anataka kuingia kwa nyumba. Hiyo uchafu yao ya matusi watoe huko. Nyumba ikuwe safi. Kwa hivyo sioni shida wakiambiwa waende Nyayo. Waende Nyayo, maliza hiyo Nyayo yao, waende wasafishe nyumba, matusi yao yote waende nayo. Ruto asijali ni kijana. hata 2047 bado atakuwa tu. Alikuwa anaita Raila mzee. Nakwambia Bena, Ruto atakuwa mzee na hata aiona hii kitu. Hiyo matusi ametusi wazee na wamama, hata waionje hii kitu. Yake imeisha saa hii na tunamalizana na yeye 9. So ajipange. Hata mimi sijui mbona wamemweka sana akaekaa hapo Karen, na kuna mkutano huko kesho, watu wanakula huko Minofu. So ajipange, apatie watu vitu akiondokanga. Alafu mambo ya unajua Raila hata hurumii Ruto. Juzi tu kijana yetu amelia, juzi tu ametoa machozi, juzi tu. Tena Raila anaenda Buhungu. Raila ndio huyo tena anaenda Kisumu. Ona sasa Bena, Kisumu kumejaa. Wanataka Ruto alie tena. Hey, Raila kama ananisikiza asifanye hivyo Ruto. Ruto atakufa. Huwezi fanya hivyo. Mwanaume amelia siku 2 3, naenda Buhungu, unatoka huko naenda Kisumu, kumejaa watu kama nyuki. Ai, huyu kijana yetu atakufa. Raila angefanya hivyo. Asifanye hivyo siku ingine. Huyu kijana yetu atajinyonga. Hata kama wanasema miti zimekatwa, hapo Karen kuna kuanga na miti. Hizo miti lakini wasikate juu Martha Karua atakuwa anakaa pale kivuli. So huyu jamaa yetu hata wachunge sana kwa maduka. Ratendrati tena bado vifichwe. Juu miti zimeisha sasa, hata hii dawa ya nyoka, hii dawa ya panya tena wanaweza tumia hiyo. So mimi naona huyu kijana yetu tumhurumie Bena. Hata hapa kwa panel tusiongee sana juu kijana yetu. Tunasikia wengine wanakoti Biblia tu au ni wafuasi wake. Hata yeye sijui alisema sijui Matthew sijui nini verse 27. Unajua hao watu wako confused. Si ati ile Biblia alikuwa anasoma akiwa mdogo, anafikiria ni hiyo. Sasa alisahau. Sasa tumhurumie tu. Huyu kijana yetu tumwache tu. Baba asiende rali lingine kubwa sana. Ibaki tu hii moja ya Kasarani. Juu hatutaki vifo mapema. Si unaona hasira zimezidi. Sasa yeye na Gachagua sasa ndio wamebaki tu. Angalia Mudavadi ameshindwa hata kurudi hapa Vihiga tu. Atafuta 15%. Na kuashua huyu Mudavadi atachapwa makofi mingi sana na Ruto. Unaona Uhuru aliponyoka kofi. Sasa Mudavadi na Wetangula watakuona ile makofi watani mingi sana. Juu wamedanganya Ruto watapeana sijui ndi saa wakasema na hata 15% itakuwa basi sana. So panga na makofi hiyo ni zao, hiyo ni mambo yao ya UDA, si hatujui hizo. Juu mtu kwa mrezi kunguka ni baba yuko baba. So hiyo tukimalizana na election waitane kule makosa yake wakiendanga. So pia hatuna shida na watu wa Azimio, tuamke mapema twende tupige kura. Unajua mikutano kujaza stadium sio ati ni kitu ya maana. Kura ndio kitu ya maana. Kwa hivyo watu wa Nyanza wenye wamejaza stadium hivyo, tena hivyo polling station zote zijae, waamuke mapema waende wapige kura. Kwanza huko Luo Nyanza, huko ndio tunataka wapige kura mingi sana. Tana utikue kitu kama 99%. Sio hiyo vitu wanatufanyanga sijui anaenda 70% alafu anaanza kucelebrate kitu haiko. Wewe una celebrate kura za wenyewe na za uja vote na una celebrate. Hiyo vitu aache hizo, waende wa vote. Wakishamaliza kuvote hapa Western utaona venye tutavote. Hapa tuna vote. Unajua tumekula pesa ya mtu. Tukienda rally zake tunavaa UDA, nafikiria ati sisi ni watu wa UDA. Ni pesa zake. Tumekula pesa zake. Na si vote tunampatia. Tunamhakikishia tutampiga vibaya sana kwa vote. Si viboko. Tunataka tumuonyeshe kwa kura sisi ni watu wa baba. Tunataka tumuonyeshe Western na Nyanza tunakuanga mashemeji. Sasa hapo ndio atajua. Huyu jamaa si rafiki yetu huyu Ruto. Ruto hapendi Muluya. Kwa hivyo tunataka kumuonyesha sisi na Wajaluo hapa Luo Nyanza hapa hao ni mashemeji wetu. Na tunamuonyesha tarehe 9. Ni siku 4 tu zinabaki. Kwa hivyo huyu kijana wetu aje alie polepole na tumhurumie Bena, tusiongee mengi sana, tumhurumie kidogo. Asante sana.
Okay, asante Anderson, tunashukuru sana kwa mchango wako, maoni yako. na information nzuri kweli. Ni muhimu hata tukimhurumia alichoitisha apewe. Mtoto akililia wembe mpe. Yeye sisi tukumwambia, yeye ndo alisema bring it on. Then we began to bring small. It's increasing as it continues. So if he can't stand it, he needs to go back to class and build capacity. Tulimwambia vita zake ni featherweight, asijiingize kwa heavyweight. Yeye akasema ndio mwenyewe, basi tukamwachia enda kutana na heavyweight. Saa hii amelemewa na uzito. Ako na engine ya motorbike, anapaswa kuvuruta truck.
Anasema tumwachie kitendawili.
Yes.
Kitendawili anamtatiza sana. Anamtatiza.
So, ashampanga huyo, ashammaliza. Now there is a verse of scripture somebody has requested. I want to read it and then we move to the next person who requested is it let me see. Nyayo anasema there is 1 Samuel chapter 18 and verse 5. So 1 Samuel chapter 18 verse 5 says, and David went out whatsoever Saul sent him, and behaved himself wisely. And Saul set him over the men of war, and he was accepted in the sight of all the people, and also in the sight of Saul's servants. That is how deputy president becomes president. He behaved himself wisely until Saul set him over the armies. And when he was set over the armies, he was accepted in the eyes of all the army officers and in the eyes of all the servants. He did not impose himself on anybody. He went anywhere Saul sent him. So if deputy president went everywhere Uhuru sent him and he behaved himself wisely, we will not be having this debate. But because he misbehaved, he went ahead of the president. He despised the president. He despised the friends of the president. You know, when somebody despises your friend, you know it is you is undermining. It's not, he's not your friend. And so the goose of one William Ruto is already cooked. There is nothing he can do right now that can save him. It is too late in the day. I was listening to his propaganda today. His reverse psychology. We'll play it in the course of the debate. Let's just listen out to this video, then we bring in Ayaga to make his submission. Na kuambia hii election itakuwa na maneno. Okay, let's get this one. Where do we begin? The juicy or the... Let's do cut and riser first.
Kwa niaba ya Homa Bay, Gladys Wanga iko hapa, wacha salimie. Kisumu untie. Kisumu rwako baba. Ungeni baba kawuono ko wuok Kisumu ka. Kochako nyono Kisumu ka. To duogo ka koro en rais mar abich mar piny Kenya. Kendo amri jeshi mkuu mar jolweny tema Kenya ka uyiego. Buneno kaka gino dhi timore tarik 10. Buneno ka wan Bomas of Kenya. Buneno Chebukati ka wuok e rum machien. Buneno kaka bondo ne leny. Buneno kaka stima rieny e bondo. Buneno ko wuok gotas. Buneno ko lendo. Buneno ko wacho ni kaluwore gi duoko moyudo koa Kenya mangima, rais mar abich mar piny Kenya en Raila Amolo Odinga. Omera kamoro amora ma intie Kisumu ka, sechego imany duka mauso Gilbis, madh mzinga achiel te kendi, iorna nyawang'aya bil, ane mabro chulo bilno. Nyasaye ogwedhu kendo ritu. Sisi tunasema tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 tutajitokeza sisi wote 100 juu ya 100 kule Homa Bay, kule Siaya, hapa Kisumu mpaka Migori. Tupige kura ya Raila Amolo Odinga. Tangiso ujo dalawa. Agwabo sewacho. Kombe mamualogi. Okwadwa kombe mokikore kachiek jado. Mochamo mena, tochamo mbuta, tochamo ganda. Wago suta, malo nyaka kanye, pin. Sayo gwedu.
Haya, mmesikia vile Gladys amesema. Hiyo tarehe 9 ile kitu ukunya unitumanie bill mimi ndo nitalipa hiyo bill. Opia Wandai kwa niaba ya Siaya dakika moja.
Hey, that is fire. If there is any assignment I'm going to undertake as soon as these elections are over, is learn Jaluo. I need to know how to speak that language, since I'm planning to inherit Baba's constituency. I need to be able to address them properly. This is serious.
Bernard, not learn Jaluo. It's like saying learn Muluya. No, learn Dholuo. It is to learn Dholuo.
Learn Luo.
Dholuo. Dholuo.
You will confuse me very early. You are a bad teacher. I will learn from Ayaga. Ayaga can try to teach.
Or you can say to be a Luopian. A Luopian.
Yes, Luopian. That's
okay.
Right. Yes. Thank you. Ayaga, karibu, namna gani?
Asante sana Bernard. Sasa
poa, kwani wewe ulitoroka Shiko ama ulitoroka nani kwa hii platform? After kufukuza Nanzi ukafukuza alikuwa anaitwa nani?
Sage Ndeto. I took a sabbatical leave. Samilong, yeah, Samilong, we do talk. You still have my number, so sometimes we talk. So Bernard, I'm back. I went for a sabbatical leave kidogo. I went to Trans Nzoia, by the way. I was in Trans Nzoia until today when I traveled back to Nairobi. Trans Nzoia is cool. Wabukusus na the Sabaut, they are ready for Natembea's government when the governor Natembea will take in a few days' time. Today in the morning when I was passing through Kitale town, I got posters of Chris Wamalwa has been torn. And people are saying maybe Natembea. We told people Natembea cannot do those things. These people are looking for sympathy everywhere, not in church, not anywhere. They are just looking for sympathy because they have realized that this election is above them now. Bernard, if nikianza, wacha nianze na hii maneno ya Biblia, kwa sababu you know Kenya is not even a Christian nation in the first place. Kenya is a secular nation where you can even have your cow somewhere and you preach and you pray and nobody bothers you. So whoever says Kenya is a Christian nation, Kenya is not a Christian nation. Kenya is a secular nation where we have the freedom of worship. If you read the Bible in the book of Revelation, chapter number 7, I think chapter number 7, verses, I'm not good in cramming verses. God was revealing something to John, and he was talking about Antichrist. And he told John at the end, there are people who will be the blasphemies. The blasphemy are the people who act more godly than the others, or they think they are God themselves than other human beings. That's what we are now experiencing in Kenya, where somebody wants to play more godly. He wants to be more priest than even the priests. He wants to even be more bishop than even the bishop. We know them, contestine, even in the history, if you read the history properly, contestine, even use a cross as the symbol when he was taking power in Rome. And when he took power, he is the one who did the worst in the humanity. So somebody should not play Bible verses and carrying Bible around and you think that guy is a good man. Secondly, I think after reading Bible for a long time, God do not interfere with the civic matters of human being. That's why some pundits argue that God is not faithful. If you sit down today and start praying, utakufa njaa kwa nyumba yako. You need to work. If you just be in your house praying for God that the food will come from a manna from heaven to your pot, you will have house somewhere kama mtu amejenga, then you just enter because God has built for you. You will suffer. In fact, you will die a mad person. So God do not interfere with the civic matters of human being. So if you are to work, work. If you want to talk to people to elect you, talk to people to elect you. Don't put God into everything. Not everything God intervene. Even the poverty. That's why some people we ask, why are some people so much poor? Yet those poor people, they pray more than the rich. And the status quo will never change because God do not interfere with the civic matter. Even in terms of leadership. Long time ago in the Bible in Israel, God used to pick leaders for people. If you read the Bible properly, God used to pick leaders. God used to pick leaders. But people used to complain. This leader you gave us is doing this and this and that. Is doing this and this and that. And then God say, no, now elect leader. The one you, even if you elect the evil one, it is none of my business. So God do not interfere with the civic matters of human being. The election before us, it is us and us. If we made a wrong choice, we will suffer. If we don't make a wrong choice, we shall prosper. Then number three, Bernard Leo nimewatch.
After the 2010 constitution, but we still have them because it's a debate that is yet to conclude.
Oh, thank you very much. I watched the whole media briefing by the deputy president, surrounded by some two coward people and some confused guys around him. RUTO is the only sober there because RUTO is sober. Why? Today RUTO made that speech by himself and he has realized that everything they did, and even across that, within the statement, you could hear him say, even if that happens in the past, meeting chiefs happens in the past, two wrongs cannot make a right. This is the William Ruto when he was being interviewed by Ageyo some 2 years back. He told us that election has never been stolen in this country. People are defeated free and fair. That was the William Ruto who told us that the problem is in this country is just someone refusing to accept the results. So I don't know which Ruto I was watching today, and the Ruto, the one has been speaking in some days back, and that election has never been stolen. Ruto has said more than twice. I remember there is a time, I think I had that clip in my phone. He was with some Muslim clerics at the coast, sheikhs. Alikuwa amevaa kanzu ile ya Waislamu na kofia. Akawaambia tena, elections has never been stolen and elections are always free and fair in this republic. So he should tell us from when did meeting chiefs amount to election malpractice? Because the same Matiang'i who was campaigning for him and Uhuru Kenyatta is the same one who is campaigning. I don't think if we have two Matiang'is. Eugene Wamalwa was in that government. He was a CS. He campaigned for them. Najib Balala in 2017, this time is quiet. I don't know why. In 2017, he campaigned for Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto. So Ruto should tell us actually what is wrong now that was right then, or what was right then that is wrong now. And then he want to play himself as a victim. I told some people in Trans Nzoia, where I came from, that in Nairobi we don't Nairobi tunasemanga hakuna mama ya mtu, so we don't elect crying babies. We want somebody ate akipigwa tear gas, yeye pia anachukua hiyo tear gas anarudisha kwa polisi huko, wanakanyagana. Siku lia hapa kama mtoto unakuja kutulilia hapa, alafu then this guy is very inciting. Akiwa kwao huko juzi, all of last week alishinda huko kwao, akiwa kwao ana incite the Nandis at this person should not kill. I think if there is a human being who should know that killing somebody's wife is killing somebody's kid is painful, it's him, because Kenei was somebody's kid. That my in-law from Ugenya was called Musando, was somebody's kid, and even Iebc was somebody's kid. So if his kid today, he can be more painful, and he's a very careless and reckless man. Asinyonge mtoto yake aweke Uhuru Kenyatta, anaweza hata nyonga mtoto yake leo alafu aseme ni Uhuru ameua. Asitulete kisrani, ashindwe polepole, the election is gone. I'm from Trans Nzoia, by the way. That's, I think, is no thrift. I used to go to West Pokot, to Turkana. Where I will win is probably Uasin Gishu and Nandi, Elgeyo Marakwet, Bomet, and Baringo. Even Nakuru is 50-50. In Western, 70% was a very big lie. Even a toddler, a 2-year kid cannot accept that. That was a very big lie. I'm from there. Now walikuwa wanamkula vizuri. Let me tell you, even those Bukusus, people say Bukusus wanaendanga hivi, wamemkula vizuri sana. It is not really easy for him in the ground. Thank you, Bernard. I'm still here today. Sidhani kama nitaenda mahali, niko tu within.
Sawa, asante sana Ayaga, we appreciate that. Tutaendelea mbele na kila mmoja. Asante sana watu wa comments. Keep it clean, tuendelee mbele. Wewe pigia debe mtu wako, lakini hakikisha kwamba heshima inadumu. Kuna mtu anasema Balala ni mtu wa Ruto. Hakuna shida. Kila mtu achague sehemu yake, lakini mbivu na mbichi inakwenda kujulikana tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. What we are urging you, make sure that you are a voter, to be near your polling station. This is not a time to travel. It's 4 days to the elections. If you are traveling, travel going towards your polling station, not away from your polling station. Kama uko Western na wewe ni voter wa Western na kitambulisho chako hakiko Coast, usitiende Coast ati unaenda kuchukua mzigo utarudi. Ngoja upige kura kwanza, utaendea mzigo baadaye. After the elections, then you are free to do that. Secondly, make sure that you're not only the one voting. Everybody in your house who is eligible to vote comes out and votes. And the best way to vote is early in the morning. Be among the first 10 people to vote. Be among the first 100 people to vote. Don't wait and say you will vote in the afternoon. The queue will be so long in the afternoon and the sun will be so hot in the afternoon. Please wake up early, vote, then go about your business. We are looking forward to have a very peaceful election. And we as Mtembei TV will be relaying every event that will be taking place. We'll be connected 24/7 for the next 5 days or so. So that's why we are urging you, if you're following us on Facebook, make sure that you subscribe on YouTube. YouTube gives us unlimited time to to stream at the unlike Facebook, where we only given 8 hours, and then we have to disconnect and reconnect again. And every reconnection requires us to start a new video. And like YouTube, where we can go 5 days non-stop, if we don't have any power problem or anything, we will still have our stream going on seamlessly. So please, let's do that and ensure that we do what is right. Na leta video moja alafu tusonge kwa Waga aendelee kutoa maoni yake. Na let's listen to this even as we proceed further. Okay.
Kete News, Mombasa County.
AZIMIO presidential candidate Raila Odinga has told off DP William Ruto over his claims that state officials and chiefs are aiding his presidential bid. Speaking in Kisumu, where he led the coalition's final rally in the region, Odinga said he doesn't need any assistance at the ballot and that only the people will have the final say. Odinga further told DP Ruto to stop shadowboxing President Uhuru Kenyatta and face him head-on. Odinga's allies in their part exuded confidence that the former Prime Minister is headed for a first-round win, but called for 100% turnout of voters. Alan Ochanda was in Kisumu and prepared the following story.
The high-octane campaigns mounted by the AZIMIO Brigade today hit fever pitch as the Jomo Kenyatta International Stadium in Mamboleo, Kisumu County, that was packed to the brim, played host to the team. AZIMIO captain Raila Odinga taking on his main competitor DP William Ruto over his claims that Odinga's candidature is being aided by state officials and chiefs. Odinga telling off Ruto over the claims, saying he doesn't need any external assistance to trounce Ruto.
Ati Matiang'i, sijui na Mcheru are talking to the administration of officers and so on. We do not need the chiefs, assistant chiefs or administration to win these elections. We will win this election through the vote of the people of Kenya.
Odinga cautioning Kenya Kwanza against what he terms as incessant attacks on the person of the president and dared him to face him head-on instead of shadowboxing.
And that's why I've told the people who are running against us, Uhuru is the outgoing president of the Republic of Kenya. Leave him alone. Let him go and retire in peace. If you have a problem, face Raila Odinga and Martha Karua squarely.
Wale wapinzani wetu wanatusi kila mtu kila wakati. Wakiulizwa jina, badala ya kusema majina yao wanasema Rais Uhuru amefanya.
The former Prime Minister has been endorsed by several Council of Elders from different communities, and his native Luo Council of Elders performed a similar ceremony Thursday. As he heads to the D-Day, his clarion call is maximum voter turnout and guarding of the same.
Tunataka kupata, Mungu atujalie, over 60%. Wale wasije wakafikiria ya kwamba tunapata sababu sisi ni marafiki wa Uhuru.
Lakini kama vile dada Martha Karua amesema, tunatarajia hata beyond 70%. Wakenya wamekubali. Wakenya ndugu Raila wamekubali. And as I said, it has been a long struggle.
The region has traditionally voted for Odinga, and in tandem with his manifesto proposal of one county, one industry, the cotton industry has been earmarked for revival to kickstart the region's economy. It is the final lap, and Raila Odinga had to fall back to his Kisumu turf with the clarion call on the electorate to have a turnout of 100% on Tuesday next week, while at the same time telling off DP William Ruto over his claims that the provincial administration are aiding Odinga's candidature. Alan Ochanda, KTN News at the Jomo Kenyatta Sports Complex.
Okay, thank you everyone. Let's keep going. Waga the Great, how are you?
I'm good, Ben. And you? Sawa, mimi nataka tu nizungumuze kidogo alafu niachie wengine pia wachangie. Nishakula ugali ya 100, hata supporter tu wa RUTO pia najua wamekula ugali ya 100. Ile ya 200 hawawezani nayo, hoteli imefungwa. Sasa leo Wanga alimaliza kila kitu. Ungepata mtu wa kutafsiria vile Wanga ameongea, hata machozi ungetoa ile ya raha. Alisema leo baba amekuja kama raia. Akirudi hapa Kisumu atarudi kama amri jeshi kuu ya Kenya mzima. Unaona? Watu wakasema ongera. Akatuambia tokeni 100%. Haki ya Mungu raundi tutapiga 100% hadi wale wamekufa tutahakikisha wamepiga kura. Kama mtu amekufa leo na hajazikwa, tutabeba maiti tupeleke kwa kituo tumrudishe tena kwa muchari. Hiyo ni ahadi tumeweka. Bora tu tuseme amekufa njiani tukikuja. Sasa tuombi watu wakufe. Hii mambo ya mtu analialia kwa media sijui kura inaenda kuibwa. Yeye tushamjua ni mtu wa kulia. Angojee tarehe 9 na tarehe 10 alie na machozi iize. Hii mambo analia na bado hata tiagas hajakula hata moja. Hata hajakula tiagas na ameanza kulia. Na je sasa akianza kurushiwa tiagas juu naona anatafuta hiyo tiagas sana. Na ngoja aende Uhuru Park, kama aende Uhuru Park hakuna Nyayo is a no go zone. Ajaribu kwenda Nyayo ndiye atajua kweli hii tiagas ni ya watu wote. Haina ubaguzi hii tiagas. Utasemaje ati president ameketi na watu Nakuru sijui wanataka kumaliza, sijui wanataka kufanya nini? Hiyo ni kukosea president heshima kabisa. Kama anaisha na president, he can call him, anaweza tumia mambo nyingi, lakini si ati akuje kwa media anachukua 30 minutes akiongea tu kuhusu president. Hiyo ni kukosea mtu heshima na mnafanya naye kwa ofisi moja. Hapo hatujakubali. Na manual raundi, manual ni lazima. Mtu asituletee shida hapo kwa manual. Manual ni lazima. Kama Ruto hataki kutumia manual atuletee zile laptop alidanganya nayo watoto wetu tupige tu kura kwa nyumba. Juu itakuwaje hii karatasi unatumia manual kukutei kama kuweka X na hataki utumie hiyo manual kuangalia jina yako kwa register. Nini najua alifanya kwa hizi vitabu ama vijikaratasi? Lazima tutumie manual na hata ikiwezekana waweke digital kando tupige kura manual, kila kitu iwe manual. Mtu asituletee mambo. Unaona baba alibeba hii asere, hiyo inaitwa tong. Ila alikuwa anafanya hivi, hiyo ni spear inaitwa tong. Alafu kuna ile alishikilia hivi. Unajua vile inaitwa ndugu yangu? Hiyo inaitwa okumba. Shield. Kwa hivyo baba leo amekuwa installed officially na elders. Sasa watu walikuwa nasema mbona kwao, mbona nini? Alirudi kwake kuchukua ile heshima ya wazee na wazee wamempatia sasa heshima ile haijawahi patikana Kenya mzima. Sasa baba yeye aende. Mama pia unaona ameshika msichana wake, anakumbuka vile huyu mama alitusaidia wakati baba alikuwa under detention. Kwa hivyo Martha na mama wote watafanya kazi pamoja, na kuanzia leo baba is a polygamist na mtu asiseme ngwengwe. Baba is officially polygamist na jamaa aanze kutoa vitu kwa huko Karen na asichukue za serikali, achukue tu ile blanket yake moja alienda naye, hizo zingine aache hapo. Tutakuja kuchoma ama tupeleke kule Madhare ama tupeleke hapo Kibira itusaidie. Asijaribu kubeba hata kikombe hapa ambaye hakununua. Register will be taken. Tutaanza na kijiko. Leta kijiko 10 ile ulipata hapa, anaweka kwa meza. Leta blanket ile ulipata hapa, anaweka hapo juu. Hatutaki kitu ya raia iende mahali. Otherwise tarehe 10 ni swearing in. Kesho sioni kama baba atakuja hapa Kajiado, na imetuudi sana juu tulikuwa tumepanga tukule mbuzi na wewe Bena. Sasa hii mbuzi wewe ukuje tarehe 10 asubuhi, uenze wakati watu wanasherekea, wewe ukule mbuzi yako. Na hiyo ni ahadi, usione tu ni mzani. Wewe kuja ukule nyama Kajiado. Otherwise Asanteni sana. Wale wamemaliza watoke kwa laini, wengine pia wapate kuchangia. Wazee, tusikae tu, hata ulianza kukaa hapo saa moja bado tu unakaa, sio mbaya, lakini wengine pia wapate nafasi. Waga ameenda, till next week.
Thank you Waga, we appreciate it. And mbuzi yangu nitakujia tegea hapo hapo. Nashukuru kila mmoja, tafadhali tuendelee kujumuika katika Mtembei TV, na kama unatupata tafadhali usitazame peke yako, karibisha wawili watatu. Mambo ni kama hayo. Hii ishakwenda, wala ambao wanafikiria wanaweza kung'ang'ania wachukue, wamekosea. It is too late. There is nothing that can be done to reverse this. And baba kama kawaida amesema hahitaji msaada wowote kushinda kura hii. I agree with him 100%. This is one election that Raila Odinga is facing the weakest candidate ever in any election in the history of his bid for president. Every time he has gone for these elections, they have been an uphill. But hii imekuwa mteremko nywe. So wait and see the shock of all shocks happening here as we continue with the analysis and the debate on the election. Hii itakuwa na mambo yake. Okay, one more video alafu tulete Nelvin kaendelee. Wacha tusikie hii.
Mzee wa kitendawili, umeleta serikali ya handshake. Serikali ya handshake ndio imehamisha port ya Mombasa, ikahamisha port operation, ikaenda Nairobi. Wale watu wachache wenye ubinafsi wakahamisha port operation kutoka hapa wakapeleka Nairobi. Wewe unadanganya watu wa Mombasa eti utarudisha port. Wewe mwenye kupeleka port utarudisha vipi? Na wale sponsors wako ndio wamehamisha hiyo port operation kwenda Mombasa. Akasikia ati iko maswali ya port operation, akatoroka kitendawili akaingia kwa nyasi. Nilikuwa nimemgoja mzee wa kitendawili nimuulize mambo ya KEMSA, kwa sababu yeye, marafiki zake, washirika wake ndio wametuibia pesa ya wagonjwa pale kwa KEMSA. Na alafu wakatuambia, wakatudanganya ati siku 21 wale waliiba pesa ya KEMSA ati watapelekwa kotini. Leo ni miaka mitatu, hata mtu mmoja hajapelekwa kotini. Wezi wa bilioni 17 wa KEMSA hawajapeleka kotini. Alafu mzee wa kitendawili anatudanganya ati atapigana na ufisadi. Mtu ambaye ametuibia pesa ya wagonjwa atapigana na ufisadi? Mzee wa kitendawili wakati alisikia iko maswali ya KEMSA, akaingia mitini, akatoroka, akahepa debate. Mnanielewa jameni? Nilikuwa nimemgoja huyo muungwana nimuulize, wewe ambaye ni kibaraka, ambaye ni project ya wale watu walioteka nyara uchumi wa taifa letu la Kenya kupitia ile mambo ya state capture, alafu unatudanganya hapa eti wewe utatumikia wa Kenya. Wewe ukichaguliwa utatumikia wa Kenya ama utatumikia wale sponsors wako ambao ni watu wa state capture? Wakati kitendawili alisikia iko maswali ya state capture, akaekimbia kama risasi, akahepa ile debate, hajaonekana mpaka leo. Nyinyi watu wa Mombasa mnanielewa? Watu wa Mombasa mnanielewa? Mimi nauliza nyinyi, mtu ambaye ametoroka William Ruto kwa sababu ya maswali, kwa sababu hana sera, kwa sababu hana mpango pale kwa presidential debate, atawezana na changamoto za taifa letu la Kenya? Atawezana? Ule muungwana na wauliza, atawezana na Al-Shabaab? Mtu ya kutetemeka hivi akisikia William Ruto anakuja kwa debate, atawezana na Al-Shabaab? Ndio mimi nataka niwaambie ndugu zangu watu wa Mombasa, tafadhali msikubali tuchezeshwe karata na hawa watu ambao hawana mpango. Mimi nawaomba kwa unyenyekevu, tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 mumakinike, tuweze kutengeneza serikali ambayo itajali, itapanga na itahakikisha ya kwamba mahitaji matakwa na matatizo ya Kenya yamekabiliwa, ili tuweze kutengeneza taifa ambayo haiwachi Wakenya wengine nyuma. Watu wa Mombasa, jameni, mtamakinika. Tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 mtapanga tutembee pamoja. Tumekubaliana. Mimi nataka niseme mambo yangu mawili ya mwisho. Tumekubaliana. Mimi nataka niseme hivi. Nimpongeze rais, leo amekuja kufungua hapa Kibarani ile bridge tumetengeneza pale. Na mimi nimwambie rais, mimi nilisema ya kwamba mpango yetu ya Big 4 ambayo ilikuwa ni mambo ya kuhakikisha kwamba kuna ajira, tuko na manufacturing, tuko na mambo ya housing, tuko na mpango wa kilimo ya kuzalisha chakula, na tuko na mpango ambayo itawezesha kila Mkenya apate bima ya afya. Mpango yetu ya Big 4 ya term ya pili ilisambaratika, Mheshimiwa Rais, na mambo ya handshake. Yule mtu wa kitendawili alikuja akakuchanganya, mpango yetu ikapotea ya Big 4, akatupeleka huko kwa BBI, akatufikisha huko kwa rege, alafu akaanza kuturingia ati nobody can stop rege. Mulisikia hii akisema ati nobody can stop rege? Lakini rege ilisimama, haikusimama. Rege ilikwama, haikukwama. Ndio mtu akitendawili awache uganga, ajue kuna Mungu mbinguni anaweza kusimamisha hiyo mambo yake ya rege. Mombasa, mnanielewa? Mombasa, mnanielewa? And that is why I want to repeat while in Mombasa. We wasted a whole term where we had a good plan on matters employment of the young people of our country, on matters to do with manufacturing and housing, on matters.
There goes the Minister of Lamentation. Kama wewe ni msomi wa Biblia, kuna kitabu moja inaitwa Lamentation, imeandikwa na nabii Jeremiah. Mtu mzuri wa kusoma hicho kitabu anaitwa William Ruto. Anaweza kulament kutoka asubuhi mpaka jioni. Alafu pia hicho kitabu liko cha machozi. So kinamfaa sana. Bwana Nelvin, karibu tafadhali.
Asante sana Bernard, habari yenu?
Tuko poa, tunashukuru.
Watu wakate miti, shenzi kabisa. Shenzi, ukisikia Atwoli akisema shenzi. Watu wakate miti, shenzi kabisa. Shenzi. Leo niko na furaha sana Bernard. Leo niko na furaha isiyo ya kifani. Unajua Bernard, kuna kitu kimoja. Iebc nimeona sahi hapa kwa KTN News. Iebc wametoa kura milioni 2 ambazo zilikuwa na kulikuwa na county returning officers 14 ambao ni ghost. Yaani Chebukati ameambiwa hapa ni jela. Unaenda jela ndugu yangu, toa hii vitu, itakupeleka jela bure. Chebukati akaona hako na familia ya kulea. Hiyo kitu imenifurahisha sana. Nimeona sasa Kenya inaelekea mahali mwelekeo ambao unafaa. Kuna kitu kimoja, William, mimi ni mdogo wake na mbali sana. William miaka yake ameniwacha na miaka kama 20. Lakini kuna kitu kimoja, hata ukishika mic, hata Bernard wewe unajua, ukishika mic ukiingia pale mbele kwa umati, unafaa kujutia sana ulimi wako. Ulimi ni kitu kidogo sana, kinaweza haribu na kikatengeneza. William sijui nani alimwambia, venye anasema wajinga waliisha Kenya, lakini yeye sijui shule yenye alizaliwa ama yenye alisomea ni gani, kwa sababu ujinga yako naye ni mingi sana. Deputy President ambaye ni mpuzi sana. Wakati wanapeleka port, wakipeleka port nini Naivasha, yeye ndiye alienda kufungua port Naivasha. Yeye ndiye alienda kufungua port Naivasha. Saa hizi anasema Raila alienda yeye anaona Raila ana akili punguani, anaweza chukua port apeleke Naivasha. Mbona William mwalimu wake, hata advisor wake huyo economist wake huyo D, kwani anamuadvise namna gani? Anamuadvise kumpoteza? Juu kwa sababu ukiangalia mtu kama William Samoei Ruto, deputy president mzima, anaamuka leo kuikimbia kwa media kwanza kupiga nduru. Kumbe ana power. Mimi alikuwa anasema yeye ndio state capture, yeye ndio sijui nini, sijui yeye ndio deep state. Ati hakuna kitu kama deep state, kumbe ni real. Ameona akishindwa. Hawezi shinda Raila Amolo Odinga. Wewe ni nani? Ikiwa sisi tunatoka huko Rift Valley na bado tuko kwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Wewe huko Rift Valley na bado unasema huko kando na Raila Amolo Odinga. Hawezi shinda kiti ya urais bila Raila Amolo Odinga. Bernard William anafaa akuje akuwe advisor wangu. Nimuelewe kitu ya kwanza, ajifunze kuheshimu watu wazima. Watu wazima. Hata ukienda ushago ukipata babu yako, muheshimu. Hata kama una pesa, wacha kumgotea, msalimie na mkono atiji wako kwa shamba, uache ukafiri. William sijui ni kafiri aina gani? Ako na ukafiri mingi sana. Sijui nani mwenye anamuadvise hiyo vitu yenye anaongea mbele ya umati. Anafikiria Mombasa hata useme nini? Mombasa hata uende utoe baba nguo umwache hapo akiwa uchi. Watamvaisha nguo na arudi, wamfunike vizuri na wamwambie baba ingia hapa ndani baba, ujikinge mvua. Wewe unaenda kuongea Mombasa, hiyo vitu unafaa kuongea pale Nyeri kwa Rigathi Gachagua. Constituency ya Rigathi Gachagua. Si mambo na Mombasa. Ama uende kwako Sigoi kwa mlango, uweke mic hapo na upigie watu nduru, ndio wakuje uambie vitu kama hiyo. Lakini si kuambia, usikuje kuambia watu wa Mombasa vitu ya ujinga kama hiyo. Wauzie sera, wauzie agenda, si mambo na port na nini na nini. Unarudisha port ukitoa wapi? Port yenyewe wewe ndio ulipeleka. Ukiona mtu ameanza kuwa kwa media Bernard na ameanza kukimbilia media, huyo ni mtu opposition leader. Ameconfirm leo, ametuonesha yeye ni opposition leader, ameanza nduru, azidi kupiga hiyo nduru yake kabisa. Azidi kuwika, tunamkaribisha. Na ndarudia kusema kama rafiki yangu hapo Ayanga, sisi William asipotoka mapema huko Karen, tunamuendea. Sisi wenyewe hatutaki jeshi tutole. Sisi wenyewe tunatoa William, na tuwezi haribu kitu yoyote. Tunatoa William, namfikisha Naivasha. Kwanza hukumiwa mahakama ya Nakuru, kama atarudishwa hivi arudishwe Kamiti ni sawa. Lakini si ati akuja atuambia hapa, asikuje kutuambia vitu ile anatuambia hapa ya upusi. William anafaa atafute advisor wake mzuri, amuoneshe unafaa uongee hivi ndio utengeneze kura, unafaa uongee hivi ndio ufanye. Lakini hauwezi kuwa kiongozi ambaye unasimama na uongo na unatarajia siku moja utaja ongoza watu. Hauwezi. Uongo hiyo. Aulize Raila akiwa opposition leader alikuwa anaambia aje watu, na ni vitu ya ukweli. Alikuwa na yani hiyo approach. Hata ukienda kutongoza msichana umuoneshe, mwambie ukweli na umdanganye kidogo, usimdanganye kila siku. Usimwambie unaishi kwa nyumba ya gorofa 12 na unaishi nyumba ya mabati Mathare. Ambia yeye mimi naishi kwa nyumba ya mabati Mathare na iko hivi na hivi. Unakubali ama unakimbia? Tuanzie maisha hapo. Lakini si ati unakuja na wajipiga kifua hapa, unajipigia watu kifua hapa. Pesa yote imeisha, umepeleka pesa Central, hujaipeleka pesa hiyo Mombasa. Sasa hivi unaanza kukimbilia watu wa Central, ukianza kuotoa baba nguo mbele ya watu. William wewe, tunakuona sana. Na uache hiyo mchezo wenye uko naye. Tunakasirika sana. Na hata ni uwezo tungekupiga makofi mingi sana. Isipokuwa tu ni vile uko na security. Makofi ungepatana naye mingi sana. Hawache mchezo. Wewe unaenda kutoa baba nguo namna gani wewe? Ati baba alichukua pota akapeleka. Niko na hasira na wewe. Niko na hasira sana. Na huyo William aache mchezo. Aache mchezo kabisa. William aache mchezo na aache mchezo. Akisema hapa watoto wanauawa. Watoto gani wanauawa? Yeye ako na watoto wangapi? Yeye amezoea kuua, alafu anasema watoto wanauawa. Watoto gani hao wanauawa? Na asiue Nick ama auwe huyo msichana wake, alafu aseme hapa ati watoto wangu wameuawa na Uhuru. Tunakuangalia sana na kamera zote ziko, tumeweka CCTV kamera mpaka kwa choo, kwa bafu yote, ukiingia tunajua umeingia. Usiingie huko uwekee mtoto dawa alafu useme hapa wameua mtoto wangu ndio upate sympathy. Hakuna sympathy votes. Dawa ya panya ifichwe, tukate miti Sigoi, wewe tukutume kamiti, tupeleke Rachel hiyo Lang'ata women, tuchukue yule msichana yake ya Nigeria, tufungie Nigeria huko prison, na hiyo passport yake kwanza cancel. Waache kutuletea mchezo. Watu wanasema mimi nakuwa na hasira. Sina hasira kwa ubaya. Nina hasira kwa sababu watu wanakufa na njaa, Bernard. Watu wanakufa na njaa Kenya kwa sababu ya corruption. Na kiongozi ambaye analeta corruption ni William na Rigathi Gachagua. Wewe ni bilionea. Bernard, wewe huwezi kuwa bilionea sahi, lakini unakuta mtu wako na age, the same age uko naye, umefanya kazi usiku na mchana mpaka unapitisha masaa ya kufanya kazi. Unakuta mtu ni bilionea. Ametoa wapi bilionea? Hao ndio watu wote tunataka tunyonge, tupeleke jela, wakunyonga tunyonge, tunabadilisha baya katiba, tunanyonga watu sasa. Naomba huyo William huyo, Mungu amsaidie sana. Hata simuombei mabaya, namuomba aishi maisha miaka 100 ateseke ndio ajue kweli Kenya watu wanateseka. Juu kwa sababu usifikirie vile unapaka mkate kila siku Blue Band ni watu wengine wote wanapaka. Kuna wale baka wanakosa hiyo chai ya kunywa asubuhi. Turukana, Baringo, mahali umetoka, huko ni kwako nyumbani, watu wanakufa na njaa. Ng'ombe zinaanikwa kama mahindi. Mbavu, tunaoneshwa mbavu ya ng'ombe imeozea kwa kichaka. William, chunga mdomo yako, tafuta kura na amani. Nao watu wako ambao umeonesha ulimi ya matusi kila siku, sisi tuwezi kutusi. Sisi tunakuambia kama ni pesa ya wenyewe ulirudisha na ndio inakukula, rudisha hiyo pesa yenye inakukula. Pesa ya wenyewe ambao umekula ndio inakuangamiza wewe kisiasa. Na ukuwe mkweli. Kuwa mkweli. Hata ukitongoza mwanamke kila siku huwezi kuwa muongo. Huwezi mwambie uko na gari na wewe unabeba na matatu kila siku. Ambie yeye ukweli, mimi nani na pikipiki, lakini usikuje na hiyo mambo ya ambayo unatuletea wewe. Tumechoka na siasa za uongo. Ni hayo tu kwa leo, Bernard. Muwe na usiku mwema.
Okay, thank you, Nelvin. Let's move on forward. Let's ensure that we do the right thing. Usitupe kura yako kwa kupigia wale watu hawafai. Hata kama umekula hela yao, hakikisha kwamba unakomboa maisha yako na maisha ya kila Mkenya. You cannot assign hyena to take care of the sheep. If you do, don't complain when the sheep begin to disappear. Kenyans, on the 9th of August, any person who has questionable character must be kept away from public office. The Bible says it is required for stewards that a man be found faithful. So track record, kama mtu aliiba plot ya mtu, bas huyo hafai public office, ataiba Kenya nzima. So everything must be done decently and in order. Usiharibu kura yako, usipoteze kura yako. Na ukienda kupiga kura, enda mosmos. Hakuna haraka, tutaanza mapema. Chebukati is under control, don't worry. Atangoja mpaka kila mtu apige kura. So mtu asikuharakishe. Enda polepole, chukua karatasi, angalia mara 2. Angalia kule kuna blue. Hakikisha ni blue. Kama specs inasumbua wewe, toa specs kwanza. Okay, uangalie hivi, confirm ni blue, toa tena, uangalie tena, uhakishe ni blue, ndio utik. Na ukitik isitoke nje ya box. Hapo katikati tu, polepole. Waambie sasa nimemaliza moja. Unakunya maji kidogo tena, ngambia sasa nipatie karatasi ya 2. Okay? Ndio uende ya women rep, uende ya senator, ya governor. Ukimaliza hakikisha kila kura imeenda kwa box inayofaa. Ya president kwa president, ya governor kwa governor, ya senator kwa senator, ya women rep kwa women rep, ya MCA kwa MCA. Usichanganye hizi makaratasi na mtu asikuharakisha. Kumbuka iko firimbi. Okay? Mtu akianza tu kuharakisha, please akipenga, tutakuwa hapo karibu na makamera yetu na kila kitu. So don't mess up your voting process. Now before we go to the next person, let's get this and move on. And please, usitazame peke yako, karibisha 2 3 ili wote tukamakinike kwa pamoja. Haya, mambo ni kama hayo.
Oya, twendeni. Kupotea nayo. Twendeni bana.
Ni wakati wa sisi wa mama.
Ni wakati wa kupunguza bei ya stima. Oya buda, twende.
Buda, twende tukashukishe bei ya mafuta.
Twendeni bana. Oya majamaa. Twende.
Mama, twendeni.
Bei ya chakula kimepanda, na ndio maana sisi sote tunaenda kuishukisha.
Boss, siogope. Mko wengi eh?
Maji kwa kila boma.
Bei ya unga ishuke.
6,000 mfukoni.
To make all this happen, get out and vote. Vote Azimio Blue. Vote Baba and Martha. Get out to vote. Vote Blue.
Aya, inawezekana. Naomba tutaruka Ayumba tuende kwa Mzalendo kwanza for gender and then we come back to you. Thank you. Mzalendo vipi?
Hello everyone.
Hello to you. How are you doing?
I'm so fine. I'm so grateful that we have come out here on a social platform to tell people what is right to be done in the right time at the right place to defend our patriotism. Because hatutaki tena kuangamia. Tulichoka kukimbia. Wengine tuko na alama. Ukiangalia jamaa akiongea unasikia hata ufunge macho na ufunge masikio, hata usisikie sauti wala kumuona. Sababu our mothers died, our villagers died, watu wengi tulipoteza. Unaona? And then the other thing that really disqualifies William Samoei Ruto from this race is he has his own personal interest to take revenge to people that might have used him somewhere, sababu politics is just a ladder to go. Naweza kukuamsha leo Bernard nikwambie nataka UMCA, come back me up. Unaona? Hautakuwa mlevi ukikuja, unakuja na sababu nimekuita. Kama tutachukua uongozi tukiwa na wewe Bernard and then nipate hatuendani pamoja, nina haki ya kukushukisha na kupata yule ambaye tunaangaza the same brain, the same thinking to lead the community, because after all this we are serving the whole Kenya, not one person. The next thing is we as youths, it has been long tukitumika vibaya, tumefika mwisho na tulikata. Otherwise hii tarehe 9 tunaiongojea, hata wangesema tupige leo bado tungeenda, hata saa hii tuamke tuende tupige hiyo kura. We are so ready. We are embracing peace. We will never be used the way we have been used there before, sababu tulikuwa tunanunuliwa. That's a fact. Unakuja unapewa 1,000 unaambiwa aenda vote mahala fulani. Siku hizi tunasema hata kama unga iko bei, heri haki ya kupiga kura mahali penye utaenda kusikizwa. Wewe kama kijana unayekuwa, mimi kama kijana anayetaka kuendelea. Lililobaki ni hivi. Sisi kama vijana, tarehe ya kupiga kura tunaruhusiwa, and okay, on my ground, on my ward, on my constituency, on my county, I'm trying my best. Nimejaribu na wale wenye wanauliza hizi viti. Unaona? There is a protocol of like mobilizing people in peace, not buying people, not having goons on the way wanangoja wamama wawapige. We want to make sure there is enough security despite the fact that tumepewa maaskari. Sisi wenyewe ni sheria, sisi wenyewe ndio waafisa wa kuchunga wazazi wetu warejee nyumbani wakiwa salama after voting. And the last point is whoever who will be lucky to be at the tallying center at the county levels, we need to be so very keen. So very keen and the final tallying, so that huyu Gasia, mimi hata muitanga Gasia na siogopi. Akitaka kunitafuta nampe mpaka namba ya ID anipeleke koti, nimwambie vijana ni Gasia juu tulifungiwa, mimi nilifungiwa kwa chai Kericho. So I have that pain in me. Siwezi ogopa kumwambia wacha aanguke na regime yake in peace. Aache kushikilia mara fulani akafanya mara baba mara mata. Yeye hakuna mtu akona uzuri kwake. Kama mtu amemsaidia akamweka akakuwa deputy, mbona amudharau? There is that protocol of serving. Anafaa kuwa na heshima kwa the president, the acting president up to now. Hata akitoka, hata baba akiapishwa, hakuna siku hata moja utasikia baba ameenda kumsema Uhuru vibaya. So let's learn from this kwamba tuheshimiane kwa kitengo. Wewe kama Bernard ni mwanzilishi, sisi tukikuja tutafuata yale umetupea. Ofisi yangu inataka hivi na hivi na hivi. Tuwe na ile utaratibu na kutulia, sababu most of the time ile maneno inatoka kwa ulimi hauwezi irudisha, but it causes deep down harm to the people who are so lenient and innocent on the ground that always look up to you for help and support. Unaona? So hatutaki kukosa hiyo connection tena. Ndio maana tumetoka kama vijana, mimi kama Agnes nasema baba na mama tosha. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. That is clear and forthright. Every Kenyan, get it clear. Please don't waste your vote on people that cannot be trusted. The Bible is clear. He that is faithful in the little shall be faithful in much. He that is unfaithful in the little shall be unfaithful in much. So if you promote somebody who has messed the smaller office into a bigger office, you're only giving him a bigger platform to do bigger mess like he did in the smaller one. So let's vet everybody and be sure that we are voting in credible people. And that is at all levels. We insist at all levels. Kumbuka, it's at all levels. Remember, Kakamega is a county, Busia is a county, Siaya is a county. Okay? Bungoma is a county. Vihiga is a county. All of them have been in operation for 10 years. But when you go to Kisumu, then go to Kakamega, then come to Busia, then go to Vihiga, then check Homa Bay, check Siaya, you'll be wondering what happened. All of it is because of the people who are voted in as leaders. The difference was not the money allocation was the same. Okay, the term of service was 10 years, the same. The difference was the kind of leaders that were voted in. Don't vote in MCAs that are jokers. Now, there is something missing. Alex, please be careful. Huyo mtu wa kuchana tafadhali amalize kuchana kwanza, alafu atakuja hapa. Hatuwezi broadcast kuchana. As much as if he wants to advertise it, then he should pay for advertisement fee, then tuta advertise kama yeye ndio promoter wa hiyo maneno, lakini hawezi kuja kwa platform kuchana. Let's respect this platform. So please don't vote in MCAs ambao watakwenda kuimba chorus, wataenda benchmarking Rwanda. Of all places to go for benchmarking is Uganda and Rwanda. Forget that. Let's have credible people because we want our counties to develop. And for them to develop, we should have MCAs who have enough to question the governor, to put the governor in check, and see to it that those governors are doing what they are required to do. Thank you very much. Naomba sasa tusonge mbele tumsikize Anyumba. Tukisonga hivyo Anyumba, Mr. Wangira, alafu of course Joshua. Wale watu wanaingia kwa studio tafadhali. The standing orders are clear. Keep your mic mute until it's your turn to speak. That is it. Secondly, if you come, you wait for your turn to speak. If you want to intercept, you lift your hand, you will be picked upon. That is if the speaker chooses to. He will give you an opportunity to intercept. If you cannot wait for the queue to arrive so that you speak, then you're in the wrong place. If you want to hide your face, don't come to the screen. Stay on the comment section. That is where faces are hidden. On this screen, we keep every camera on because we want quality videos for the people who view this show after we are done. Thank you very much. Anyumba, karibu.
Amjambo bwana.
Hatujambo, namna gani?
Na wasalimu katika jina la Yesu Kristo.
Hallelujah.
Amen. Now, Bernard, I want to say something before I move on to my contribution. That it is something that I've been saying, and I will keep on saying it without fear, without contradiction. I told you that it is not Ruto who is speaking. It is the spirit inside him that is speaking. Because, you know, when you have a spirit of killing, you think everybody is a killer. And you can see he has even transferred that spirit to Gachagua. If Gachagua can be on a pulpit somewhere and lamenting that, telling Owu that don't kill me how your father killed JM Karaoke. If Gachagua knew that Jomo Kenyatta was going to kill JM, what did he do at Gachagua? Let not Gachagua and his troops fool us. We are no longer that stage. Kenyans are ahead. And we are not born yesterday. Some of us may have voted almost 4 times. So there is no way they can come and lie to us. Number one, Ruto has no respect to the president. Ruto keep on telling us every day that is the second in command. If he's the second in command, why did he come out today and start lamenting how president went to Nakuru and organized a meeting with some other people to bungle election? Ruto told us that he received every report from intelligence report. Why did he not receive that report before president going to Nakuru? My friend, we are big people. Ruto will not fool us. And what I know, some people like Ruto are pretending to be more Catholic than the bishop. Ruto was in church shedding tears with some other colleagues, like people like Tumbi and whatever. If you can trace that, there was a chat going on through WhatsApp. If you can trace it, Bernard, you can see what they were talking about, a group of Itumbi and whatever, about how they want to get votes. They want to act like they are now in sympathy and whatever. The same day these people were in Karen, then they move out to go to ask for people to vote for them. There is a woman there who was insulting Raila, and she was from the church, from the pulpit. What are they telling us? Why do you preach water and drink wine? We are here to stay, and Ruto, whatever he's saying, whatever he double speak every day, we are recording it. And in fact, if you watched Murkomen and Moses, when Murkomen was also lamenting about Matiang'i and Mushero and whatever, Moses told him, what you people are casting today is what you did in 2017. Murkomen said that 2 wrongs don't make a right. And he keep on telling us that they won election fairly. If they won election fairly, why did Musando disappear? If they keep on telling us they won election, why are they now feeling guilty if Matiang'i and Mushero? Matiang'i has not changed his office. 2017, Matiang'i was a minister of security. Joe Mushero was a minister of communication. They have not changed their ministries. Why are they lamenting? Why are they complaining? These people were with Ruto. I remember when Ruto used to tell us that not Joe Mushero, not Matiang'i, not chief, not police, they don't vote. Not even IBC. The votes come from the people. What has changed today? The same people are there. What has changed? It is only fools who cannot change. And I keep on saying, if Ruto does not have advisors, I am here. I can offer him advice for free. Instead of coming every day with one thing, today this, tomorrow that.
we are not ready to receive the losers. In fact, I want to second what my sister said there, Mzalendo, that if I ask you to come and deputize me, and when we reach a certain level, I realize you are not the right person who can take me where I want. Even if you marry a woman and a woman does not take you where you want, what will you do? You decide and you look for the other person who can take you where you want. So if Ruto was a genuine person, a genuine deputy president, a genuine man, as we are right now, what he could have done is to resign the day that he was feeling that he was shortchanged by Uhuru Kenyatta. He should have resigned and come back to the Wananchi. How Jaramogi did it, how Raila did it when Ford Kenya and some people were fighting. Raila resigned from Ford Kenya and formed a party called NDP. He went to Langata and Kibera and he was elected. So that is what Ruto should have done, to resign and go back to Wananchi and tell them, you know what, these people have shortchanged me. What we planned to do, it is not working now. So I have come back to you. You are my people. You know where we are going. Let us own our hearts together and move forward. What he has been doing, collecting taxpayers' money every month, 2 million plus allowances, and complaining. Ruto think we are fools. Bernard, people in Turkana, where Nanok is a governor, they don't even have water, leave alone ugali, water. And Nanok is telling us is in this thing useless called UDA. I told you we do not have Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza is just a title. But what we have, it is a UDA. So what we are asking, let the people of Kenya wake up and know the right thing to do. And my last, if this conversation can reach to President Uhuru Kenyatta, you will not come back again to be president. Don't let this man to disrespect you so much. He has done it, and now don't let him do more. Come out with a few days, deal with him decisively, and it will be more once to other deputy presidents who are coming. Thank you for now, Bernard.
Okay, asante. Thank you, and mute your mic please. Inaonekana kwako sherehe imeanza, lakini tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Tunaamini kwamba kila kitu kiko shwari. Naomba tusonge mbele. Let's bring in one video then bring Mr. Wangira atoe maoni yake. Watu wa comments, thank you very much. Please let's keep it clean. Respect one another. Watu wa Ruto, tafadhali tuambie sababu wewe unaona Ruto anafaa. Usituambie tu project. Mimi niliwaambia kama Raila ni project ya Uhuru, project za Uhuru zimekuwa mzuri, okay? Nairobi Express ilikuwa project na ni mzuri sana. Infrastructure, okay? Barabara zimetengenezwa mpaka Mau Road, okay? Hii ilikuwa project na ni mzuri sana. Reviving of the port in Kisumu ni project na ilikuwa iko mzuri sana. Iko nini Lapset zote ni project. So kama hizi project zimekuwa mzuri mpaka Ruto anaenda kila mahali anasema tumefanya, tumejenga, tumefanya, then Raila being the project is also good, just like Nairobi Expressway and these other projects. So that should not be a problem at all. And then on the other hand, saying that Uhuru amaliza aende wapi? Amaliza aende wapi? Hata akiendeleza urais wake kupitia Raila Odinga, na uongozi itakuwa mzuri ya kuboresha maisha ya Wakenya kama vile mambo inaendelea, shida iko wapi? There is no constitutional violation by somebody being a good project for the good people of Kenya. So take that madness of project elsewhere. We know who intends good for this country, and we know who wants to milk this country to death. The milkers of this country, their days are numbered. It's 3 days and a half for them to be shown the door. Wait for the numbers that will be streaming in right here on this channel. Watch. There are 2 quick videos, please. A little patient. 1.
Mama ambaye amesimamia nchi yetu ya Kenya, mama ambaye ako na msimamo, na hiyo ndio kitu ambayo tunataka katika uongozi wa hii nchi.
Wa sasa ako na walinzi askari, tuliona kwa gazeti ikisemwa na Matiang'i, zaidi ya 276, 276 police officers. Mimi nakuomba naibu wa rais, ile ofisi Mungu atanipea next week, patia. Asante sana. Mimi namuomba, kama unahofia maisha ya yeyote kwa nyumba yako, tafadhali wapatie askari wa kutosha, na kama hawatoshi, wewe bado ni umeajiriwa na serikali ya Kenya, uliza uongezewe. Lakini usiweke nchi kwa hali ambayo si nzuri, ukidai na unajua sio ukweli ya kwamba familia yako imo hatarini. Umekuwa unamtusi mdosi wako kwa muda mrefu, na bado uko kwa serikali. Hata nimekuona ukitoka cabinet, tuliona kwa runinga wiki 3 zilizopita. Tunakuona ukienda airport kulaki mapresident wa nchi zingine kama makamu wa rais. Kama wewe huna usalama, nani Kenya atakuwa na usalama? Hakuna haja ya kuongea uongo sababu ya siasa. Sisi sote tukubali ile hawa wananchi watasema tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 mwaka huu.
Thank you, everybody. Let's keep it right here as we continue with breaking down everything concerning our politics as we debate among ourselves as Kenyans and waiting for the voting day to come so that we go and stamp our authority as Kenyans in deciding the future of this country and entrusting it to credible leadership. Let's listen to Mr. Wangira. Mr. Wangira, how are you today?
Oh, Bernard, I'm doing fine. How are you?
Great. Karib.
Today I can see the studio is full. How are you, everybody? Oh, Bernard, let me start by looking at our examiner. Yesterday I called him the examiner, the Iebc. Bernard, you remember I was very categorical here on the issue of the manual register, and you know, it was my interpretation of the Elections Act that Section 44A allowed for what we called a complementary mechanism, that is the manual register. And you know, today the High Court has vindicated me and many of us who believed in that school of thought. And they have told the IBC that there must be a manual register at every polling station. But I've listened that one of the commissioner who still continues with that old mentality that as much as they are going to have a manual register, but it is going to be used as a last resort. But my interpretation of the judgment is that that manual register must be used alongside the electronic register. That's my take, and I hope that they are going to read the judgment that was delivered today by the High Court and interpret that judgment and implement it according to the court's ruling, Bernard, because we need to have a free, fair, and credible election where the electronic register works alongside the manual register. I hope they read the judgment. I've looked at the judgment personally. It is on Paul Mwangi's wall. Those who want to read it is there. They can read and also try to interpret it. And I hope that the legal team at the IEBC will do Chebukati and other commissioner justice by interpreting to them correctly what the judgment says. The second thing is that, I think IBC, as much as we have been castigating them, but, there are good developments that are coming out of IBC. You remember in 2017, they were the only one who could access the details, the details within the electronic result transmission system at the National Tallying Center. But, this time they have agreed that, they are going to allow every presidential candidate to access the details at the details of the electronic result transmission at the National Tallying Center through what they are calling application programming interface. And because of that particular development, I think Azimio is also doing very well because they have already written to them and they're demanding to be allowed to have the logging in details for that particular system, so that when we get to elections and after election, at any given time, we can be logging into the system and know what particular results are popping into that particular system. So that's another very, very good development from the IBC. And another good development that I'll call it good, is the loophole that has been exposed by the KPMG report. The system, the way it stood, it was very easy to manipulate it because it had what they called weak password system. Their password system was weak. They are also footsteps of what they are calling login details of ghost electoral officials, which means there are people who are not allowed to log into the system and perhaps managed to log into that system, and that's what the audit showed. And there are 10 users who are unauthorized under the name of Embakasi South Clerks. 10 users, and these were people who could access the system. And we are happy that having been this particular loophole having been picked by KPMG, Chebukati has assured us that remedies have been undertaken, and that mistake will not come up again. So that's all that I wanted to say about IBC. I think we are heading to the right direction as far as they are concerned, and perhaps the way things look, they are likely to give us a better election than that they gave us in 2017. Uhuru Kenyatta is still campaigning for Raila Odinga. We saw him in Makueni today, and he was also in Mombasa. And he has insisted that this is Raila's time. That's what Uhuru Kenyatta is saying, that this is Raila's time. And he has told William Ruto that if he wants to become president of the Republic of Kenya, he should wait for another time. But 2022, as far as Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is concerned, that is Raila Odinga's time. I come to this gentleman called William Samoei Ruto, and Bernard, you have cited the book of Lamentation in the Bible. It's a very interesting book for scholars who like reading and understanding what the Bible is all about. So, of that, William Samoei Ruto has become a crybaby. The other time we saw him crying in church, in his own home, in his church at Karen. And today we have seen William Samoei Ruto, who was almost crying at Karen. And if you watch his body language today, you see a man, who is beaten. William Samoei Ruto is totally beaten, and he knows that he has lost this particular election. And what surprises me is, if he goes ahead to accuse President Uhuru Kenyatta of having held a night meeting, I don't know, in Nakuru, a meeting that was of no good. So if you're starting to accuse the President of the Republic of Kenya of holding meetings that you purport they are not of any or they are not of any good to this country. Is William Samoei Ruto accusing President Uhuru Kenyatta of subversion? Is he accusing Kenyatta of subversion? What is he accusing Uhuru Kenyatta for? Then he goes on naming particular public servants, starting with the regional commissioner for Rift Valley, then the county commissioners for Trans Nzoia, Washingishu and Nakuru. And these are public servants, and he goes on naming them in a press conference without evidence, and he purports that they want to interfere with this particular election. Bernard, you remember in 2017, this is the same William Ruto who called most of us who come from Western and Nyanza militia. He called us militia just because we said we are not going to participate in the second election, and because of exercising what was our democratic right, Bernard, he called us militia. This is the same guy in 2017 who told us wachana na Matiang'i. So if this guy told us to wachana na Matiang'i, what has really changed? The Matiang'i of 2017 is the same Matiang'i 2022. And that's why we are telling him that the elections in 2022 will just be as they were in 2017. Bernard, mkuki ni mtamu kwa nguruwe na mchungu kwa binadamu, Bernard. Now because we were the nguruwe there, he didn't see that we were suffering. Kwa sababu yeye anajiona kuwa binadamu, anaona uchungu wa mkuki, Bernard. Bernard, let me tell you, he has purported that two wrongs do not make a right, that even if chiefs were being engaged in elections in 2017, that does not make it right. Bernard, I'm a writer, and I could write a paper to prove to you that two wrongs also make a right. There are scenarios where two wrongs can make a right, and I can write a paper to that effect and defend it, especially where William Samoei Ruto is concerned. Bernard, I just finalize, and every day I get disappointed by church ministers, some of these old church ministers that I've known for many years, people that I knew that were preaching the gospel of God. I really don't know what is happening in their head. I've just watched a clip by this gentleman who calls himself Prophet Muna. Those sometimes I think in the times I used to attend Crisco services at Nairobi Cinema, where Muna was one of the preachers, and I don't want to cheat you, I never liked his doctrine. And today when I listened to him, the more I did not like the way he was trying to speak, because he said one thing. He said that God is going to defeat Uhuru Kenyatta. So I don't know how Uhuru Kenyatta is on the ballot in 2022 for God to defeat him. Then he purported that AZIMIO is not from God. Then if he says that AZIMIO is not from God, does he mean that AZIMIO is from the devil? Those are some of the things we need to interrogate. And again, I listened to Pastor Alfred Lai, who was telling people, who was telling a congregation, Muna was speaking to a congregation, Lai was also speaking to a congregation, and he was telling a congregation that, I cannot support a person who is against God. So when Lai says that a person who is against God, who does he mean? Who does he mean to be this person that is against God? I find this to be incitement from the pulpit. We are now finding preachers who are going to the pulpit and trying to incite their congregation, Bernard. It's a very dark day, in the Kenyan Pentecostal movement, Bernard. And the reason why most of the times I say, no matter we don't see revivals in these churches anymore, no wonder we don't see more preachers nowadays preach to people and we see to preach to the sick and we see them healed. We don't see them preach to the cripples and we see them walk. We don't see preachers preach to the blind and we see them see. Because of the mentality that they have adopted, the mentality is hata ya tumbo imeingia kwa kila mhubiri, is a very, very sad scenario, Bernard. Let me just leave it at that and I allow somebody else to come in. Asante, Bernard.
Okay, thank you Mr. Wangira, we appreciate that. And siasa ya tumbo ijaingia kwa kila mhubiri. Kuna wahubiri ambao bado wanahubiri injili ya kweli. Kuna watu tu wachache wana njaa na wanatafuta chakula, alafu wakaambiwa kuna mahali inapeanwa ya bure, so wakaenda huko wakauza wito wao wa kuhubiri injili, wakapata mkate. Na tuwalaumu, sio wa kwanza walikuwa wengi hata katika Biblia. Paulo anasema wengine wana miungu yao ni tumbo zao. That's how he gives it. I think is in the epistle of Philippians. And so the problem that I foresee is where senior church ministers who have lost it, like people like Pastor Lai. Pastor Lai has been here for a long time. When he was made the head of the Redeemed, if you can remember very well, it was in 2010, and he was the one on the bench when he said the new constitution is going to fail. And I got excited. I wanted to know how they're going to make it fail. By that time, I used to do a show on K24. Ilikuwa inaitwa a show, a family show, early in the morning, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Was it every Wednesday or something? So I really wanted him to come on the bench and prove, come to my show and prove on how the church is going to defeat the new constitution. I waited and waited. They all avoided the show because I was invited on the show to state, and I stated clearly the new constitution is overdue, and anybody going against it is not with the Kenyans and is not even in the will of God. They said, oh, if the constitution is bad, a constitution is going to lock God out of this country. God is not going to be worshipped the way he should be worshipped. I told them God doesn't need a constitution to be worshipped, and he doesn't need a president who is born again to function in Kenya. God worked effectively with Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar was not a Christian. God worked effectively with the king of Persia. They were not Christians. God used people who are not born again at all. God doesn't need any Christian constitution or Christian nation to work. Those bishops have lost sight. They don't understand the God they pretend to speak for. So don't confuse yourself with them. If AZIMIO is not from God, and wherever Kenya Kwanza is not from God, who is from God? Okay, is it the bishops? Now, just to give it, this is a simple one. Just on a lighter note. Okay, Mr. Wangira, do you know that the word redeemed and deliverance and salvation means the same thing? But you say, mimi natoka Redeemed Church, I don't go to a Deliverance Church, and I don't belong to Salvation Army. It's one and the same thing. In Greek and the other languages, it means the same thing. So where is the difference? But we create a difference so that we can create a denomination that generates for us an income. Church that is all geared towards making somebody earn a salary so that they survive has stopped preaching what is required. And those guns for hire should be ignored. Let everybody go and vote. There is nothing Christian about voting. There is nothing spiritual about voting. You go to vote because you are a Kenyan and you have a right to vote provided for you by the Constitution, not by your bishop, not by your pastor, not by your prophet. Any prophet who telling you should vote like this or else God is angry with you is fake. Not that. He's fake. He's been hired, paid by a politician to come and use his spiritual position to influence you wrongly. Go and vote freely. God doesn't need a vote to work in Kenya. God has been working here before we started voting. He will work here after we finish voting. God doesn't need any person in State House to work. He can use cockroaches in State House. He can use rats in State House. He can use anything to work in any nation. So don't let anybody tell you that if you vote for this, you have gone against the will of God. We've been hearing that from 2002 when the prophets came up and say, oh, Kibaki is Saul. Kibaki is Saul. Uhuru is David. Uhuru is David. We had all that. I have chosen David. I've chosen David. Don't vote for Saul. Don't vote for Saul. We voted for Saul. And Saul recovered our economy. Saul helped us fight corruption. Saul banned Harambes. Saul helped us recover our economy, get free primary education. And David has come. David has worked. Now you're saying David hafanyi nini? Amaliza end. mmetafuta David mwingine ambaye ni wa kubeba makabati, kubeba maploti, kubeba nyumba. Mnataka David gani tafadhali? Huyo David afanani na David wa Bible, na nyinyi mmebebana naye mnajiita nyinyi ndio baba askofu. Baba askofu asiyeheshimu neno la Mungu hafai kuitwa askofu na hafai kusimamia chochote. Report me to them early in the morning, take my names. You want all my names? I'm a phone number and they know me. So let every Kenyan be free. If you are a Christian and you are listening to me, you are free to go and vote anyhow you want. Let nobody manipulate you that God has shown him. If God has shown you something, it's for you. It's for you. It's not for us. Okay? We are not blind. We also see. So if God has something to show us, he can also show us as individuals. We don't have to use your eyes to see. So wewe kama ni nabii na umeona kile umeona, tumia macho yako, fanya vile umeona. Tuachie sisi tumie macho yetu, tufanye vile tumeona. Usikuja hapa kusema hatujakuwa wewe. Hakuna mtu ameitwa kuonea mwingine. Not in the New Testament. In the New Testament, kila mtu ni nabii, kila mtu akona Roho Mtakatifu, kila mtu anaongozwa na Mungu individually. Wewe wacha kujitolea kuonea wengine. Hakuna mtu ana macho ya mwingine. Sisi tunaona vile Mungu ametuonyesha na tunaenda kufanya vile tumeongozwa. Wewe fanya vile umeongozwa. Usituhukumu na kutulaumu ati hey.
Tunaomba msamaha, tunaomba msamaha.
No, from Wilfred Wright to the rest of the bishops, with all due respect, it is wrong for you to condemn anybody simply because he's not voting for your candidate. The church doesn't have a candidate. God doesn't have a candidate in Kenya. The election is a Kenyan affair. It's not a heaven affair. It's not a kingdom affair. It is a Kenyan affair. It is covered by the Constitution of Kenya. It has nothing to do with the Bible. It has nothing to do with spirituality. Nenda upige kura yako freely. Vote for the best candidate who will help Kenya move forward. Achana na mabishop ambao wamepotea. Thank you very much. Naomba nikatia hapo. Let me bring you this video, please. Kabla tulete yule anayefuata. Oh my God.
Pole Bena, don't unafaa kuwa bishop bana. You've graduated.
We. Maaskofu atakuja kunini. Hii video nimepigiwa sana ngoma niicheze. Wacha niicheze sasa.
Ni wakati wa sisi wa mama.
Ni wakati wa kupunguza bei ya stima.
Oya Buda, twende.
Buda, twende tukashukishe bei ya mafuta.
Twendeni bana. Oya majamaa. Oya majamaa, twendeni.
Bei ya chakula kimepanda. Na ndio maana sisi sote tunaenda kuishukisha.
Boss, siogope. Mko wengi
Maji kwa kila boma.
Bei ya unga ishuke.
6,000 mfukoni. To make all this happen, get out and vote. Vote Azimio Blue. Vote Baba and Martha. Get out to vote. Vote Blue.
Amesimamia nchi yetu ya Kenya, mama ambaye akona msimamo, na hiyo ndio kitu ambayo tunataka katika uongozi wa hii nchi.
Mbona unaweka kidogo?
Tulikupatia ine bana.
Katika kidogo Bernard.
Bana tulikupatia ine bana, ungecheza yote.
Mchezo yote sasa nitaanza kulipisha kila moja 1,100. Ngoja
Tutaongea.
kwanza, if it is joint is better. We can't play 4 clips continuously. Hatuna loop on this particular kwa app ile tunatumia. So
Basi
we either join them together into one video, then we can play continuously. But as it is, 1 clip at a time. But don't worry, we'll get that done before the show is over. Thank you very much. Naomba
One question. No. One question. Hii ni kitu nimetumwa na Mohamed kama wewe umetumwa hapo. You know what happened in Garissa? I just wanted what he explained to me, the abuses that were being hurled at Dwale. There are 2 levels of it. First of all, it was the most insulting things that they were saying to you. I'll tell you the one you had in Swahili, the ones I was saying in Somali were the most insulting things. Ni kama yani, you know, ametupwa kama mtupe kama hiyo diaper. Anatupwa kama diaper. But you know, sometimes you say it in vernacular, it's more insulting. And then there was even worse insults thrown at him. And then there's a 3rd level because it's a patriotic culture. Amefukuzwa na wanawake. That's what he's saying. And it was that bad for him. Ndwale is done. Hiyo nimetumwa na Mohamed, Mama Selina anamjua. Ndwale is in trouble. We are Rudy. It's done. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. He messed up the former deputy speaker twice. It is now harvest time. Kwa watu watalipwa hii mwaka. Mungu asaidie. All the same, thank you everybody. Please let's keep keeping on and usitazame kipindi peke yako, karibisha wawili watatu, tumakinike pamoja. We are now in the 3rd hour. We are going until the 8th hour, so usianze kulegea sahi, mambo bado. The night class will soon come and then we will proceed further. So naomba tuende moja kwa moja kwa nani? Msikilize Karo, turudi kwa Joshua, tunafanya mix and match mix and match, naenda juu chini ili tu balance. Karo, namna gani?
Poa sana Bernard. Wacha nikae vizuri ndio nitoe maoni yangu nikiwa naonekana. Nawasalimia
wote. Karibu.
Okay, ni salamu kutoka huku nchi ya Sebo. Lakini kesho nitakuwa na cross border, lazima nikuje nipige kura. Imebidi niingie leo. I've just been fellowshipping, observing. Mtembei, I don't sleep. Silali saa 7 saa 8. Kazini, I'm dozing. I have to follow Mtembei. But thank you for a good job, well done. Wacha nianze, niko na points kama 4. I hope nitakumbuka. Mimi nimelelewa, mimi ni msichana Mbukusu, nimeolewa Maragoli. I remember when we were young, tukipeleka vijana wakienda kwa Embalu, siku za mwisho. Tulikuwa tunaimba usiku tukingoja kesho yake asubuhi. Na hiyo usiku mtoto atachunwa, atapigwa huku kwa miguu, akipiga chini nyimba tukimzunguka tuone kama he's tough enough for the Embalu the following day. For those who don't know, Embalu ni kutahiri kesho yake asubuhi. So nimekuwa nikifuatilia vile Ruto anaenda, nikaona huyu sasa amechunwa, ameanza kuchunwa, analia na bado hajafika kwa kisu. Ameanza kulia na huyo sasa ataweza kisu kweli? Na tukianza kuimba ile wimbo ya kutoka mtoni, ataingia kwa nyasi ama ataenda wapi? Kwa sababu akisikia hiyo wimbo anajua sasa kisu imefika. Atalia machozi, na akilia sasa atakuwa ameaibisha kila mtu. Na nakumbuka wakati huo tukilelewa, my mom used to tell me, mwanaume akilia machozi, wacha yaanguke kwa tumbo, atafute mahali ajifiche, mahali watu wamuone, aende alilie huko kando. Lakini ukiwa mbele ya watu, we lia tu, lakini hiyo machozi yako inatakana irudi ndani, yaanguke kwa tumbo, watu wasione. So I was observing Ruto, I'm like, no, we don't want a crying president. As much as kuna hiyo pressure mingi, we need somebody who's tough. A crying president, no, that is not the president we want. So I was just looking at that, I'm like, no. Embalu imefika, mwanaume ameanza kulia, huyo hawezi kisu, tumweke kando. Wacha tuende kwa mambo inafuata ya clashes. ama ya zile makaratasi nilikuwa nimesikia the other time people wakifukuzwa sijua na wanakuwa threatened. I grew up in West Pokot, a place called Kishaunet. Kishaunet, I went to Nasokol Girls, and I remember that time was during Lotodo's time. I think it was 92 there, 92. I was still in high school, that is Nasokol. The things that happened, sometimes I remember and I have tears in my eyes. My family, they were chased at night, they slept outside. My parents, my mom then did not have money. Ilibidi wangoe mabati ya nyumba wauze, ndio wa salvage some of the things in the house, wahame, watoroke waende Kitale. It was not a good feeling. You can imagine closing school, then you go home, unaambiwa familia yako walihama. Kwenyu si kwenyu tena. You find mabati shatolewa kwa nyumba, watu walihama. It is very sad. So people who are trying to joke about people's life, it is not good. Election time, let's just be peaceful, tupige kura kwa amani, tuchaguane, wale watachaguana washinde, tutakubali, wale watashindwa waende nyumbani. Kuna the next time. But people are going for these things like it's a matter of life and death, which is very sad. So for me, when I heard that, it just reminded me what we went through. It was not a good picture. We were forced to move from our native village, mahali tumelelewa. Sisi tulienda huko tukiwa watoto. Our grandfather was in West Pokot a long time ago. Our fathers were born there. We grew up there, but we were forced to move because of such. And our lives have never been the same again. So I'm just praying that peace prevails in Kenya. And for me, I'm happy. I'm happy that all this while I've stood with Baba, despite yeye kushindwa hizo mara kadhaa tukilia 2013. In fact, 2017, it was very painful for me. I remember that time I was voting in Nairobi. We queued from 3 a.m. We were voting at almost 1 in the polling station I was in. The sun, jua ilituchoma, but we had to really stand and make sure that we vote. But we voted. When we lost, it was so painful. I cried and I said I will not vote again. But this time around, I made sure that I went, took my, renewed my card and made sure that I'm coming back home to vote. Because I feel this is the time my heart is going to be washed. I need to forget all this pain that we went through, and I'm sure this time is our time. The time for us to just get that victory is here. And I look at Raila, and it really motivates me. If there are things you've been seeking in life, please don't give up. Raila is a true example that whatever dreams you have, you can still achieve it. It doesn't matter how long. Even the Bible tells us in the book of Habakkuk, even if it tarries, whatever you've had and you have vision about it, it shall come to pass. Just have the right heart, do well. Don't go hurting people as you look for the top position. Fuata njia ambayo inatakikana. Tendea wenzako mema. Usikuwe na uchungu na watu. Don't keep grudges. The way we are seeing our deputy behaving, you can just see the man is bitter. Kuna vitu zinamchemuka ndani and he's just bursting, which is very unfair. So the other thing I just want to bring out as I close is the issue of praying. Prayers are powerful. Guys, for anybody who can pray, please remember our country. There are 3 things I usually tell myself. There's power in prayers. I have been praying for Kenya now that I live in Uganda because of work. I've been praying for Kenya. In fact, I remember the past years, I never used to pray for the people who are trying to vie for position. But this time around, I was like, I have to intercede for Raila. I have to pray. But now, there's now the other power I am seeing, the power of fellowship. You might think that you're coming to Mutembe just to give your views, but one way or another, we are fellowshipping. And through this fellowship, you're getting to hear people's views. But those who are convinced about UDA and they've moved to AZIMIO, they are fellowshipping with us, and they're getting to see the clear picture of what Raila is all about and what RUTO is all about. There is power in fellowship. And that's why for me, I have to be on Mutembe, even if it's for an hour. Every evening, I just follow what is going on. I'm like, at least today I know what is happening. Sometimes I don't comment. I just follow quietly, but I have to watch it every night. So I want to finish with the last power that I want to bring on this platform. We've understood the power of prayer, the power of intercession, the power of fellowship, which we are doing right now. The last one, because we have only 4 days to go, there is power in evangelizing. Please tell somebody, go out. If you have the opportunity to tell somebody about what is happening, what the right way to do, you'll be telling them, but in a way you're evangelizing, because you're telling them the truth. You're telling them where things are. You're telling them what is wrong. And by them voting, there's opportunity to change not only the country, but the future of the next generations. So that is what I felt I need to bring forth. And if you can encourage somebody to come out, go and vote, that will be a very good thing. And that is the power of evangelizing. So thank you so much, Mtembei. We are praying for you. We are praying for Kenya. And I know this time around, there'll be peace. Peace shall prevail in Kenya. It doesn't matter what other people are saying. Peace shall prevail. As I close, I like what Bernard was saying. There are pastors who keep telling us they've been shown, wameonyeshwa na Mungu, wameonyeshwa. For me, when I meet such pastors, kama we umeonyeshwa, hata mimi wacha Mungu anionyeshe. Anionyeshe hata mimi, kwa sababu I know now grace is sufficient for all of us. That is what the New Testament tells us. Hakuna pazia inatuzuia kwenda kwa Mungu. Kama amekuonyesha wewe, hata mimi anionyeshe. Anionyeshe huyo mtu amekuonyesha. So you can't just convince me that wewe ndio umeonyeshwa peke yako. Why are you special? Umeonyeshwa, and I'm also praying. I am sure I will see a sign. There's something God will show me. So thank you, everybody. For those who have been participating, we are following quietly, but thank you. You're doing a good job educating everybody. You've asked us to invite somebody. I am happy today. I've invited my son. He's listening on the background. He's 20 years old. I want him to learn and just speak and know what is right and what is wrong. Thank you, everybody.
Asante,
the background.
Asante, Carol. We appreciate that. It's important, and let's all be vigilant, do our part, and trust God to do the rest. It is only when we take responsibility that we commit God to even what we pray for. And so one of my bishops says, God will never do for you what he asks you to do, no matter how long you ask him to do. The voting, you will do it. The wisdom on what to do, God is going to give you, but let's not relinquish or relegate the responsibility that is ours to someone else. If you are far from your voting place, begin to move. Time is running out. I keep saying that. When you get to your voting, wherever polling station, whichever, reach to 3-4 people, usiende kwa polling station peke yako. Beba watu wawili watano, hakikisha wamefika. Kama kuna mtu analemewa, kuna motorbikes kila mahali, pay motorbike 20 bob, 100 bob, let the people go and vote, and let the voting be peaceful. We are sure this thing is going to be called off as soon as possible. So don't take it for granted that you have an opportunity to vote, and don't postpone your voting. It only comes once in 5 years. So put off everything else. Go and vote fast. When you're done, then you can go and resume whatever you need to do. I want to commit that we will be here as Mtembei TV to see to it that everything that comes up will be relayed as it comes up, the instances and all that. We are trying to establish a network that will be able to report to us everything as they happen. We will be giving you a detailed report later on, I think in this show or tomorrow, so that we can also participate in the same. Otherwise, if you are looking at the scrolling information, our campaign of moving to digital platform is still on. Please, let's continue sending in our contribution. We are doing well, but not as fast as I wanted us to do. But please, let's just keep doing it. Let's keep doing it. I'm told there are those who are developing cold feet, others are getting confused. There's nothing confusing. I'll be here to see to it that we move to the digital platform and get established before I take on any other assignment. At this point in time, my assignment is here, and I can assure you that And that's why I accepted to take that responsibility to see to it that happens. So jitahidi tafadhali, fanya yale unaweza. Sisi tunamtegemea Mungu na Mungu atatuwezesha kufanya mambo yote. Asante sana. Naomba sasa tumlete Bwana Joshua aseme mawili matatu tukisonga mbele. Bwana Joshua, vipi?
Salama bena, habari yako?
Niko salama nashukuru. Namna gani huko?
Niko salama kabisa. So
mbio twende.
Yes, I just am shocked with Mr. Sipangwingwi. Sipangwingwi, he call himself hustler. And then pia anajiita state capture. You know, sometimes I normally get new vocabulary. Bottom up. Today alikuwa anaonekana alipoona kuwa tayari koti imeshaangusha mambo ya, wakasema kuwa manual lazima iwe, akakimbia because nilikuwa nasikia what he was saying today. There are not things that are new. Huwa wanaongeza vitu kwa rally. So I was wondering why are they coming now kwa media? Because this thing, mambo ya Matiang'i, mambo ya chief, wanalia kila wakati kwa rally zao. So why were they coming now kwa media kuwa now they're talking as if they are serious? Ni vile walipoona kwa manual imesema kwa manual lazima iwe, now their last option ilikuwa imeenda. So they wakasema kuwa let's now come tujifanye kuwa sasa we are consulting with Kenyans because already this thing has gone. The only thing hiyo kanisa yake hiyo tandarua yake ambaye iko pale Karen, the next 3 days inangolewa. Kanisa yake hiyo itang'olewa. So hiyo ni vitu na sometimes Ruto akikumbuka kuwa kanisa yake itaenda, things are going, everything is going to go. Ruto is so bitter. It's very bitter. Na sometimes huwa nikiangalia politics ya Kenya na naangalia people like Duale, wakina Malala. Umejua however much hii kitu ni just common sense. Mtu akiwa mzee usimtusi. Anybody ambaye ametusi Raila, I don't know, angalia Aisha Juma, they're struggling. Angalia Muhammad Ali, Nyali ana struggle. Malala ana struggle. Duale ana struggle. Anybody ambaye huyu ndio nani ambaye aliangusha hapa huyu this man from Budalangi. Up to date ameenda kabisa because you know Kababu na Mwamba. Hauwezi tusi rika baba yako. In the name of you're doing politics. Kuna ile heshima tu ya kawaida. Hata kama ni politics, hata kama ni politics, unatakana uwe na dika sana, uwe tu na ile heshima tu ya kawaida, useme kuwa this is my elders, ni dika baba yangu, I don't have to insult him. But tunapata wale watu wote ambao mtusi Raila wote country, niambie mtu wote ambaye mtusi Raila ambaye anasafiri up to date. Most of them wameenda politically gone. So I'm just namrumia tu Duale right now, pia anaenda na maji. Tutamsahau Malala, pia tutamsahau Aisha Juma, tutamsahau Muhammad Ali ambaye alianza, that's the first time alikuwa na MP Wanyali, and he was helped by using the name of Raila. Alipoingia pale hivyo akaanza kutusi Raila. Angalia Sosion, alisaidiwa vizuri na Raila. Baada kama miaka 3 hivi akaruka UD akaanza kutusi Raila. Angalia Mwaura, I can count more than 30 people who have abused Raila and they don't survive because you know you are abusing somebody who's an elder, age of your father. Give somebody respect he deserves, even if it's politics. Just respect an elderly person. This has made me to learn in this politics of Kenya because I've seen people who have, because ukiangalia watu wote hawa Raila mwajenga. Somebody like Malala, Raila amemjenga. Somebody like Duale, Raila was the one who raised him. But now after hata Ruto mwenyewe Ruto mnaona saizi anaita Raila mganga. It is Raila. So sometimes when I look at the politics of Kenya and I see how things are happening, even Mudavadi mtu ambaye mjenga ni Raila. So heshimu your age mate, I mean not your age mate, assume somebody who's older than you, because at the end of it rika yake ni kubwa kushinda. So today I also saw Uhuru has been attacking and is coming out clear. Anasema the character of Ruto. Ruto pia ametuambia kuwa kuna scape capture. And Ruto anataka to believe kuwa ni ukweli. You can believe. kuwa Uhuru ni state capture. But Uhuru pia anatuambia kuwa Ruto ambaye tumetembea naye ni mwizi. So Uhuru anasema kuwa let all of us tuende nyumbani. So it's high time both Ruto na Uhuru they should just pack because they are friends. Walianza uongozi pamoja. Uhuru anasema ni mwizi, Ruto anasema ni state capture. We accept both of them that are telling us the truth. The best thing that they should just clean up, they should leave. Umachie Raila ambaye we know sometime Ruto amejaribu sana kumshikanisha Raila na Martha Karua kwa any corruption, imewashinda. So the best thing ni kumleta Uhuru kwa, because even today when alikuwa anaomba Mama Port anasema kuwa Raila alisema kuwa atarudisha port kutoka Naivasha. Alafu anasema hivyo na watu ambao walipeleka port ni watu wake. So anajaribu kumshikanisha Raila na Uhuru so that people to see Raila as somebody is corrupt. But amejaribu kutafuta the way anaweza shikanisha Raila na any corruption hajapata. So Raila is clean, Ruto is corrupt, and you want to believe kuwa we want also to believe kuwa Uhuru pia alikuwa corrupt. So both of them they should just pack and leave tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 ambaye ni Tuesday next week. So I'm just urging fellow Kenyans tutoke kwa wingi. Saa 12 Bernard huwa unatuambia saa 12 tutoke. Tupige kura 100% turnout. To lock Ruto, and I'm sure Ruto atashinda na margin of 3 million. 3 million, gap of 3 million. Hata akienda kotini haitaonekana anything kuwa anataka kuleta mchezo. But now Ruto anafanya practice ya kuwa opposition leader. Today what he was doing, alikuwa anafanya practice kwa sababu unajua ukitaka kuwa opposition leader lazima uende kwa press, lazima utoe statement. So today alikuwa anafanya practice. So as from tarehe 10 next week, so he'll be doing the official opposition leader, and we are welcoming Ruto aanze kujifunza mambo ya kurushwa tear gas, mambo ya kuwa opposition leader, and we really want to encourage him that hiyo kazi ni kazi mzuri sana, itamsaidia pia in future ajenge politically. Let's wait him maybe 2050 tutampatia kura, but right now he's still toddler. Awacha atulie kidogo, amachira Raila aongoze inchi, ampatie direction. Thank you very much Bernard.
Asante sana Bwana Joshua, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Naomba tusonge mbele. Just a reminder before we bring in Mama Selina. Okay, let's get this before Mama Selina comes in.
Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. The Governor of Nakuru County, Cabinet Secretary is present, Deputy Governor, Members of Parliament, investors present, friends, good afternoon. I'm Jambo. Now, first, I bring you very warm greetings from my boss, the President of the Republic of Kenya, who was scheduled to preside over this event, but because of duty, and he has gone to do public service in a neighboring country that helps what we are doing here. Because of, as you've heard, one of our biggest markets is the EAC market, and the discussions around EPAs that are going on today in Arusha informs how we access and speaks to the heart of what goes on in Naivasha. So in fact, he is better off in Arusha for Naivasha than him being here. In any case, he has gone to do exactly what you want done as Naivasha. But having said that, I'm also happy to be here. to join the governor and the people of this county so that we can exchange views on the most important development conversation in our country today. We gather here in pursuit of a fuller
youth as a resource, youth as a wealth.
Ajili ya masala ya mashamba, so tunalenga kuzungumza
of Nakuru County that is being held in Naivasha. We apologize for that quality or technical hitch that we are experiencing. We're trying to work it out. Once we do, we'll be heading back to that particular conference to just hear the speech of Deputy President William Ruto. He is representing President Uhuru Kenyatta, who was unable to make it to that inaugural conference. But away from that, over 500 youth from Kwale, Kilifi, Lamu and Mombasa counties have converged in Kilifi for a two-day symposium to discuss peace and security matters. This symposium comes as a
Okay, that was to serve as evidence that the moving of the port services from Mombasa to Nakuru, to Naivasha, had nothing to do with the handshake, and it had nothing to do with Raila Odinga. The very brain and the very person that presided over the whole thing is one William Ruto, but because hawezi kukumbuka, ndio tunamkumbusha kwa sababu leo amesahau kabisa, akasema ni Raila alifanya hiyo mambo yote na inaonekana Mungu atasaidia watu wake. Naomba tumlete Mama Selina. Mama Selina, vipi?
Penat, poa sana. Amwezi kunifukusa ODM, munifukuse Jubilee, alafu tena sasa munanifukusa UDA, munanipeleka nyumbani. Kanisa mulinitanganya, mukaniambia mimi ni mtoto yenyu. Penat, it is very
hata kanisa tutafukuza.
Ndio nauliza sasa. Anyway,
excommunicated
kwa sababu asiyesikia ya wasasi ama asiyesikia mambo ya wasee huwa anafunjika kuu. Deputy President alijiona na akasahau ya kwamba hii ni mwaka wa 60 wa Kenya, kitambo tuwe na uchaguzi. And Penat, I want to, wewe kwa sababu ni mtumishi wa Mungu, saa ingine hata kama unatusaidia, nataka apart from Moi, nataka uniambie makamu wa rais, wacha deputy ni equal partner to the president. Nauliza ile makamu wa rais, we had a very good. Mmoja tu alijitangaza, alikuwa anaitwa Josephat Karanja, alikuwa ana set moyo akifikiria akiingia Indian Ocean yeye amechukua, akapata Queen Elizabeth na Margaret Thatcher. Baba akasema nimewasili salama. Nafikiri ni Leonard Mambo Mbotela. Baba amewasili salama salamini. Ruto, Uhuru pia ametawala salama salamini na atawacha kiti. Because Penat, mwanamke ameolewa, msichana akakuja akapatikana, bibi ya nyumba amerudi, msichana huko nje anapiga nduru anasema huyo ni bwana yangu, ile ni nyumba yangu. These things I don't know. Wa Kenya, hii masomo mko naye, mrudi shule. Madaktari sijui ya miti, sijui madaktari, hata afadhali wale madaktari ya waseju wanashindana na madawa ya hospitali na watu wanapona. So Penat, in 3 days now hatuna story imeonekana. Na Penat, msichana akikukataa hata ujaribu kucheka, hata ujaribu ukiambiwa Njeri ama Grace ameenda, unasema ako tu anakuja. Asubuhi unaulizwa na ule msichana yako ulisema alisahau kitu. Penat, hii uchaguzi ilienda kitambo, na Uhuru aliwaambia I will deal with you. Usipishana na serikali. Museveni alimudanganya. Museveni ameriki Uganda kwa sababu yeye ndiye ako kwa power. Unajua Penat, kumbe hii kitu ni mzuri sana. Ukiitwa deputy president unafikiri kila mtu amekupenda. La asha. Pesa yako ndio watu walitaka. Sasa pesa imeisha. Rudi nyumbani, tulia. Na kama kuna mtu anashukuru na kuomba mpaka anahesabika makoti, ni mama moja anaitwa Rachel. Kwa sababu hiyo kiti ilimunyang'anya Bwana, ilimunyang'anya Ukristo ile walikuwa natembeanga na Biblia samani. Sasa huyo mama nafikiri kama kuna mwanamke ako na bahati na kuomba na kusema Mungu tenda. Watu wakilia anamwambia Mungu, peleka hii msie nyumbani, nimekaa kwa tabu. Hii wa mama ya room 350 wamechange color. So nafikiria Rachel ni mama ako na bahati. Chunga, oshe nguo, saidia na usimwache atoke nje juu. Akitoka nje atachiua na wewe ukue mchane. Vile amechekea wa mama wengine na amechekea watu wengine. So yangu tu ni shukuru wa mama ya North Eastern, the constituency. Wameambia Malisa nenda sako bwana wewe. Unajua hii kura imeisha penalty. Nataka tu itangazwe. Tuonyeshe Ruto vile Kenya inatawaliwa. You know they have been telling us. Wamekuwa wamesema tuonyeshwe vile inaongozwa. Sasa this time round, isipokuwa yeye ataonea yake kamiti ama kondeka na Penat hapana, ile Kenyatta alifungiwa, ile ilikuwa Kabenguria bado ina exist. Kama hiyo chela, kama hiyo iko na hiyo ya Naivasha pia ni mzuri sana. Alafu hiyo ya Nairobi, ile ya Mathare, ile ya kuchanganya. Tunataka watu wasikiange hiyo maneno huko. Raila alikaa 9 years bila shida, hakuipa kitu ya Kenya. Alikuwa anatupigania shamba ya watu, rutisha mali ya wenyewe, rutisha paki na koti moja ile ulitafuta ina ukweli. Otherwise tarehe 10 tunasameana. Nani anasema sisi hatuna msamaha? Si tunasamea, lakini hatujasahau. Tutasamea na tusahau kama mumerutisha mali yetu penalty. Hata ile enzi ya Moi, kuna wanaume walienda chini kwa maji na walirutisha mali na walikuwa untouchable. But wakati serikali ili change, wanaume usiku na mchana walikimbia, walikuwa na huku jua ni wanaume. Kumbe hii cheo ni mbaya sana penalty. Ngoja ukutane na mtu hapo Nairobi, utaamini ni ule ulijua. I'm a live witness. Niliona ile watu walikuwa nachipiga wakati ya Moi. Wakati Moi alienda nyumbani, watu waliona nchi imekuwa kidogo. Wanasema ndio nilichukua, ninarutisha yote. Na serikali ya Kibaki walirutisha, na nchi za nje wanakudanganya kukuwekea pesa penalty. Lakini serikali ikichange, hii account yote italetwe nyumbani. Mnaambiwa tu kucheni chukua pesa yenu. So nataka tu pasta mwaminifu moja amepaki kwa Kenya anaitwa Penat ya Mtembei. Tunaomba yeye ndiye ataendanga round kutuletea pesa yetu, kwa sababu tunajua hawezi kukua mmoja. Ya kina Makarioki wamekula, sasa heshima imeisha. Otherwise, sitaki kupoteza nafasi. Nataka kusema tuchenge Kenya, tuchenge AZIMIO, na pia mama amesupport baba. Mi pia nawaomba tushike mkono Martha Karua, hili wakati anafanya kazi yake, nyumba yake pia iwe imesimama. Tunachenga AZIMIO na iko very strong. Na mimi nawaomba, kama dada yenyu, kama mama yenyu amekuwa na nyinyi, tafadhali msitusahau. Sitaki mama akuwe na nyumba baridi, nataka apate hii professional wamekaa nje. Turudi nyumbani tutengeneze nchi. Penat, na tukirudi mtupatie nafasi, msitufukuse. Otherwise nyumba ya na Kenya, hata leo nimefaa maua, nimerudi nyumbani nikakumbuka. So nawaomba ya kwamba nyumba ya mama iko nafasi kubwa.
Mama ujiongea mambo ya t-shirt. Tuna t-shirt ya na Kenya, hebu ambie.
Oh yes, Pena tukipata nafasi tumetoa t-shirt ya mama. Tunataka asa sisi watu wenye tuko diaspora. We want to be proud Kenyans, na tunataka hata wasungu wajue, wasituonyeshe ile mama yao tu ile anaitwa Mwafrika ule. Tunataka kuonyesha pia even us in Kenya. Na on Saturday ninaenda kuhusia majirani yetu. Najua kuna t-shirt itapukiwa Penat. Na siku hiyo unipatie nafasi kwa sababu nitakuwa California. Confession ya Uganda ya Bobby Wine. And I would like, najua siku hiyo mama ameingia kiti, na wewe Penat, nitakupatia mgeni anaitwa Bobby Wine, rafiki ya Babu Owino na rafiki ya Chelango. Baba ako na vijana strong. Unajua nyinyi mnanyamaza. Tuko na vijana tumelea pale kando huko. Wataingia, na wakiingia Kenya inakuwa kidogo. Thank you so much Penat. But nitaingia, nitaomba nafasi hata kama ni 30 minutes. Muweze kusalamia watu kwa hiyo confession. Tunaenda Friday. So naenda kusherekea baba nikiwa Uganda in California. Asanteni.
Okay, thank you, Mama Selina. We appreciate that, and we are happy for you and the celebration. We are part and parcel now. Wewe ndio mama yetu hapa. Lazima utupange ili tupangike vizuri, and we are safe in your hands. Just keep leading, we are following. Thank you very much. Naomba sasa tuende kwa nani? Blue. Oga, you changed your name today. Blue, nakupatia hata kampeni. Yes.
I decided to
Pena,
take my
tiko
name
kijana
today.
moja ya Central alituambia kupiga kura, hiyo utatuwekea Pena. Anasema kupiga kura unaweka blue. Nafikiri huyo ni kurupio. Utuwekee hiyo Pena.
Sawa, thank you. Oga Blue, go ahead, we are coming.
Wow, I've been listening all along, but today I decided to show up the color. You might think we are faking things, but we are real. As well as, that is now the name. It's Vote Blue. Wiso ndio nimesahau kidogo, lakini wiso nitakuja nayo. Itakuwa lini? Saa 2 tukisema hakuna uwaja ya watu wengine. Anyway, leave that aside. I want to highlight so many things, but I'll cut them short because many have been mentioned earlier on. But I want to just mention this of Mombasa. This man is full of drama. I think you can't. There is no hardship government in Kenya. I think the hardship government was there in 2007. And I had the prime minister and we have the president. Sasa hii hatuna hardship. Sijui ila venye atachukua port apeleke Naivasha akiwa raia wa kawaida, sijamuona kwa serikali. I voted Jubilee so Ruto atuache kutana loud the coin, but I know Ali Hassan Joho ataenda kumjibu vizuri huko. Need a good response to Ruto about the accusation today. Today at morning Ruto spoke about Uhuru Kenyatta, alikuwa anaongea na media hapo. Jamaa analia sana, don't know shida yake nini, but this a character of dying horse, najua lazima irusharushe miguu. So I think the behavior of calling up media and whatever, that's a good show of a good opposition leader. I know he will be a good opposition leader. Today I don't want to speak much because I'm tired of these lies of William Ruto. I'm tired of dramas. I'm just longing for the day to take this person home. I want him to start reallocating from Karen to Shugai, because si wakiwa na Rigathi waliambia Uhuru akujie atumane na makaton akujie vitu zake State Road ya Nyeri. I think we shall show them how to relocate. Otherwise, I congratulate Kisumu people. Wow, so nice. I always expected that. Good turnout. Hiyo nagojea 100% good turnout. About Matiang'i and Kibicho. This issue of Matiang'i. Matiang'i was there in the last election. Why Ruto is so much crying about Matiang'i? Because I think he knows what they did with Matiang'i previous election. And this is the reason why he is very, very furious. He thought Uhuru Kenyatta will relocate Matiang'i to that docket. But I think Ruto is very furious of Matiang'i because he knows very well how things were last election, and he told us too long cannot make good. So it was wrong that your time was long, your unit was wrong, but Matiang'i was untouchable because you were there that time. Today Matiang'i is not on your side. You see it wrong, but you cry. And that last time you saw it was wrong, but you clapped. But at the end of it all, we know you. We can be able to tell, and promise you, Mr. Ruto, hatukuchukii lakini nyumbani tu utaenda. Go enda ukomae kidogo, be relax, then maybe tutakufikiria baadaye, but for now, blue is the color. Of course, it is a coincidence, even I support Chelsea, and wherever blue is the color. Today, Bernard, I want to leave out the quotes. I don't want to speak much today because sisi watu wa Azimio hatuna uongo mingi, tunaongea ukweli, and if you want to know the person who is speaking the truth, use less energy to air out your issue. But if you keep on explaining, then I question what they are saying, because the more you explain, the more you want to twist out my to twist your story. Okay. Bernard, kuna mtu hajamute mic hapo. I think kuna issue. Ni Ogutu. Okay, thank you. There is the late Dr. Chumba Okadibo. He was a great scholar in Nigeria. And I leave out with this quote. He said, if you are emotionally attached to your tribe, religious, or political learning, to the point that truth and justice became secondary consideration. Truth and justice became secondary consideration. Your education is useless. Your exposure is useless. If you can't reason beyond, if you can't reason big and petty. If you can reason bad and petty, it is something bad. And he concluded by saying, you are a liability to mankind. So if you can't reason out with justice, I question about you. I question about your character. And then you turn to be a liability to mankind. Please, please, watu wa Mungu, tumebakisha siku chache. Ni mapema asubuhi na mapema. Nilimwambia Mount Kenya hatutatambua baridi ya mwezi wa 8. Tutakuwa tumefika polling station saa 9. Tutakuwa tumeshapanga line. Ikifika saa 10 hivi mchana tutakuwa tumemaliza hiyo kazi. We are none of that. Kuamka mapema kuumera. We are none of that. Sisi tunaanga mapema. Before I take the milk to the, that time I will be at home, I will help mama to milk. But before that nitakuwa nimeshapanga line. Hiyo acha maziwa hiyo isiende hiyo siku, tutakula nayo ugali kwa maziwa mara. Otherwise I wish you all the best. Let us be focused. Let me united. Now I think people are questioning. We are confident of ourselves. We are confident because we are not losers. Na wengine wanasema sijui, we are confident because the state is moving in this direction, because sijui nani ataiba, sijui nani ataiba. Wewe shughulika na mambo zako za kuibiwa. Wakati ulikuwa unaiba, kwani ulikuwa unalia? Then hata ukifinywa ya duniani inalipiangwa hapa duniani, hata ukiimbiwa 5 ni sawa. Unajua ya duniani ni hapa tu. So we are there. At this time loud, Daraka ni the votes. Hata zikienda hii zaidi hautaki. Sasa utalia tu. Na hiyo time yote ulikuwa unacheka ukisema wale wengine ni washenzi. So put justice on side. Stop provoking people. If you feel that umehema, wacha na race. Hakuna mtu anakuforce. Ukifeel that mambo hayata kuendea venye ulikuwa umepanga, sympathy vote umejaribu kuzisukuma, zimekwama. And I want to remind William Ruto, 2013 sympathy vote hazikukuja juu yako. Najua kuna kitu hamjui. Hazikukuja juu yako. The mountain said, and I say it in Greek, kana gaito gatingioho. Our child cannot be prosecuted. And that's what brought the sympathy vote. That's what Central said. And the sympathy vote was not because of Ruto. It was because of Uhuru Kenyatta. That's the Central I was talking about the previous day. So if you think that Central moved very, very easily, ukura watakura. Unazao Central na kapesa si wabaya vile. Ukitaka kujua mtu wa Central hasikii, we angusha coin. Haikosa kuangalia ujue ukweli huyo hasikii. Ama ukitaka kuangalia kama amekufa, we angusha coin. Akikosa kuamka, we jua huyo jamaa kweli ameenda. Lakini sasa wewe ulikuja unatuangushia coin, unadhani tutajifanya hatuchukui? Tutachukua tu. Lakini tunajua what to eat and what to bank. That we know. That we know for free. So hii maisha ni rahisi. Watu wa Shugoi wakate miti. Ama kama hata kata miti tutawasaidia tu, tutafungia huyu jamaa kwa room moja asijiue, na tutaondoa kila kitu tufungie huko. Tutakuwa tunampatilishia tu chakula huko mpaka cool down. Niliona juzi wameanza ni leo walianza kudhreaten sijui Chiroba usifanye sijui nini, sijui Chiroba ni CEO wa communication usizime mitambo, sijui CEO wa Kenya Power usizime stima venye ulizima kwa debate. What was there important in a debate ya kuzimiwa stima? Nini ilikuwa important hapo ya kuzimiwa stima kwa debate? You know, surely Kenyans should reason out. Coming to tell us that pesa zenye ulituambia ni kidogo sana iliibiwa ya dam, it is insured. Hiyo ndio important ya kuzimiwa taa kwa debate, ya kuzimiwa stima kwa debate. We are not that cheap. We are cheap when you want to take a coin from you. But when you have received the coin, you are not cheap again. Otherwise, I'm happy. I'm happy for that NAK Kenya. I love Mama. So you shall vote in for Mama. I'm behind Mama. I back Mama. And I know with Mama, Odinga will fulfill all his dreams. Thank you very much, Bernard.
Thank you, Blue. We appreciate that. And let's move on. Yes, Mama Celine.
Yeah, Blue, thank you so much. Kuna swali watu imewasumbua sana. Anasema yeye ameshika vijana yote ya Central. Na kwa sababu nimeona we ni kijana na ni kijana ule ya ukweli kutoka 18 we uchafika 26. Na amesema hiyo kura ni yake. Na sasa nimeona we ni Blue. Na nikaona kijana ingine aliongea ile pele atatuwekea ni rika yako. Can you tell us something before Tuesday ya kwamba vijana ya Central walienda wakainherit papa ya wenyewe lini? Vijana ya Central walikosa wa papa lini mpaka wakaenda wakakomboa papa ya nyumba ingine? Hiyo tu ni swali yangu, na unichipu tu, not because of you, because of the young men of Central wenye tunajua they are hard working men, wanatoka kwa manyumba ya mama sao wakiwa 18 years 13 years na wana succeed. Hiyo tu, my son or my grandson. It can be two. You can be my son last born, or you can be my grandson.
Thank you, Mama. And I think I'm below that, not just 27. Okay, I'm just below that. I appreciate Mama. Okay, about vijana wa Central. True to be told, vijana wa Central, they were there because of the token. True to be told. And I told you that I still stamp this. Vijana wa Central were there because of token. And since the token is gone, I do interact with them. We work with them daily. And per day, I can move 1 to 2 counties in Central. I heard them saying that now they want mzee. Vijana wamewarukisha wapati job, wapati chochote. And you know what? Central, they are full of talents. Majority of young people in Central utawapata kwa uwanja from saa 10 mpaka around saa 1 usiku. Move around the Central province. They are not good fields. We were promised fields. They are not tournaments. The tournaments are there only during the political time. They ask themselves. Even you could, I think, Mama, you could follow the tournament which was in Kiambu. Men in Central reacted after that final. They said kwani talent zinakuanga wakati wa siasa, wakati huu mwingine hakunanga talent. They do reason. Actually, no one will brag with high support of vijana wa Central. It is 50-50.
Okay, thank you for the update. We would say it's a wait and see situation, number 1. Number 2, uongo Jakindube amesema ina expire.
Sijui Yuda, sijui kwanza sijui kwanza wapi, sijui acha niambie wapi ya tagataga, sijui Yuda, sijui kwanza sijui kwanza wapi, sijui kwenda wapi na kuishia wapi. Ukienda kupiga kura pale polling station, ukimaliza utapakwa rangi ya blue hapa kwa kidole. Whether you like it or not, rangi itakuwa blue the color. To confirm that Baba is the fifth. Yani wacha nikuambie ukweli, color ni blue, hakuna yellow. Acha niambie wapi ya tagataga, sijui Yuda, sijui kwanza kwanza, sijui kwanza wapi, sijui kwenda wapi na kuishia wapi. Ukienda kupiga kura pale polling station, ukimaliza utapakwa rangi ya blue hapa kwa kidole. Whether you like it or not, rangi itakuwa blue the color. To confirm that Baba is the fifth. Yani wacha nikuambie ukweli, color ni blue, hakuna yellow.
Haya, kara ni blue, hakuna yellow. Thank you. Now, tuende kwa Onyango. Haraka tafadhali bwana.
Allah?
Yes.
Allah? Unaniskipi? Allah?
Mimi niko na roll call kali. Nilikuanga class teacher.
Shenzi. Jokes. Shenzi kabisa.
Very relax. Nakuitia my elder at work.
Hey. Hi everyone.
Hello to you, karibu.
Yes, thank you Bena. Naona keep analeta shida lakini yangu itakuwa short.
Ikuwe short. Wewe useme mabaza Kisumu zinafungwa zote.
All right, okay, thank you. Well, wacha ni ponda kidogo about these people who claim to be more Christian than others. Because we want people to get it clear, because I'm being misled with this notion kwamba kuna wale wameokoka kuliko wengine. And I think this is something that started a long time ago. Even when we go back to the scripture, you find that Pharisees were people like this. And even I remember in scripture, there's a place there's a place in a scripture where they were told that you clean outside the cup and inside you don't clean. That is what I've seen even right now with them to be more Christian than others. It is very bad for somebody with a collar as a bishop to come and mislead people that this is the president that is chosen by God, and this is the president that we are going to elect because he is the chosen one, and the other one is coming from the Satan. I wonder how they discern that, because it is a bit radical, and it is something that we must come out strongly and oppose it, because ninaona venye wanasemanga kwamba state have been captured, naangalia naona even the churches they have also captured the churches, because hizi ni makanisa ambayo haziko huru, hizi ni makanisa ambayo zimeshikwa na watu fulani, and I'm worried that even after this election they might even end up that way. Hizo makanisa zitafungwa, vile nilisikia mwingine akisema vibanda zitafungwa, kwa sababu we can't allow this kind of people to mislead Kenyans. I think kama kuna kitu Mungu amepea wanadamu ni common sense, and common sense to people who are saved, they can call it Holy Spirit, na hiyo ndio inatuguide to discern good things and bad things. Na kama Biblia yenyewe inatuambia we will know them with their character, and it clarified deeper to extent where it tells us that the tree will be known by its fruit. So watu wana mislead watu wakiambia watu mambo mingi, and this thing is very simple, vile mama Martha Karua usema kwamba matendo yako tu ndio itatufanya tujue umeokoka ama hujaokoka. Instead of explaining so many things, instead of behaving like you are the one who is more close to God, just do simple thing by doing good things, by doing right things, and this one will show people that you are close to God or you are a man of God. lakini hizi zingine hizi ni vituko, hizi ni vituko tupu. So singependa kanisa imislead wa Kenya kwamba kuna wale wameona hawa ndio wa Mungu na hawa ndio wale wanatoka kwa shetani, na inakaa mbaya sana because people like Lai ni watu wamekaa kwa ministry for many years. So inashangaza sana ukisikia wao wanasimama na vitu kama hizo. Watu kama kina Mark Kariuki ni watu wamekaa kwa ministry for many years. I was thinking that maybe they are just these new pastors wale bado mfuko iko empty, wanaweza kuwa labda wamechanganywa akili na hii pesa ya politician, lakini nashangaa kupata some of them are people who have been in ministry for more than 30 years. Hiyo ni kitu yenye hatuwezi kubali na tutakubali hata kidogo. Now going to the side of IEBC, I think IEBC they were captured with somebody. Kuna mtu alikuwa amewaweka mahali, but now moshi imewaka pale. They are behaving like the animals which were inside the forest, and the forest have caught fire. So wanatoka tu, kila mmoja anatoka tu na njia zake. Because like today when I was following those commissioners, mwingine anasema kwamba hiyo ruling inaenda kuwarudisha nyuma. Mwingine anasema kwamba wao wako prepared, they printed all the papers and they have them. So you fail to understand who is telling us the truth and who is lying. Inakuonyesha kwamba these people, they were instructed to do some monkey business, lakini imekuwa ngumu kwao ku-execute. Nakubaliana na Mr. Blue vile amesema, sometimes opportunities come because of the circumstance, lakini haiwezi rudia wakati yote. Like what I'm seeing here, some people were elected because of the circumstance yenye ilikuwa wakati huo, na vile Mr. Blue amesema kwamba kijana wao hawangekubali apelekwe afungwe, na hiyo advantage imefanya wengine wakafikiria kwamba ni rahisi tu hivyo. People like Duale wenye wamesaidiwa like 2 terms wanafikiria kwamba ni rahisi, wanaanza kudharau watu na kuongea vibaya. Sasa hii wanaipata ikiwa greasy, hawezi touch even the ground, kwa sababu sasa ile support walikuwa wanapata imetoka. And I'm happy because sometimes kwetu wanasemanga you sleep in the middle, and sometimes you sleep in at the center, and sometimes you find yourself in the middle. Yani it changes like that. Ukilala katikati unasikia joto, ukitolewa katikati urudi kando unasikia kabaridi. And that is how life is. Some people walikuwa nafikiria watakaa kwa hiyo joto forever. And I also thank God mwenye alituma malaika kwa Uhuru na akamuonyesha the reality, because this country would have gone to a pity yenye sijui ingetolewa na nani, kwa sababu the way I see things, hii nchi ilikuwa inachukuliwa kupelekwa mahali pengine ingechukua tena another 100 years ili iweze kurudishwa kwa njia inayofaa. So I really thank God for giving Uhuru wisdom and knowledge of understanding, so that he can know that these people are surrounding me are not good people, so that he can change his mind. Imesaidia inchi because the country was choked. Inchi ilikuwa imefinywa kiwango ya kukufa. So I want to urge young men and women, kwa sababu wao ndio wako na kura nyingi zaidi, come out very early in the morning on Tuesday, vote like ni kama ni mwisho wa dunia, so that they can change this thing once and for all. And I'm sure that Mzee is just going to shape it. He's just going to make it have shape, so that somebody who will come after can get something that is already shaped. Kuna vitu zingine, some things need sacrifice to be made. Like when you go to Tanzania right now. Yes.
Steve, your 3 minutes ended. 5 minutes ago.
All right. Okay, let me leave it. Let me leave it there. Let me leave it there, Bena.
Okay, thank you very much. I suspect you are a preacher. Preachers and politicians are related, only that they both use microphone, and when you give them to greet, they have a sermon. All the same, thank you very much for your submission. We appreciate it. Naomba tusonge mbele tafadhali, and watu wa comments wako na maagizo mingi, hizi zote nitafuata kweli. Let's see what to do. Ya Christine mzuri. Ogutu. Bwana Ogutu, with your microphone on, tutapeleka quarantine. Utakaa huko muda mrefu. Subiri mpaka wakati wako ufike tafadhali. Let's get these videos, and then we bring in Keeper. We are mixing both. The kingdom of God is like a man who went inside his house and brought out both the old and the new. That's how we are operating.
This is the ukweli edition. Na hapa tunaambiananga maukweli kinaga ubaga. Kuna kategori 3 ya Wakenya ambao Ruto amegundua anaweza peleka namna hii, namna ile. Vijana, kina mama na maskuota.
No mamuhena gioraidi gai.
2013 aliambia mavijana atawawekea free wifi kwa kila ward.
Nyinyi kama vijana wa hapa tunataka kila mmoja wenu apate nafasi ya kufanya kazi, hata kama ni ile kazi ya online. Wengi wenu mnaweza kuoperate mambo ya internet. Si kweli ama si kweli? Sinaona hiyo? Ile mnahitaji ni bundles, alafu mnaendesha mambo yenu mbele. Na tumesema ya kwamba hiyo bundles haitakuwa shida, kwa sababu tutahakikisha kwamba kuna free internet in every ward.
That never happened. Now we are in 2022. Lakini mauongo ni zile zile. But round hii ameongeza a new thing. Free calls. Kata sim. Tupo side.
Vile tulitengeneza last mile ya stima. Sasa tutafanya last mile ya internet.
Wow.
Sasa pale sokoni kupiga simu hautahitaji tena bundles. Unajua watu wengi wanahangaika na bundles, bundles. Simu utakuwa unapiga free of charge. Simu haitakuwa inakatika.
Uongo. Hakuna nchi dunia hii ambayo kuna free calls. Nowhere in the world ambayo kupiga simu ni free. Hakuna. Lakini huyu Ruto mafikirio yake iko back in the 16th century, wakati mavijana walikuwa maslaves wa kusukuma kehuru baro.
Hapo.
Vijana, wacheni kubebewa akili. Future yetu haiko kwa huyu muongo. Kategori ya pili ambayo Ruto ameingiza box ni kina mama. 2013 aliwaambia hawataendelea tena kulima na majembe. Hataki wachoke. Atawabaia matrekta. Pinga.
Women will no longer use jembes to till their land. Government will import between 7 and 10,000 tractors into the country.
Guy. Matiga. 2021 akazunguka Kenya yote akiambianga kina mama, in fact nitachukua mmoja wenyu nimfanya running mate. Kina Alice Wahome na Waiguru wakapima vitenge, wakakaa seti kukuwa running mate wa Ruto. 2022 vindu vichenjanga, sio gender ni agenda. Rigathi Gachagua akachukuliwa, akapakwa makeup, ma lipstick, ma eyebrows na akafanywa running mate. Lakini huyu mjamaa ni tapeli. Akaangalia Kenya kuisha, akaona wote ni wanaume. Masimu za mbio mbio. Susan Kihika, leta kina mama Nyayo Stadium kesho. Tuandikiane mkataba, yani chata.
I commit on behalf of Kenya Kwanza Alliance that we shall allocate 50% of all cabinet positions to the women of Kenya.
Uongo. Uongo. Yeye Kenya ataka ndani ya wanawake wa Kenya ni entertainment, zile za omanga, zile za omanga, zile za omanga, sipangui ngui. Sipangui ngui. Sipangui ngui. Kategori ya 3 ni maskuota. Ruto ameenda Pwani juzi akawandanganya maskuota kwamba atawanunulia ekari 1,000,000 na wapatie title deeds for free. Huyu ni yule Ruto ambaye katika Taita Taveta County amenyakua zaidi ya ekari 5,000, shamba ambayo ilikuwa imepewa maskuota. Tena ndiye huyo mpaka Kitale huko anadanganya maskuota kwamba atawanunulia ekari 1,000,000 na wape title deeds.
Hapa Kitalale, wale wanaishi hapa, tutanunua ekari 1,000,000 ili tuhakikishe ya kwamba wale wote ambao ni maskota tuwatafutie mahali pa kuishi tukitumia pesa ya serikali.
My friend, Trans Nzoia County yote ni 400,000 acres. Eka 1,000,000 utatoa wapi? Lakini tusisahau, huyu ni yule Ruto ambaye alituambia huko Kitale atafukuza madoadoa na hiyo shamba awapatie Wapokot.
Who lived where? Whose land is ancestrally whose? For example, the whole of Kitale. The Luyas, the Kisis, many of the Kalenjin subtribes who are there today will have to move out because that land ancestrally belonged to the Pokot, the Cherangani, the Sengwer, and the Sabaot.
What? Who is fooling who?
No mamuhena gioraidi guy.
Ruto. Ruto. Usibebe wa Kenya kama mafala.
Ni wakati wa sisi wa mama.
Ni wakati wa kupunguza bei ya stima.
Oya buda, twende.
Buda, twende tukashukishe bei ya mafuta.
Twendeni bana. Oya majamaa. Oya majamaa, twendeni.
Bei ya chakula kimepanda. Na ndio maana sisi sote tunaenda kuishukisha.
Boss, siogope. Mko wengi eh?
Maji kwa kila boma.
Bei ya unga ishuke.
6,000 mfukoni. To make all this happen, get out and vote. Vote Azimio Blue. Vote Baba and Martha. Get out to vote. Vote Blue.
Okay, thank you everyone. We appreciate for your continued support and followership. Please, let's keep doing the right thing because it is right and necessary at this point in time. Don't waste your vote on voting on people that cannot be depended upon. A man is not more than his word. If he cannot keep his word, he cannot be depended upon, and if he's not dependable, he's disqualified as a leader. Thank you. Keep karibu.
Not Kenya all the way. I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry. It's the way we are.
It's one nation, one people.
There we go. You already know. One nation, one Kenya, one people. Yeah. Unajua mama hawezi ingia huko akuwe na bare skin. Hawezi kuja hapa na skeleton peke yake. You know, she has to come with a full house. She can't just come. Lazima tumsaidie. So hata anyone wants to join NAK Kenya, join it. Yeah, be a member for 6,000. We welcome more. We have to build Mama's party. We're still part of Azimio. We just want more into our house. Aya, mi nitaingia sasa kwa story yangu ya chairman, the new, mi nimeappoint yeye, the new men's conference chairman, Atoli. Wale wako karibu na Sugoi wakate miti, kwa sababu tarehe 9, 2 days from now, 3 days from now, asubuhi ya hiyo usiku, kura itatangazwa na huyo mtoto atajinyonga. Kateni miti. That's what my chairman has said, na nasema hao watu wote wa UDA shenzi. Shenzi kabisa. Sababu amesema kwamba, Atuli amesema kwamba, for all the people who are employing people in Kenya, from Saturday till Thursday, wacha watu waende kuvote, wapatie nafasi. Kisumu wamesema they're coming kumera. It's Kisumu stand. Leo wamekubali, waliambiwa. Now wakakuja. You saw that field, it was so packed. Hata kukuwa na breathing space. Hiyo ilikuwa concert ya UB40, ilikuwa concert ya U2. It was like a rock concert. Everybody was there. It's as if a famous musician was there. So hey, my guy, you guy, my guy, you guy, it's done. Kama Kisumu imejaa hivyo, Kikuiz mulitufundisha kumera, and the Luos have learned that it's not going to be 70% this time. 90. We're coming with that. Luo Nyanza is coming with a force. They've heard us, and I hope they're going to do it. Kwa sababu hakuna Mjaluo yote, I can say that now because tuko blue, atakaa nyumbani bila kwenda kuvote, and I hope you do that for us. Mpaka Uhuru amekuja kuomba tafadhali. Sasa ataenda wapi sasa? Amekuja kuomba baba kwamba hata rudi nyumbani, ataenda Kiambu aje? Where is he going to stay? Amekuja amewambia sasa nikishindwa sasa nakuja UK tu hapo. Kwa sababu kuna hii Nyang'ao Rigathi hapo, kuna Moses Kuria huko.
I'm paying for 10 vehicles to ferry people.
Fanya hiyo. Wamelavu watu wenye hawawezi tembea, disabled people, old people. If you have a vehicle, beba watu. If you know your neighbor, enda na gari na hao. Kama kuna watu na matatu, we ask you. Kama mtu hawezi afford fare, ngoja kidogo. Kama mtu hawezi afford fare,
we are paying for that. No problem about that.
I want to see that. Watu wote Kisumu, we're going to do it, and we're going to do that in Martin's constituency also. We want the Kambas to come as a force because your kingpin spoke. Nasikia mpaka Kalonzo ameanza kuongea leo, amesema Nairobi Wakamba are behind baba. So Wakamba mwende. Wakale tuna
kwa nini unataka kufungua sufuri ilifungwa kitambo? Si tulishafunga hiyo chapter bana. Tunangoja tu siku ya voting.
Subiri kidogo bana. Acha mimi nitoe sera zangu hapa. Kama wewe unaenda kuvote na uko US, you're irrelevant. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the Kambas in Kenya bana. Utaongea na mambo zako huko Kansas City sijui wapi huko kwa wazungu. Enda Washington. Nikitaka kuongea na watu wa Washington taongea nao, lakini si wewe. Everybody go vote. Mombasa, go vote. We really need numbers because tuna secret weapon from our brothers from Central watawa surprise sana. Unajua sasa ukiona sasa sisi tunapatia info track polls to the Luo Nyanza and Kisii Nyanza, tunawapatia ya 49. It's a good trick. I know some of you guys do not know that it's a trick. Lakini tukiweka hiyo posta Kiambu ya kuonesha 53%, tunataka hii yellow fever wasione hiyo kitu, wasikie baridi kidogo wasiende kuvote. But I don't want to discourage anybody.
We keep hiyo maneno ni ya ukweli. Wewe umetoa wapi hiyo maneno? Wewe discipline baba.
Okay, tutanyamaza. Siri basi saa. Haya.
Kipreo.
Wewe rap.
Hapo umekosa sababu ni dako.
Randall.
Let's stay within our standing orders, please. Thank you. Keep your 2 minutes about to collapse.
Ngoja. Wewe umenikaisha hapa. Ngoja. Randall nataka kuongea naye baadaye. Uhuru alikuja akasema kitu moja yenye imenifurahisha leo. Unajua mimi nataka kuwauliza nyinyi. Pesa imetolewa na imeenda wapi? 1.2 billion imeenda wapi? Kenyans, tell me. Kuna Willis Bet, kuna waziri wengi wamekula hiyo pesa, imeenda wapi?
Nitanyamaza saizi. Nitaka mute.
Ngoja kidogo Randall bana. Those Scandinavians wamekufundisha tabia mbaya. So for me, I think Uhuru is playing his final good card. Unajua Uhuru huyu mkali analialia. I don't even know where he's from. Mimi sijajua ametoka wapi. Jamaa. Is he a Nandi? Is he a Kipsigis? Mimi najua huyu ni Mkuria.
Ulisa Penat. Wase walisema si we mtoto wewe leo unaharibu maneno. Tuliambiwa na wase si Mkale na si Mnandi. Na tukauliza Penat akasema anajua mahali hapo chini hapo. Sasa hii maneno tungeuliza Penat. Wacha kuturuhusia sisi.
Sasa ndio nashindwa. Unajua leo huyu mjamaa ako analia, alikuwa anapiga nduru bana kwa sababu ameona kwamba Manuel imekuja bana. Hii kukulia huyu mtu alipiga nduru bana. He was shouting bana. Niliona hizo masura yani niliona hiyo laini ya watu wote wa sijui hiyo principal level 1 wamekaa hapo na principal sijui mtu wamekaa hivi ni kama ile kuku imenyeshewa bana. These guys look like I don't know defeatist. I don't know. The election is over for them kwa sababu unajua unakuanga na ile bullet ya mwisho ya kushoot. The last bullet imechukuliwa. Sijui watafanya nini sasa. Sijui kulikuwa na ile karatasi kutoka Uganda printed. Sijui kulikuwa na 34B. Sijui kulikuwa na vifaranga hata leo imetolewa na KPMG wamesema in 2013-17 kuna hizi voters hapa. Iebc wanaambia watoe, wanaficha. Oh no, we are the agency that hired KPMG, it's private, blah blah blah. Kinoti akasema show the public. They need to know what happened. So unaona I know what Postcrate is. Postcrate is actually a database that Iebc is using. And then there's a super user on top of that. That means that database ikilokiwa, huyu mtu anaweza fanya anything, meaning that they can delete everything in the database, they can add new things. Like a super user, alafu kuna hawa normal users, wanaweza patiwa certain rights, specific rights. Sasa nafikiria hiyo super user ilikuwa huyu mtu anaitwa Chirchir. Chirchir alipatiwa hiyo super user. Na yeye ndio alikuja hapa akaanza ku-add things. Sasa unakumbuka ile definition ya kifaranga za computer is those 100 sijui ilikuwa ngapi? How many agencies. So that is your definition of kifarangas. Na kama mimi nawaambia sasa kusema leo, what Chebukati was doing before was actually cleaning up the mess he did in 2013 and 2017. So that is the problem. That is why he said there's a million or 2 million enye ambao walikuwa wametoa. So that was his problem. Now it's out there. So Chebukati has to do the right thing. But even after that, mimi nataka mtu aende jail because he's messing with our lives. Na kitu yenye mimi nakwambia naheshimu Uhuru for. Uhuru said it himself. Uhuru said that in 2017 he wanted peace. Tuachie umzee. Tuachie umzee. Then I knew this person loved his nation more than power. Alafu hii mtu yangu okay, sorry Mama Selina. I mean, I'm getting confused because wanandi wamesema we don't know who this guy is. Uhuru did not care. I mean, Ruto did not care about his people, and Uhuru was like, you know, for the sake of the nation, patia mzee. So the other day Uhuru comes and says, mimi nilikuwa na tano yangu, wewe uko na yako mbili, nikakuja nikaita mzee anisaidie kidogo. You know, these little metaphors that Uhuru comes up with in the last leg of his presidency reveals a lot, because he says he's done 5. Alafu huyu mjama mwingine amefanya 2, meaning that Ruto has already been president for 2 years, meaning that he's terrorized us for 2 years, pondering the nation for 2 years. Mjama amekula Kimorer, amekula dams, amekula kila kitu. He's a criminal. Gachagua is a criminal also, because when Gachagua was when the court made a ruling that his money goes, we've got a deputy president running mate and a president what do you call it, a presidential candidate that are both criminals running in the UDA ticket. Why are we voting for criminals that there are judgments against them? And unajua ile pesa, sorry, it's a final point, Bernard. Ile pesa enye unafanya kwa nguvu, ama you work hard to earn and then use for your campaigns, it comes easily. You spend it better. You spend it with a lot of pride. You know, Raila is a billionaire, but he's a billionaire out of good businesses. You know, at the point that Raila has it for the public to see how he made his wealth, how his family made the wealth. And he can spend that money in his campaigns, feeling good about himself. But Ruto cannot explain where the money came from. Gachagua cannot explain where the money comes from. Jomu jamana analia, anapiga nduru, anafanya kila kitu. So I'm telling you, if you're a Kalenjin, and this I'm speaking specifically to the Kalenjins, vote wisely. We supported this man before 2013. We actually accepted this man as Kalenjin nation. Let's do it again. And I'm talking to the older generation, because the younger generation do not know. Vote this man. Let's do it again. Let's do it like 207. Because huyu ni mtu wetu. Tumembariki the other day. So the younger generation, nyinyi mvutie huyu nyangao yenu, lakini I'm telling you, Uda is dead after this. We're going to build NAK Kenya in Rift Valley. Don't worry, we got it working. As for the Kikuyus, you also have NAK Kenya and Jubilee. You have to vote to make your region still be as powerful as it is now, because a large GDP of the country is from Central. So if this man comes in, he'll keep looting the country. He has wealth in Somalia, he has wealth in Congo, and this is your money he's just spreading around, and you're not benefiting. Lie after lie after lie. He's telling people in Naivasha we're not taking the port. Then he comes to Mombasa, he's telling them that we're returning the port here. So it's just double standards. It's as if we are watching different news. It's as if I don't understand. I'm just really confused. as to people not seeing this man lying daily. And he's lying to us on a daily basis. And I'll stop there for now. And Randall, usipotee, wewe unapoteanga hivyo.
Okay, thank you, Kip. We appreciate that. And it's good for every Kenyan to be vigilant. Just before we proceed with our normal submission, the Mtembe family enjoys the warm fellowship we have here. And one of the things that makes family is when we pull together at all times. One of our most valid resource people on this particular channel is called Jakindube. I've learned a lot from that mzee and just ran into him on this channel. And he's back in Nairobi. He called me as soon as he landed at Jomo Kenyatta, and he's here to lay to rest his mom. And I want us to demonstrate our love for him and just show him that we are together with him in this time of grief by supporting him in any way you can. Last night when I signed out, there is Mary Wainana sent me some cash. He said I should forward it to him as her condolences for the bereavement of, or rather the passing away of the mom. So since we are family and we're one, I want to just call upon us to be with him, support him. So I'll be sharing his number in the comment section. Whatever thing you have, you forward to him directly. You don't have to send to me, then I send to him unless you have a problem with using the new number. If you send to me, let me know you are, this is for Jakindube. Whatever was sent last night, I contacted him to give me the number I used to forward it to him. And I'm happy that the number is here. And so please, I know that you know that we are family and we are one. So let's mourn together as we are getting set to celebrate together. I hope that offends nobody because that is why we are here as a people. Thank you very much. Yes, Martin.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, you saw the message that I wrote you. So he's also asked me, he said that number, you can share it, the one I gave it to you. And he said when you are for US and have no way of sending it to him, I wish he was here, he could speak for himself, because I was just on the phone just before I came in. He said I don't want to put my number public, but for those that have my number, I cannot send it straight to him. You can actually send it to me, and I'll definitely forward to him. And let's help one of ours. Leo ni mimi, kesho inaweza kuwa wewe. Tusaidie mzee wetu huwa anatupatia mawaidha mazuri. That's all I wanted to do, and that's why, Bernard, I put that number there. He's saying that it's okay, it can go public. So yes, he's agreed. You can put it public. So ni kwako. Lakini yangu wenye wananijua, wanajua namba yangu, mnaweza nitumia, I'll just pass it by. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Let it be done. Somebody suggesting we create a WhatsApp group. That, in my opinion, it will pose a challenge somehow, but I don't know. Whichever the case, I would just want everybody to reach to Mzee Jakindube directly. It's better that way, other than, creating another institution. We are already an institution. We create another institution for another institution. It becomes complicated. We already running like 5 WhatsApp groups, and there is a reason for the 5 WhatsApp groups. I wouldn't want to add another one, please. Thank you very much. And hizo WhatsApp groups zingine ziko na gossip ingine ambayo imeanza kuudhi. Wacha tu nisianze kuteta sai. So please, let's just manage. I'm a church minister, and one of the things I avoid mostly in church is creating unnecessary committees. Committee can derail everything in the church. Wanapenda tu kukutana na kukunywa chai na kuongea. Kuna kitu wanafanya. So spend the committee. I'm a bad pastor when it comes to that. Just if there is something, let's go out and do it. Kama ni shopping ya pastor, tuma pesa tunulie pastor ile kitu tumalize. Hapana non-chairman wa pastor sijui what. Hizo vyo they delay a lot of things. So you can call me whatever you want, but spend the committee. Let's just reach out, demonstrate your love for Jakindu Bey, appreciate his wisdom by sending directly whatever you have to him through M-Pesa. M-Pesa number ndio hiyo. Thank you. That means we will put to hold our own contribution for the TV. Let's finish this for tonight. Yes, we do away with this. Condolences for Jakindu Bey's mom. The number is +2547 3090982. Mike also is the name when you send whatever you send to him via M-Pesa. And those who have difficulty doing that, you can now, and you have Martin's number, you reach out to Martin or you reach out to me, but let me know exactly this is for Jakindu Bey. I'll forward it just as we usually do here. Thank you very much, everyone.
Bernard.
Yes.
No disrespect, but I'm in another country, so I need his full name and it's also his ID.
ID we don't have. His full name is that one, Mike Ouso. If that's not enough.
But I'm not sending through Safaricom or Intel. I'm sending from a foreign country, so I have to send. They need information to connect that. But fine. But thank you. I'll try and work with it.
Okay, try work with that. If you have difficulties, like I said, if you have difficulties, I can give you my details. If you have ever sent me money, you use my details, and then I'll forward the cash to Jakindu Bey. I have an appointment with Jakindu Bey on the 7th. He will be in this studio. We'll be analyzing the voting process together, even before the process begin. Akiwa Nairobi, atakuwa hapa. So, mambo ni kama haya.
Randall in the UK.
Okay, let me just start. Yeah. Who's that?
Yeah. Let's chat, man. Let's chat. We'll chat later. I'll show you what to do. Right?
Who am I talking to?
Keep real.
Keep real. I have you on my chat. We're trying to get anyway. Bernard, no disrespect. Keep real. I'm going to talk to you in a minute. Please
send me a number.
Sometime.
Yeah. We chat.
Yeah. Because over here in UK, we're trying to gather Kenyans together for the election period.
Bro, I've got a group for that. So we've got a venue. So just put your number there. Yes.
That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to come together to make things happen. And Kiprio, your name is there. I was going to say that afterwards. I did not, no disrespect to Bernard, but I was going to wait for Bernard to do what he's doing, then talk to you afterwards. But I just need some information from Bernard because I know Bernard from before.
I'll call you in a bit. All right.
All right. No, cool. We talk in a bit. All right, cool, bro. No problem. Bernard, carry on. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, my brother.
Thank you. I'll send you my file later. I'll send you the
respect.
I'm closer to the Minister of Internal Security and the incoming Minister for Justice. So be careful how you handle me.
I've never.
Bernard, that's a threat. That's a threat, Bernard. That's a threat.
Bernard, I never had problems with you. Bernard, I never had problem with you. I had you, I had Nancy, I had Tembe. When this started, Bernard was there. I've been away for a bit, but I've always been in this, and I'm so happy that it's growing. And I'm happy for everybody that's here in the platform and everybody in the chat form. But it's because we want our country to be a better country. That's the only love I have. And I love everybody, what they do. We want a better country for our life and for our children and for our future. That's my last statement. But anyway, until it comes to me, Bernard, carry on what you're doing, because you do a good job. Respect. Respect, brother.
Thank you, Radon. We're coming to you. All your horses, we're coming to you.
Respect. Respect, my sisters and my brothers. I love you. Please, keep up the good work.
Thank you. Asante sana. Love you too. Let's go straight to Collins. Collins ukwapi? Collins 1, Collins 2. Welcome. Bwana Collins, you're on mute. The mic is beside your name on the screen.
Okay. Sorry about that. I was listening to you guys, and at the same time laughing because I've been another up and down. Anyway, very interesting.
Bernard huyu anatumia palito.
Bwana Gina, your audio is messed up.
Oh, sorry.
We can't hear you clearly. Inaonekana uko kwa bathroom or something. There is water running. Yeah, you fix your audio and then you can come back later, please. Thank you. There's a lot of noise. We can't get what you be saying. Asante, lakini. So Tuliza, you organize it, then you can get back and proceed from where you left. Thank you. Now, tumlete Martin. Martin, confirm records mara moja, songe mbele tafadhali.
Mimi niko sawa. Kama kuna mtu wako ameongea, kama Bernard ni mimi, uniachie, lakini kama kuna mtu wako ameongea, siku hizi nakuwa mpole. Najua tunashinda, tunaenda tunaenda inaitwaje, State House. Sasa sijui, unajua sitaki kuchafulia watu roho ndio wasikose kutupigia kura. Lakini kama ni mimi nitaenda, na unajua nitaenda.
Hakuna kuchafua roho. Anderson amesema ile umati ameona Kisumu leo. Tunaumiza mtu. Na twende polepole. Baba anajulikana anakuwa mtu wa huruma. Ahurumie kijana. Hiyo namba inatisha.
Ahurumie kijana, lakini wacha nikuwe mpole kwanza, wacha ni make record straight. Unajua, hii wiki yote niliwaambia the last week nitakuwa nikilalamika. Lakini nimeanza kulalamika jana, nimechapwa hapa kwa sababu kuna watu wanadhani nikilalamika hawaelewi na mix satire. Wanadhani ni ukweli niko hiyo pande ingine nikiwaambia muache kutugonga. Unajua kuna satire mtumishi. Sasa nakuja hapa napiga satire, watu wananigonga huko, kumbe wewe ni mtu ya UDA na umekuwa ukitucheza hapa. Let me make the record straight. I have never, my blood is not yellow in any way, ingawaje Wakamba tunapenda kuvaa yellow. Tulitupa nguo zetu za yellow zote za Ukambani. We are blue now. Unajua hivyo ndo tunakuaga. I am not a UDA person, but I love to play a lot and play satire. Lakini Bernard na muachane na sisi kabisa, mnatugonga. Mama Selina ile siku nyingi alituambia hata hatuna nyumbani kwetu, alitunyima kabisa kwenda Eldoret kwenda kupiga siasa huko. Akaniambia huko si kwenyu kabisa, toka huko. Mumetuchapa, yani mumetuchapa mpaka nyumbani bwana. Leo sasa mumepeleka Uhuru Tononoka huko. Aya, mkachukua mkapeleka mkaenda Kisumu, ile show imetokea huko, sijui mlitoa watu wapi, mumejaza kiwanja mzima, hata sijui inatoshana aje. Kidogo tena sijui kuna kamjamaa fulani kanaitwa Kalonzo, nasikia pia kanasumbua Nairobi na Ukambani. Mnataka tuende tu campaign wapi? Kwani sisi si wa Kenya? Kidogo pia tumesikia, tumeambiwa sisi si wa Kenya. Tumeambiwa sisi kwanza. Leo kuna mtu alisema mtu arudi kwao Turkana, huko ndo ametoka. Watu wa Turkana, pole, it's a satire, it's just a joke. Nasikia huyo alikataliwa na Waligula, alisema si Mnandi. Sasa mnataka tuende wapi hii Kenya yetu bwana? Mnatuumiza bwana. Azimio,
unajua Martin, kikwetu, kama wewe ni mwanaume mvulana, okay, na ulizaliwa ama ulikuja na mama hajakwambia baba ni nani, ukienda chandoni, ukitoka chandoni, your number 1 job is to make your mother show you your father. You refuse to eat, you refuse to go to the farm, you refuse to listen to her, you use everything in your power. Sasa wewe ukitoka chandoni alafu ulale maziwa lala mpaka siku iende, uanze sasa kuzaa watoto wengine pia waanze kukuuliza, hapo Waligula atakuja kukutangaza sasa kwa umati mkubwa, kwa sababu ulikataa kufanya it at domestic level, you now handle it at national level.
Sasa bana, tulikuwa tunadhani tuko na kura milioni 5. Tena mumenda mkachokoza huko tu backyard kwa kina mama huko. Tena mumerudi Mombasa munaharibu. Ile kitu tulikuwa tumebakisha ni Central, tulikuwa tunadhani kina Kinywa nao wametuambia hatupati chochote. Wamekataa kabisa. Kwanza wanapigana wenyewe, wanasema nani alikuambia ati Kirinyaga ndio watapea? Watu wa Kirinyaga nao wanaambia watu wa Nyeri, nani aliwaambia hivyo? Mpaka wamerudisha sasa hata sijui Laikipia ndio wataweza leta kitu. Sasa mnataka tuende Kenya gani bwana? Mnatumaliza. Hii kijana mnataka sasa hata mkikata miti si tutaingia kwa mito. Uhuru naye pia ndio huyo ameamka sasa, ameenda kuchokoza Mombasa. Na aongei vizuri, amepanda juu ya magari. Na akiongea naongea akisema hapa ndio Kenya inaelekea. Huyu jamaa hawezi. Sasa hata kama
mulisema Uhuru wana watu, sasa wacha kulalamika. Uhuru anatembea ana watu, haujaona Uhuru peke yake kwa kiwanja? Allah.
Uhuru anatugonga madhakaru, amekuwa mkali siku hizi. Sasa saizi anafanya the real politics. Alikuja na upole, tunawaomba kwa uzuri. Siku hizi ameanza kuita watu Jesus deputies. Sasa hapa mnataka tufanye nini? Hadi mnataka tuwape milioni 5.
Mato, unajua siku ya nyani kukufa ikifika miti yote utereza.
Tumebakisha tu ile kitu. Naomba mtu ache tufanye kama mtu anajua ile kitu inaitagwa rock, inaitagwa nini hiyo mchezo ile ya rock nini na scissors. Tufanye hiyo, Ruto na Wajakoya, nani atakuwa deputy. Hiyo tu ndio tunataka waende wafanye. Sijui kwa nini mnatuharibia pesa mkituambia tuende elections. Hakuna elections. Tuende wafanye tu hivi, waamue nani atakuwa, wafanye ile rock paper and scissors. Nani atakuwa deputy, Ruto na Wajakoya, because hapa venye inaendelea haikai vizuri. Na unajua tushatuma ATM machines huko hiyo side yao. ATM ziko huko withdraw, watu wanafunzwa venye ya ku withdraw zile ATM za green. By that I mean kitoa machozi. Na kuna watu washaanza kulia kabla kitoe machozi itokee ifanye kazi yake. Sijui ikitupwa sasa watatoa aje. Na unajua si tulikuwa tumezoea. Anyways, on a serious note, this is a good election. It's really not good because
now mkuwe tayari kwenda maandamano kupata hiyo matiakas, kupata ile maji ya lori ile ya kuchukuna, na mkae street, mkae chini kwa barabara, mfunge hiyo main street, mkae chini flat.
Next week kuna watu watajua hawajui, and I think washaanza kujua. Niliona Mudavadi akinahurumia iye Mudavadi na Kaweta, niliwaona tu wamenyamaza hivi tu na ukiwaangalia, look at them, they look so sad. They went too early. Unajua kitu ya kukimbilia kitu mapema si mzuri. Huyu baba si mtu mzuri bwana. Baba akikwambia, mimi baba leo akiniambia niko pregnant na mimi ni mwanaume, utanipata kids section nikitafuta diaper. Ule jamaa si mzuri. Akiamua ameamua. Joho leo ametuambia kesho Tononoka ni kuua. Wacha Kisumu. Kisumu tulikuwa tumeenda tu nyumbani kuambia watu tuko sawa, msijali. Kesho ni kubaya. Uhuru ashaamua. Mulisema hata Bernard, you are here. Mkisema Uhuru hatapanda kwa gari. Si leo alikuwa juu ya gari. Hii wiki ya mwisho hii iko na ujinga hii. Hii wiki ya mwisho hii.
Lakini hajatupeleka Central.
Sasa nawapeleka na mulishaenda wenyewe, si mnapandanga peke yenu huko. Kwa nini akuje kuwapandisha? Sikinyo wako hapa, si mulishapanda. Sasa kwa nini aende kusumbua huko?
Tuko na Central Diaspora.
This is I'm laughing so much, and I'm such a happy person in my life for the times that I've always supported Raila Odinga. I've been with Raila Odinga all these years since he started. The day Raila endeared me was the day he quit his parliamentary seat of Langata and went back and came by himself and got it. And I believe for the most people that live in Kenya and have really followed Raila's politics will understand that's the time that Raila became the enigma. And that man has nothing to gain at this point. He totally has nothing to gain. Totally. And you can understand that when you hear that Raila is the infrastructure leader of Africa, not just East Africa. And also, Bernard and I will, for the next days, mpaka tuanze kufanya 24 hours, which I know it's coming soon, I'm telling you guys, these elections is not about Kenya. I keep on saying it's not about Kenya, it's not about East Africa, it's about the whole Africa, moving from a third world country to being a first world country. We've been called third world for a long time, where we export all our zilla, you know, that we export all the metal, we export almost everything, and then they come back and sell them to us. Well, they've been already been processed. This is about, it's a bigger thing, and that's why you find that even Congo, Djibouti, and everybody, they're already in, and now Africa is becoming Africa, and Kenya has been put to a place where it's supposed to be the hub of African Union tonight. I mean, united, being together. Guys, this is not about Africa. I mean, about Kenya. Once you find these guys, the Gachagwas, the Rutos, these are people who have learned, you know, politics of Kenya, and that's why they, I don't remember manifesto actually, because they never have a manifesto. Instead of talking about kitendawili na wale watu wanadhani wale, you know, I don't even care about that. People need to understand where we are. Even when SGR was being made, the infrastructure, hizo vitu nasikia madhakarua kisema hizo mabarabara zinapita za gorofa, is because Kenya is in a very nice place because of having 500 coastline of, you know, white sandy beaches where people come there. The celebrities of this world come there to Mombasa, Watamu, and all those places. We are set up to where we have two ports that actually every ship, the biggest ship, can actually land in either or. This thing, we are there where we have Uganda, which is landlocked, and everything passes through, going to Uganda passes through Kenya. Is a big economical thing that is happening, and the interest is bigger than Kenya, and we are not going to let people who are tribal cocoons try to stop the progress and the place where we have been put as Africa. Is the reason we're moving. Yes.
Martin. Yeah, I just want to say, no disrespect to you, but Bernard and everybody on the platform and everybody who is messaging. Sijui sababu ya Kiswahili ama wele kwa lugha hii si lugha yetu kuongea kuzungu. For people who speak English, Martin, you are incredible. You are Pan-African, to be honest. And Ryla said he is Pan-African. That's one thing I found about Ryla. Ryla was like, he's Pan-African, which means for me, who's a Kenyan, I fight in UK to be Kenyan. But when I come to Kenya do not recognize me to be of their own. And I'm like, I belong here. But when I live in this country, I'm black, racism, and I have problems. But Rada says people who are in Kenya are Kenyans, and people who are not in Kenya who live in America, Canada, Australia, and other countries who are Kenyans are still Kenyans. So we, as I say, keep real. Do not disrespect us. Because we as Kenyans here in this country are fighting for our own country. We live far from home. We want to be home. We can't live in our own home because of the problems, but we live somewhere else. And where we live is we are fighting, say, all Kenyans come together. When Kalenjin, when in Masai, when in Kikuyu, when in Mluyo. Sijali, when in Kenyan. Na Kenya yetu iko na shida. Tutengeneze nchi hata kama tuko mbali na itafikana watu weko huko nyumbani. Hiyo ni Mtembei TV. Hiyo ni Bernard. Hiyo ni watu wote wako huko nyumbani. Tunawaambia nyinyi tuwasikilize. Tukuje huko. Tusiwabebe juu. Si mimi bebe, si ni watoto wetu. Mama yangu ametoka Kenya. Sasa yangu ametoka Kenya. Kuka yangu ametoka Kenya. Wazazi wangu wote wametoka Kenya. Mimi ni Mkenya. Nikufe hapa, bado nitakuwa Mkenya. Na kila pale naenda mimi nasema I am a Kenyan. I am proud to be who I am. So Martin, what you just said, no disrespect to keep real. Here, we as Kenyans, kwa nchi ingine, tunajaribu tushikane. Hata kuna watu wamechukua tikiti waende nyumbani wapige kura. Kuna watu wanasema hata kama ni wiki moja wataenda huko wamechukua kura.
Just a moment. Randall, you have a very
good point. I'm talking to me, Martin. Sorry, Bernard.
You have a very good point. The only problem is that you are giving it at the wrong time. In the middle of somebody's submission, and so
no. He was saying, I just saying what he was saying is good. I'm not against him. He was good. Martin is good.
Order means you listen. Okay. I'm
saying listening.
You have a good point, and your point is being lost because you are sharing it in between somebody else's point. So I would rather hold your horses. Okay. Hold your horses.
Respect.
Then it will be time for your submission. You can bring that up. But more than that, we will not deny being lawyers because we are Kenyans. Because Kenya is constituted of lawyers, Kalenjin, Luos, and all that. That our original identity is what makes us Kenyan. It is not the other way around. So we will not deny our identity to accept another. It will be no different. But if we add, to what originally gave birth to us, and then we add to it the Kenyan hood, and then the international relations, like that. As we continue, we will always have our dignity. But if we deny one aspect of our identity to adopt another one, we'll always be hanging in between. Because when the question arises, where did you come from? And you can't tell. Like now, what is happening in our politics? Somebody has been selling himself to be somewhere. The hair of the Koitalel Arab Somer, that's what it's been selling. And now the elders have gone into the archives to discover the lineage is not adding up. So that will leave this person in between. At home is not accepted. Abroad is not accepted.
Bernard, I got lost somewhere. But the fact is that I understand you, and as a diaspora, I think Martin is saying something. Can Martin carry on what you're saying?
I was just bringing up something about what you have said, setting the record clear. But you will come in strongly and make your submission in with now your foundation, so that we can understand you. But if you giving bits here and there, we lose our audience, because they are asking what is going on. When you begin to get those kind of comments, it means we are losing our audience, number one. Number two, we want to contribute to the sanity and the clarity of our audience, other than create confusion. So just hold your horses. We are coming to you. There are a few people ahead of you, but they are not many. So just be a little bit patient. Otherwise, Martin, I've also been very lenient with you. Your 2 minutes ended 5 minutes ago. So please make your conclusion.
Sorry, Bernard.
Randall, I'm going to send you to quarantine. I've just done that. Thank you very much. Martin, move on, please.
Okay, Bernard, I'm so sorry if I went over. Actually, and I want to thank you so much for what you just said. You know, like some of us that live out here, the tribe in the culture of Africa is very endeared to people. People really love that. It's something that is so good that people ask you, how many languages do you speak? Do you know Akikuyu? Do you know what is Kikuyu? What is, Kalenjin? What is that? It's something that is endeared by the people that are out here. And it's something we need to be so proud about, our traditions and everything, but also be in the same country. Now, yes, umeniambia I'm past my time, and thank you for that. Now, the last one tu nilikuwa sasa, hii ni ile yangu ya kumaliza. You know how I do it. Unajua kuna watu wakuelewa what Ukambani was playing, and I'll go to Ukambani na najua nitagongwa. You know, they didn't understand that was a joker card. Ukambani tunaenda 99%. Kuna mtu aliniuliza kwa comment section, tunaenda aje? Na niliwaambia tunagonga 99%. Hapa hivi hiyo namba na inaenda mpaka Mariakani. Mahali Ruto atajitoa, Bernard wendo utaniambia. Hiyo sijui, it's done, over and dusted. Nilikwambia nilikuwa ni 5 million, sioni 3. Poleni, ni next week. Thank you, Bernard, and everybody. Okay. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you. Appreciate that. And let's keep doing the right thing. Kama uko mbali na polling station, songa karibu tafadhali. Wacha kukaa Ukunda wakati voting booth yako ni Shamahoho. Chukua basi mara moja, anza safari. Hata kama uko na chopa inaweza kudevelop issues. Begin to move closer to your polling station in good time. Don't wait for 11th hour. Anything can happen. Please ensure that. And don't move alone. Move along with every other person. Move along with every other person. Let's go and vote. Let's decide the best for this country, because this country needs to get where it is supposed to be. Okay. Okay, let's get this quickly, and then we move to the next person. And trying so hard to choose spoiled for choices here.
Gachagua the better. You know, he has a 205 million case concluded of theft. I don't work for his firms. I actually have never sat with Gachagua somewhere to discuss anything in his life. And it is fancy for him to imagine that his evil deeds, there is someone which is hunting him. It's convenient for him. But this is crime. He is a convicted criminal. He's stolen money to the tune of 205 million proven, and a court ruling given, which he has appealed. And I think he cannot drag all of us into his misfortunes. You know, we were not with him when he stole this money. He should deal with it. You know, I have seen the pathological lies that he's continued to tell about everybody, including about himself. And I think he needs a doctor, seriously. Because the way I've seen the lies coming, it doesn't look like it's a normal person. Because, you know, it's on record. Gachagua worked in Molo. I am the PS Interior. Gachagua worked in Molo. But you hear him in public saying, I didn't work there. I don't know how you can forget your workplace.
How many will forget they were ever on Mutembe TV? When questions begin to arise. Mr. Kama, drive the bus tonight.
Thank you Bernard, thank you Bernard. Nimesikia Martin Dero akiongea na mapua hapa nikashindwa. Am I in the same forum ile yetu ya Kenya? Deto bwana. Simplify English man.
Mwache kuokopa
And Rado,
Rusungu. Rusungu mama
unatugonga
yetu
uslungu.
akatutuma kwenda kujifunza Rusungu. Mwache
kinywa tiga wana nikere urauga. Aya.
Martin bwana, sijui nifunge mapua.
Tiga wana meni nike. Urauga ke
manze. Nikashindwa manze. It's okay bruv, it's okay bruv. Anyway, wacha nirudi kwa lugha yetu ya kawaida hii ya Kenya hii ya ground.
Ni kipindi cha lala salama, you gotta put it out uiweke venye inafaa kuwa watu wasikie.
Oh yeah bro. Thank you so much. Anyway, karibu nitoroke, but anyway, mimi unajua sisi tuko ground. First of all, I want to thank the panelists kwa sababu you have really fought. You have really stood with the group of Mutembe. You have educated millions of people, and I'm sure they will turn up in 4 days and be counted. Because even me, when I looked at the opinion poll, I could tell this is just to excite the UDA or the Kenya Kwanza. Kuna mtu nilikuwa nasikia akisema sijui inaitwa Kenya Kwanza, Kenya kwenda ama Kenya Kwanza kwenda wapi. So it is exciting them, but I'm not so sure. Bali kama Nairobi ati baba ako 50, ati 51, 52. That's a big lie. I think Baba is at 70, 80 in Nairobi. That one, you can take it to the bank. And therefore, we are waiting for the 4 days so that we stand to be counted. And I'm also happy because of what Bernard disabused here today. Because I also the backstage when you are talking about the preachers, the pretenders of a throne, the people who are seeing visions on our behalf and prophesying on our behalf. The Mark Karaoke's of the world who are telling us they have a candidate. And therefore, it was good because for the first time, as a person who has been looking for a good church to be attending, I think I'll be your member. Why? Because you teach the word of God without fear or favor. You are not a prosperity kind of a gospel where you have to buy miracles and obtain favors by giving money. And therefore, it was good to disabuse that. We have been a bondage of these so-called prophets that are misleading Kenyans. And you said very critical thing where one of the pastors said that the constitution will fail, and you went contrary to it, and you were proven right with time. Because when it comes a time where people have to understand that the country is larger than individuals, that we are not seeking to elect a bishop to become the president of Kenya. We are seeking a leader who will be in charge and the leader of each and every religion and each and every tribe and color. And therefore, it is important to note that. And I think those people who are in the UK and the US, they see how that country or those countries are good roads, good policies of education. Like in Canada, I am told, I've never been there, but I'm told that people walk into hospitals with their insurance card and they are treated free of charge. Why? Because those people are not saved. The president or the prime minister of those countries hawajaokoka, but they are ethical, but they know what corruption is. They are people with character. Yeah. But on the other hand, you come to Kenya, we cry in the church, almost crying blood. In the morning, we cry blood, tears flow because of salvation and our God, how we are saved. But in the afternoon, before we make another corner, we are making interviews in a room with women. We are stealing somebody's land, somebody's wife. So you can see the difference. Yeah, you have like the tape you have just played, Bernard. It shows of a person who wants to involve all of us, even the Kikuyus, that we are being targeted. We are being targeted by the government because we are supporting Ruto. I mean, where were we? Were we with you when you are doing tenders in Bungoma and in Nyeri, and when your brother was sick, you are stealing money? How did we come in to your criminal case? Yeah, deal with it as an individual. And therefore, Christianity, like Kashagwa is married to a bishop. Their wife is a bishop. But when they get to the chapter that says, when Zacchaeus met Jesus Christ, na akaambiwa ashuke kutoka kwa mti, aliambia Yesu, mimi nitarudisha ile pesa yote nimeiba ili nikaweza kukufuata. They reach there, they jump the verse and they go to another verse that says you are seeking a man who fears God. You know, we are living in a very funny country. Yeah? Somebody tells us that we should vote for somebody who seeks the heart of God. But he doesn't tell us this same person seeks land, seeks any empty space. He seeks people's women. You know, it's ironical. It's ironical. This election is not going to be determined by the spirituality of a person or the crying of a person. You can cry as much as you want. It is going to be determined by the person who can fight corruption, and that is the bottom line. Mambo hii ingine yote ikasumba ya kuvaa clothes kama mtembe, kama Bernard na kuchukua Bible na kuweka na kulia mbele ya kanisa, hiyo watu wasahau. We are not going to fall into that trap again. Tulianguka kwa hiyo trap, tukaekelea Uhuru na Ruto Biblia, tukagonga na nini na hii vitu inaitangwa anointing oil, wakakunywa, tukamwagia. Yeah, so eventually it was not working. You know, you ask yourself, Bernard, that in every kilometer there is a church in Kenya. In other words, to make it simpler, we have over 1.5 million churches in Kenya, and we have almost the same number of pastors. We will be living in heaven if we listened to the word of God and obeyed it. But in the contrary, we are leading in corruption in Africa. On the contrary, Watu wanashika mbuzi na ng'ombe na watoto huku na rape. Kama leo kuna mtu pedophile ameshika mpaka watoto. What kind of a country? What is this we preach in the name of we are Christian nation? We should elect a Christian person who is a thief. And therefore, for me, I am really telling Kenyans, wherever they are, let us separate the wheat from the chaff, or the chaff from the wheat, whatever it is said. Nyomba knows those things. But and make the right choice. Let us not go there because it's a Luo. Let us vote for a person who is just, who has fought for the liberation of this country. And I think the reason why there is a lot of resistance in this election is because this is the first time that we are cutting the umbilical cord of KANU. Kabisa sasa. This is the real liberation, whereby now the candidate of a presidency and the deputy president were not in KANU at all. They have never advocated the policies of KANU. Yeah. So this is a ticket that is actually owned by the Kenyans. And I think this is what is going to change the country forever and ever. But if we fall into the trap again and go back to RUTO, it is going to be the same old story, the same corruption and everything. But I think if we are sober enough, you wake up in the morning and vote La Rua ticket, then you are sure there will be a just society whereby people are treated fairly and things fall into place. But you can imagine Gachagua and Ruto. They will go to church, they will still steal, they will kill, go to church, pray, call pastors, still you feel corruption will be there, and then go to church because they have made church as a normal place that it can be abused, and they have used those pastors to propel and preach the gospel that is not good. Kwa hivyo kwa hao machache, mi naomba Wakenya pale tuko tutokee vizuri, tukate hii umbilical cord kabisa, tuisahau kabisa, ndio after Raila akiingia tutajua ya kwamba sasa wale wengine wataingia ni watu ambao watakuwa, tukifanya mambo ya MP ama political seat to be not so lucrative, hatutaona watu wakiuana kwa sababu ya hizo viti, because right now tunafanyanga inakuwa lucrative because immediately umeingia huko umeanza kupora, umeanza kufanya nini, so kila mtu anang'ang'ania kuingia kwa politics. Sasa tuko na watu karibu 1000 sijui ngapi, you only need 1000 sijui 400 seats, but there are over 40,000 people who are sitting for that because it is lucrative. In Kenya they say seek first the political seat and impunity will follow, immunity will follow, stealing will follow, tenders will follow. Those things should come to an end. And Raila Odinga, I know he is listening, he likes Mutembei a lot, I was told. He likes Mutembei a lot. Please, let's end these things. People have suffered for long. We have suffered for many, many, many years as Kenyans. The reason why Martin and Ladol is in the UK is because Kenya could not contain them. Why? It could not have given them the space, and people ran away. But they would love to be back and work in Kenya and see their families and stay with their mothers and brothers. But they are there because the situation in Kenya was not bearable. It is not bearable. Kwa hivyo kwa hayo machache, Mungu awabariki.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kamau. We appreciate that, and let's keep informed as a people. Do the right thing. Let's just go through this shortly before we bring in the next person. As we get set to go and vote, please know how to mark your ballot paper. You will not be needed to shout in the booth, but how you handle your ballot paper will tell us whether you voted or you went to waste your time on the line, queued all through, and ended up undoing what you queued to go and do. So this is, I think Kip is in a better position to explain this, but I'll do my very best. Unfortunately I can't zoom the poster, but that is a picture of a sample of a ballot paper you will receive, whether it is for president or president, governor, or senator. Okay, then all the candidates, their name, the party symbol, the picture, and their name. So you will tick. When you are ticking, make sure your tick remains within the box of the person you have chosen. The moment it touches the border to the next person, it cannot be counted as a vote. It becomes spoiled because they don't know your intention, whether you wanted the next person or the first person. So if you're going to use the tick, keep the tick within the box. If you're going to use X, also keep the X within the box of the person of your choice. Be careful when you handle it so that you don't mess up. So you'll get to the polling station, you go to the polling clerk, he will verify your identity as a voter. Make sure you have brought your original identity card or original passport, depending which one you signed up with when you are registering as a voter. After verification, you are found in the KIMS kit identifies you. You check in the physical register also, you are found there. Then you'll be given the ballot paper. You will be given all the 6, I understand. Then you'll go and tick accordingly. Then you fold it once. And then you will place each paper in each polling, whatever box. I think the president will be white. The other colors, mtaambiwa na watu wa IEBC how they look. But make sure that each box will have the color of the ballot paper. Kama ni ya rice ni ya white, the box will have a white covering. Kama ya governor ni blue, the top will be blue. Kama ni ya women rep ni red, the top will be red. So be careful to see to it that each ballot goes to its rightful box. If it is gone to another box, it's called a stray ballot. It will not be counted. Kama ulikuwa umevotia baba na ukaingiza kwa box ya women rep, watamaliza kuhesabu kura za baba kwanza, watabulate, watangaze, ndio wafungue box ya women rep. So wakikundua ya baba iko huko, hiyo ni stray ballot. It cannot be added to the numbers because these ones will have already been finished, signed, and already broadcasted. So be careful to see to it that you follow the due process. Like I keep insisting, mtu asikuharakishe, enda polepole, know what you're doing, do exactly what you know, and come out of the polling station with blue on your finger. Proudly so. Because you have made Kenya better. Thank you very much. I hope that helps, and we'll be going through that. I think I will assign Kip to create the whole process with the transitions, so that we'll be playing over and over. We don't want any spoiled vote. We can't stay here 10 months every night, 8 to 9 hours, and then you come and go and spoil one of our votes. No. We want William Ruto to be defeated fairly and square. Fairly and square is when he has 3 million votes, okay? And Baba has 10 million. 7 million difference. That is the one I'm looking for. This other one of 2 million, no, not 2 million. I want 7 million so that he will go home and be silent for 3 months. He won't call anybody, talk to anybody. He will call press conference after 3 months when mother is looking for the lost properties of this great country. And probably the lead leads to his house. Otherwise, thank you very much. Did YouTube remove yesterday's video? I don't know unless you know that. Asil 2 TV anauliza. Yesterday's show is not there. I don't think so. Let me check and see, probably. But you know, we do a lot of videos every day. So if you can't remember the topic, it may not come up quickly. But I know what the heading was yesterday. Let me search for it and see I can share the link with you. Tumsikilize Bwana Kenywa. Tukisonga hivyo na tufuate tu mkururo, hata masaa yangu ndio yale. So after Eric is no, it's Radol before Lena. Namna hiyo. Alafu mundu wa nyumba ndo atakuwa mwisho, amekuja kama amemaliza usingizi. Kenywa, karibu.
Asante sana Mr. Bernard. I see now these days you guys are acting presidential. Hamtaki mchezo. You're acting presidential. Bernard, na siku hizi umekuwa unaangalia State House like this. You are so happy.
Hiyo tumekuwa tukikuja hii miaka yote from 97.
Thank you.
We are already Jordan. All the crocodiles have been taken
I'm no longer there.
They are waiting for Wajakoya to organize for the market. As to make him the minister for transportation and foreign exchange in terms of wildlife, snakes and poison. So
okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Bernard. Let me just greet everyone on the panel. Habari yenu nyinyi wote. I'm so grateful. Bernard, nimekuja late juu nilikuwa the other side. Tulikuwa tumewasha moto the other side, so sasa tumemaliza huko, tukasema wacha tupitie hapa kidogo as we go to sleep. Okay, I see the topic today is a little bit fine about the manual register. You know, there is one thing I want to let people know here. For a long time, Mount Kenya has been used as a tool of rigging elections. The rigging of elections, Mount Kenya has been used for a long time as a tool of rigging elections. And I want to give you the scenario on the basis of what I'm talking about. You know, Mr. Ruto came in Mount Kenya for 4 years back for campaign. I want people to ask, why did Ruto only bring money in Mount Kenya, but not other places, not other counties? He doesn't go to Rift Valley to give money to Mombasa, to those other places, Northwestern, Western, all those. He doesn't go there for those 4 years. Do you know why? Ruto hoped that Mr. Kenyatta will back him. So if Mr. Kenyatta will back him, the Mount Kenya vote, it's for justification that kama uchaguliwi na watu wa kutoka Mount Kenya, huwezi shinda hii kiti, because it has been that all the way long. If you are not supported by Mount Kenya, you can't win this thing. And things have turned, tables have turned, because Baba has penetrated to Mount Kenya, something Ruto didn't imagine. And he has spent a lot of money in Mount Kenya. And we see that he is losing. Just give me a reason why he will not go and ask for press conference. Definitely he'll have to do so. He'll have to look for all means to prove that things are not going well, that the government is after him. But this time round, there is no rigging, because already Baba in Mount Kenya, he has the agent, even as we are there to safeguard Baba's vote. Not like before, that in Mount Kenya, the whole of Mount Kenya, Baba couldn't get any agent. So even if you voted for Baba in Mount Kenya, that vote went to Ruto and Uhuru that time. It was Baba's vote, but it was counted to the current government. But this time round, Baba's vote will be for Baba and Mother. So for that purpose, people should understand. And this issue of a manual register, you know, In 2017, Baba objected the manual register. In 2022, Baba needs the manual register. You know, this every time with things, the way things goes, you change your mind as the way things goes. In 2017, Baba knew very well we had a very nice person who was Musando, and we were very sure that the system was safeguarded like no other business. No one could tamper with the system. But the moment Musando was removed, things went haywire. So Baba had another chance now. He played the game that we need a manual register. You see, and that's why you see these things, the situations. And for the manual register, it's fine and very much fine. We advocate for that. And the deputy Jesus Ruto, I think today he was crying louder. You know, we will keep on checking on him very well. And you remember, I think yesterday I said one thing. Uwezi pea Kamagera gari akubebe abiria. You can't. Na Ruto nilisema jana ni Kamagera. And that's why Uhuru couldn't work with Ruto. Because you cannot work with someone who is stealing from the office. This office feed you and you steal from the same office. So that thing couldn't work. And Mr. Kenyatta is coming now in true colors, telling us the truth. And you know, the truth sink very easily than the lies now. Because the 2 days president has talked, things have changed very fast. And we are expecting him in Mount Kenya. Definitely, he is going to Kieni to open a hospital in Arumoro. So we are expecting him in Mount Kenya very soon. I think even before Monday. So what is happening here is a situation that these crooks are cornered. Because I think in UDA, they are crooks. I may call them that. They are cornered. Because how will you vote for someone who steals from you? You know, it's an abomination. How? You are stealing from me, then I vote for you. I think that thing, we might be, tunaweza kuwa watu wajinga sana sisi wa Kenya, kuchagua mtu mwenye unajua anakuibia. And one thing I keep on saying, you know, these politicians, especially in the crook group of Ruto, there is one thing they know. You make people poor, you can rule them forever. If you make people rich, you cannot control them because they have their mind to make their decisions the way they want. Bernard, if you come and take the cow that gives me milk every day, you take it from me. Definitely, within a short period, the following day, I will not get that milk. What should I do? I'll start coming to cry to you. Nisaidie na hii, nisaidie na hii, nisaidie na hii. So utakuwa unanizungusha vile unataka. Enda kwa barabara pale, useme Uhuru ni mbaya, nikupe 200. Enda huku, useme huyu ni mbaya, nikupe 100. Enda huku, useme hivi, nikupe 100. Yani all sort of nonsense. But if we are safeguarded, our properties are safeguarded, our property and everything, I think every Kenya will no longer need to think of MPs, governors, or those people. People will just be knowing that, today is a voting day. Then you go and vote. You already know who you are supposed to vote for. You are not coerced. But at this juncture, you find that we are being coerced because the power of oppressor comes from the oppressed. I think if I use a good analogy, the power of oppressor comes from the one who is being oppressed. So if we, the people who are being oppressed, we deny the oppressor that chance, do you think there will be no reason of these people to use money in campaign? They will be coming, we will be knowing definitely this year, this term, this person, we have been with this person, he has been doing work, so he doesn't even need to campaign. So tell me, when will that person think of stealing our money? He can't, because hakuna mahali patumia hiyo pesa, hakuna mtu ataenda kuonga nayo, hakuna mtu ataenda kudanganya na hiyo pesa. So these people, they play us that such games. And as from now, I think everybody in Kenya has understood the type of leadership we need. And the only leadership we need now, that it's only Baba and Mata. And the crook side, they are so scared of these people. Because let me tell you, and Joe, every day Joe tells them, Baba akiingia State House tu hivi, ukuwe wewe ni Mount Kenya, ukuwe wewe ni Mkisii, ukuwe wewe ni Mkalenjin, ukuwe wewe ni Maasai, na shamba yako imechukuliwa, itarudishwa. So these people are so scared. They are so scared, very much scared. Go to Kalonzo, the same. Kalonzo will not tolerate these people who are stealing. Mother is there. You understand? So this thing the kitchen will be too hot. It's hot, and it's going to get hotter. By next week, it will be hotter. And just wait on Saturday. Ruto will be having a press conference. Just wait. By Saturday, Ruto will be having a press conference. Because of one thing. Ruto, they want to use the Nyayo Stadium. They are going to use it. Baba will be using Kasarani. The same day. Do you think Ruto must have something to blame the government for? Because I'm sure Nyayo Stadium will not get the people Ruto thinks. So definitely you will find us a way to say that the government has managed to make people not to go to his meeting. That's the point. That's the point home. So that's the one thing we should know.
Serikali imezima stima, watu hawakupata njia kwenda Nyayo Stadium.
Those are all the problems facing the UDA. Another thing, Bernard, I remember the day they were being prayed in Nyayo Stadium. Gachagua and Ruto were given Bible. Each a Bible. I remember. Let me tell you for sure, the date from since they were given those Bible, hata labda ziko kwa buti ya gari, hawajawahi toa. Vile walipatiwa hizo Bible hapo, most likely hizo gari zao ukitafuta utapata hizo Bible ziko kwa boot, kwa trunk. Because these people, they are pretenders. In the other Mutembei, the Mount Kenya forum, tumekuwa na pastor. We had a pastor there from Mount Kenya. And he has preached for us and tell us everything what is going on in the government. Even he was in State House. They met Uhuru, and everything Uhuru is saying now is the same thing Uhuru taught them, and is the same thing, and it's correct. So let me tell people, be prepared for Baba presidency. And whoever who is doubting, unless if he is another highland, not in Kenya, because Baba will be the president of this country. We need peace. We need progressive nation. And right now, I have a friend of mine who just told me that there is an investor from US who has decided to invest $1.2 billion in Kenya to do a business in Kenya. The guy works in the bank. He's a manager. And do you know why? Because the investors, they are seeing that the government we are expecting in Kenya is the best. And I ask people, do you think such an investor will come with workers from US? No. The workers will be locally sourced here. Alafu mtu mwingine akuje kutudanganya hapa tuuze mayai na kuku na wheelbarrow. Hiyo ndio hizi ni vitu hatutakubali, and we cannot be led by cartels, na hatutakubali Kamagera watubebe Bernard. Kenya tukikubali kubebwa na Kamagera, hii gari haitafika. Kama ikiwa na driver tu hivi, Ruto ashaanza kung'oa vitu na huko nyuma na kupora abiria. The passengers are crying. Wanaporwa na makanga wa Ruto, wa Uhuru. Then the easiest way ni huyo Kamagera tumtoe kwa barabara aende akatafute license, afanye training, ile siku atakuwa qualified to be a driver of the bus, then at least tutakuwa tumeona. Lakini saa hizi mtu ako na kiu ya shamba, ako na kiu ya pesa, kickbacks, all sort of things, akina Gachagua. You know, it's like we will get lost. These people are not good. And the government, and yesterday I said here again, if 50 people are going for a wrong person and 10 people are going for the right person and the government is there, the government will not let the wrong person take chance because amechukuliwa na watu 50. The government will not let that happen. Juu watu 50, most of them, they don't have information. They don't know. Wamekuwa brainwashed, wakaenda kwa huyo mtu wote, the 50 of them. Alafu watu wako na mind wenye wako informed, wameenda watu 10 kwa the right person. So the government sit there and say, the 50, he has won and we are going to give him the leadership. Na huyo mtu anatupeleka kwa shimo. The government will not tolerate something like that. Even if we are doing anything, nobody will tolerate something like that. We have people who think about this country. In the same government, we have external leadership and the international communities. They advise. Kwa hivyo, hapo ndio nafikisha Bernard, atuwe ndio direction ya crooks, and let's be informed. These guys are thugs. These guys are thugs. Thank you.
Kinywa, kabla ufunge nikuulize, Kamagera upataga certificate of good conduct?
Yani, wewe Martin, unaona hiyo jina
unajua
inaweza conduct. Can they be the same sentence? Conduct. Can they be the same sentence?
Unajua Ruto hafai, mtu kama Ruto hafai kupewa good conduct juu already nini yake ni mbaya, iko kwa system. So huyu hafai kupewa good conduct.
Okay, thank you everyone. We appreciate you, and you guys encourage us to encourage Mzee Jakindube by sending in our condolences and contributions. I want to remind you that, and I'm leaving this in the private chat wherever, so that the incoming, the people who are taking over after me will continue sharing that. I have just gotten in touch with him, and he has received what I have sent. There was what Mary Wainena sent me yesterday. I forwarded it to him. So please, let's do that. Let's encourage him, and you can also use that number to call him if you're within this country, and also encourage him. Being bereaved is not an easy process. It doesn't matter how old you are. Nobody gets used to losing a family member. And I had a pastor friend who was saying he found his, he had a very old friend, everybody mute your mic, please. He had a very old friend who was at around 95 or, yes, 95. And 95, almost 100. Then he found him stressed. So he asked him, why are you stressed? He said, I'm stressed because of my children. So this man got concerned. He said, your children? I said, okay. And he made a mistake and asked, how old are your children? He said, one is 71, the other one is 73. So even when you are 100, you still be concerned about your children, even when your children are 70 and the other one is 72. So let's be there one for another. That's one of the things that God places us in the same space. Now I'll be saying something on that same space. There is what Mundua Nyumba has accumulated in terms of experience and knowledge for the period he's been on earth. Okay, there is what I have learned in my short time on earth. God has placed us in this same space. Okay, it's like giving us all the years that every experience he has learned. Putting us in the same space doesn't make us equal. It only offers us an opportunity that we can harness from the many years of experience, add to our few years of experience, and help us be wise. Okay? And then as he interacts with us, he also gets wrapped into the digital, sophisticated, complicated way of doing things in this time and age. So let's make use of this space where we are interacting with wisdom of ancient days as well as current news and other things. Don't abuse the privilege we have that we can sit on the same table with the elderly and the younger and the in-between. It is just an opportunity that God has given us. So make use of that opportunity. Don't abuse it. That's why I feel so bad about people who come here and instead of them learning, they come to teach. And when you give them the opportunity to teach, they have no lesson, they have no subject, they have no content, they have nothing, but they want to teach. So what are you going to teach? So it's good. Let's embrace the opportunity we have to interact with these guys and be supportive one to another. Thank you very much. So hiyo namba ndio hiyo. Jina ni Mick Ouso, Jakin, wherever Jack can do. If you must add that. But let's do what is required of us. We are family, we are one, and we need to be there one for another. That's what families are there for. So Martin, I will appoint you, give you all the powers to read and write. You give to Lon to make his submission. After that, Mundua Nyumba, and then look for your night class teachers. I have a shooting by daybreak. I'm going to meet Bishop Bishop for a shooting in the eyes of the elders. Want him to answer us questions about these bishops ordaining this, and I'll be going to his compound in Karen, so I need to be sober and be able to interact with that wisdom. Bishop Adoyo is the founder of, those of you who know about churches in Nairobi, CITAM, the current in thing, okay? The person who launched that out. He's elderly, he's now retired. You call him Bishop Emeritus. So nakuomba tu tafadhali utashikilia mpaka walimu wenu wakuje. Wasipokuja funga station.
Utaweza kuwa unaweza add mtu ama kuna mtu wako nyuma huko, sijui kama kina Alex wale wako na authority ya ku add, niko sure.
That's what I'm saying. Find Julia or Alex or Temba or Nani or Njiru. Okay.
Oh, so when you retire, una retire?
I want to. It's
okay. So
it's time. I need to.
You go. I'll take care of it.
Like 2 to be able to do the interview soberly. Sitaki kulala kwa kamera.
Bernard, kabla hujaenda nisalimie na kusalimia Bernard, uende vizuri, naenda kazi mzuri. Thanks a lot. Wish you the best. Thank you.
Asante daddy. Thank you.
Bernard.
Bless you. Yes, mama.
Baada ya election watu wamekuwa na fatigue, watu wengine wako na wasiwasi. After election you will see the real people. For now tumeenda miezi karibu 3. Bernard, people are not sleeping. You are coming from work. You are listening on the road. You are coming in the house. Afadhali ufunge macho lakini masikio inasikia. This is interesting. Niliona mtu aliongea hapa mlifikiria ni mchezo. That man who was talking was almost crying. People want to come back home. People are desperate, Bernard. Eri ukule ugali na sukuma nyumbani na urelax. Unasikia watu wamekongwa na gari. Why? People not sleep. People are lonely. People are desperate. Hata kama pesa. money is not everything. People really need to come back home. They need a stable country. I wish everybody would understand that. Ukikutana watu kwa street, sahi ndio unaona Americans tunapata watu na ni ma PhDs, watu wakubwa. Ukitelesa tu kidogo in this country, upate kutelesa tu kidogo, penalty in 10 minutes you are homeless and you cannot recover. So it's really like people are praying. A lot of people walienda na njia tofauti. Wengine wanataka kurudi. You remember you don't have a place to go. Wenye wanarudi pia uko nyumbani bila kujipanga. Tena after 3 months unasikia wamechekewa, wanaambiwa walienda US, wamerudi bure ama walienda Europe. You know, so we really need a country that itakuwa stable. Sisi wengine in another 5 years kama hatutachipanga penalty, tumeenda retire for real, where will you do, what will you do? So tunaomba baba vile Mungu ameweka asaidie wa Kenya, but I think God is using baba kwa sababu ya watu yenye wako diaspora. Otherwise nyumba muti yangu ya na Kenya karibu, na tulete watu wengi na watu wengi tusaidie mama. So Bernard, we are just listening. Unaendesha gari kama umefunga macho. So please pitisha baba haraka na si turudi nyumbani. Thank you.
Thank you. That is going to be done, and you will be back home soon. We need those experiences you people have developed there back here so that we can develop our country fast. We need those engineering capacity. Nataka to appoint kama Martin huyu akuwe governor wa Northern Front. So tunatoa hizi county za kawaida, anakuwa governor wa Northern Front. All of that semi-arid areas, we give you 5 years. Tukirudi tupate hakuna mahindi unaotesha huko.
Bernard, wewe sawa, wewe ulale. Nasikia Julia kwa on the way, so nishacheza kama mimi.
My kid is here, so don't worry, everything will flow. Sawa. Just a point of housekeeping, Makiad, you will be sharing that condolences from the Jakindu Bay's mom, so that people can contribute. We give you that liberty to do that. Let's do that for tonight, and then tomorrow we'll resume that our contribution for the expansion program from Tembei TV. In the meantime, we put that to pause until we have sorted out Mzee Jakindu Bay. Thank you very much. Please enjoy the show. See you later. Mungu awabariki.
Bernard, wekea nyumba ni moja tu ya na Kenya afurahi kitambo watu waingie kutake over. Moja tu Bernard.
Wewe. Okay, let me
wacheni Bernard aende. Bernard aende.
Subiri kidogo tu. Don't worry. We have to do what we must do.
Yetu ya Kenya, mama ambaye akona msimamo, na hiyo ndio kitu ambayo tunataka katika uongozi wa hii mtu ambaye ni shupavu, mama ambaye amesimamia nchi yetu ya Kenya, mama ambaye akona msimamo, na hiyo ndio kitu ambayo tunataka katika uongozi wa hii nchi.
Okay.
Asante Bernard.
One people. Okay, thank you. We will combine the rest together, and we'll be having that as part of our identity in this place. Asanteni sana. Martin, bring loan to finish the loaning.
Inshallah, Mungu akubariki na asante sana kwa kazi unayofanya. Tunakushukuru wewe. Sasa wewe ni wetu kabisa na hakuna mahali unaenda. Hii chama tunaifanya ikuwe kubwa. We thank you so much for your work. thank you for today. Tunakuheshimu. Wengine wakikuja, wacha nitajaribu. Najua kazi yako inakuanga ngumu, saa zingine naachagwa hapa inakuwa noma. Nitapigana, lakini nyumba na Mama Selina wako hapa kunisaidia. Good night, brother. Have a good night, and we do really appreciate you. Mr. Lone, I think you're the next one, and then Nyumba, and then Mama Selina will give us our, atatupatia yake. So, Lone, the floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, thanks a lot, and hi to everyone. Echoing, what was his name? I think Kenywa. It's true that Mount Kenya has been the safe haven for vote leaguing. That's a fact. I come from there, and you see the trend, how the voting and the results has been carried out. It's only a fool who can say that there has been something. We don't, hatutakangi ku-accept hiyo, but that's the reality. And away from that, I'll be very short. This is my first time, so I appreciate. And sasa tukitoka sasa, kwa hiyo nilikuwa nataka kuuliza kusema kitu moja. I was in another channel, the other Mutembei channel, the Kikuyu one and the Mount Kenya one. And there's something I hope when the guy here by name Nyumba can ascertain that Kenya is gone, so I wanted him to be there so he can say something. And for us, I come from Mount Kenya, and for us from Mount Kenya, it has been that anyone, almost about 100%, not even 99%, of those guys who were born before 2000, maybe from after 2000, I can't ascertain that, but before 2000, most of us were brought up in this notion, yeah, Raila ni mbaya. It's not a must that you can get that from your own parents. If you don't get it from your parents, you'll get it from your grandparents. So that's how it has been. Sa mtu kama mimi, I grew up knowing Raila ni mbaya. Until I finished, I cleared my Form 4, I did my whatever school, whatever I do, wherever I went, I did whatever I did. But up to Form 4, until you get to that time where you can think rationally on your own and make a decision without being coerced by anyone, most of us, we have been brought up knowing that Raila is a bad guy. He's very bad. But we are not given the characters of what he has done to make him bad. But we grow knowing that he's bad. So when I see that some guys, especially this generation, most who at my age, singing the Yuda anthem, I understand why, because most of them have been brought up that way, and they can't think on their own. I don't know, maybe I should call it being silly or stupid. Juu enyewe kuna vitu zingine unaenda kuargue na mtu ama unajaribu kulay a point to someone and you hear their way of contributing their points and why they are telling you they are placing or flaming their issues, you just wonder kwani hatufikiri. So sasa, for those guys who are maybe watching and they come from Mount Kenya, I would just urge them to think rationally, individually. Most of these guys who says like Raila ni mbaya, if you ask them, what did Raila do? Why is he banned? Why is it that in Mount Kenya everyone says that almost everyone says that he's banned? None will give you a genuine reason why. It's only that it has been framed that in their mind. Alafu sasa tukikuja tunaona huyu nasikia aliyepewa cheo anaitwa deputy wa Yesu. Huyu sasa mnaona analia saa hizi. You know, this guy is a cunning guy. Kwa nini yaliangi yakiwa rari analia ati wakati ati kuna mambo? Because he knows he will get sympathy from these believers, the Christian believers. That's why he's doing that, trying to coerce them to be sympathetic to him and get the votes from him. After that, he'll be saying, I cried, now I'm laughing. If he get that, of which I don't see it. So guys need to be wise. They need to dig straight on their own, make the right decision, because all that matters is you making the right decision, that if something comes out tomorrow, you will not regret of the decision that you made. Sasa analia hata maybe hata ni zile vitendo mbaya ashaifanyia watoto wa wenyewe. The ghost of those kids are haunting him. There are so many scenarios, that's why he was crying. Ama anajua, nasikia Mama Karo anasema si chezi na si cheki masaa ya kazi. Anajua hapa ni kumbaya. Akijua the billions or the much he has pocketed, the corruption he has been doing. Anajua sasa there is no way out. So hii hata sijui kwa ni watu wa Central ama wa Mount Kenya, they only need to be wise. Because like Martin, you are saying that it's over, done and dusted, and other people tell them take to the bank. I will tell them not even to take it to the bank. Let them cash it, because we will be toasting. Yeah, that's all I can say.
All right.
Thanks a lot.
Lon, thank you so much for your contribution. We really do appreciate it. Anybody that wants to join this conversation, you can actually join in still. The link is on there. You can come and give your contribution. You're welcome. Ni kipindi cha Lala Salama, tunahitaji kila kitu na every mind that you can actually come in and contribute about this. We've been here for a long time, and we only have 4 more days, and we need to choose our Kenya, and we need your contribution in it. The next person was going to be Nyumba, but I see a hand up from our dear Mama Selina. Again, nitasema kama kuna mtu anataka kucontribute na anataka kuingia, you can actually come in before the watu wa jioni waingie. They will be here shortly. We're just holding it, but we have to make the channel keep on moving. With the permission of Mr. Nyumba, thank you so much for being here. I will want to give Mama Selina, I don't know if it's a question or something, but the floor is for Mr. Nyumba. Just want to give Mama Selina, I don't know where the hand was for. Sijui, Mama Selina, no, utatuambia. Mr. Nyumba is here. The floor is yours. Yes, sir.
With your permission, let me attend to something outside the house, please. Briefly, I'll be back.
Okay, but you know the floor is yours, eh? Usipotee sana.
Ni sawa, I'm attending to something outside, briefly. 5 minutes.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. We appreciate you.
Lawan, thank you for your concern. Umesema, yes, watu wamesaliwa 2000. Between Raila, yenye wati wasasi walisema ama grandfathers, and the deputy president, and what the Kikuyus believe they go through in 24 years, and again 207, what really happened to Kikuyus, and even your people are not in their farms in Rift Valley, and even the Kiambaa church. This man is building churches in Central like hell, and the one they kill people, they have never even done that. How do you people feel? Like your relationship with Kalenjin so with Ruto is what? What does it even to Kikuyus? And do you imagine this man loves you or he want to use you guys?
You know, it's so simple. Of course, there are those guys who are diehards who can't think of their own. They are those people, unajua kuna watu wanasemanga Wakikuyu si wajinga. It's true. Most of them are not, but you still find, si kila mtu mjinga. You can't say that other kabila ati ni jinga. That's not the concept. The thing is, Mkikuyu hataona mahali atakuria pesa akose. That's one thing. So for him building all those churches, there's no way he could go to Central and say that he's building churches and those guys say, no, we don't need your help. They will still take the money, but most of them, they will do the opposite of what you want them to do on their own. But still, we still have this, we still have a quite number you cannot ignore. When you are blindfolded, when you wanafanya vile anataka, but not everyone. Yesterday I talked to another guy. He's from Nyeri. He's my friend. I was speaking to him through the phone. Now, we discussed about the issue about how Mount Kenya is and where it's headed to if we don't take care. And it was a sober conversation because he was even telling me that he doesn't know what some guys are thinking about. He even told me that there are some guys who are some of them are his friends and some are good and some of them are actually preaching the Yuda gospel. Na tukaongea na yeye akaniambia, actually he comes from the constituency where Gachagua is the member of parliament. And he was speaking and he told me that he was in a hotel. And in that hotel, nobody wanted to talk about the politics. Because no one wants to start the conversation of saying, I'll be voting for Raila. So most of them are keeping in their heart saying, knowing that for myself, I'll be voting for Raila. But no one wants to start that conversation because you don't know how the other people allowed you, how will take it. And you don't want to be pointing fingers, you know. It's not that, I think people, because of the way they have been brought up and this notion of a bad Raila in them, that concept, maybe hiyo imefanya wasikue so free to talk about Raila. But according to him, alikuwa ananiambia, he just said very round and talked to people and it's like everyone in that hotel was waiting for someone just to start the conversation and say something positive about Raila. So yeye akiniambia, alikuwa ananiambia the conversation, everyone's in the whole hotel, they were now talking about saying, I'll be voting Raila. I'll be voting Raila. Of course, there are so those maybe who saw others are saying like that and saying so, but kuati Ruto amekuwa akileta pesa, hajui wa Kikuyu. Mi naona ati polls zinapatia Raila 20%. Raila asipopata 40%, I don't know. That then, for me, that's the least I can give him. Unajua Ruto wako anafikiria ati Raila atakuwa accepted Mount Kenya, and putting the facts that the facts kama like the previous elections, Raila was getting like maybe less than 10%, not even 10%, maybe 7 or 5, less than that. So for Raila even getting that 21 anasema saa hizi, that's a very big step ahead for him in the mountain.
Let me ask you another question. Raila Karua, to say they like, okay, I may not like Raila, but at least I have my own. So how do they feel? And they know the stand of Martha Karua, na wanajua Martha Karua ni mtu wako na msimamo, alisaidia wakati ya Kibaki when things was. So if now I say, most of the Kalenjin, they say, oh, somebody say, if I don't want to mention the name Raila, wanasema tunapigia Martha Karua. So is something like that in Central, like, well, I don't want to talk about Raila, but let me say I fought Martha Karua. Ama, oh, we don't like Ruto, but we are voting Gachagua.
Of course, there are those people who are actually thinking in that line or on that line. Wanaweza kuwa si wengi, you know, like there are some people. I come from where Martha Karua has been the member of parliament. She was my MP when I was in school, and when I was growing up, I could hear people saying that Martha Karua is not doing much, but they forget that wakati Martha Karua alikuwa MP, it's not like today. Today there is devolution, there is this CDF and kitties that they have been given. I think wakati wa Moi hazikuwa, and back then wakati wa Moi, it's either you told line ya Moi for your constituents to get development, or you are against him and you stay like that. So most of the people, they don't want to think like that. Naonanga tu saizi kuna wenye wao usifu Waiguru, the governor. But I don't understand people. I mean, I really don't understand people. But we have a big share, like from Kirinyaga. Martha Karua has a big share, and especially right now, like last time when they were competing with Waiguru for the governorship. Waiguru akuacha Karua na vile, and that's why she was even able to go to the court.
She was ripped in. Okay, najua Keshoko, najua nyumbani kwa kina Martha Karua.
Yeah, that's where I come from.
Okay, thank you so much. I've been in that campaign ya kutembea na mguu kwenda kwa washosho. Nimekuwa hiyo Keshoko, naweza sema najua Keshoko. Nimekuwa na Martha Karua wakati Karapa tumekuja election ya Karapa, tulikuja hiyo ya Mwea. Okay, I've been with that mostly. Pia mi nilikuwa official ya NAK Kenya, nilikuwa national deputy women leader. My name is Selina Sego na nimefanya kazi na Martha Karua, and I know how she was respected. Na the only constituency in Central yenye Martha Karua every weekend angesema tukimbie Kirinyaga, that ungepata watu ya Kirinyaga wakipanga laini pale parliament with the CTF money. Nilikuwa hapo akichenga hiyo nyumba ya korofa hiyo, alichenga kwao ndani kwa baba yake. So a lot of people are talking, but ukiangalia wakati Martha Karua alikuwa MP na wakati Waiguru wamekuja, I think now you have Waiguru, you have Gerechi. Between now, kwa sababu Martha is a hub, na tuliona kama Kirinyaga mnaweza patia huyo governor ya NAK Kenya. How is it now between Gerechi na Waiguru na Mureti?
Unajua, I think this will be too personal because I've not known Gerechi for so long, but kuna kitu moja uarimbia Gerechi. Actually, Gerechi achukiwi Kirinyaga. The only thing that uarimbia Gerechi, I think, ni bwanake, because he gets involved in her affairs and he's so bad-mouthed. You ongea vibaya sana.
So the husband, let me understand. Watu wanapigia bwana ya Gerechi. Okay, I know the man is rich. I know the husband is billionaire, yes? But now, watu ya Kirinyaga wanapigianga Gerechi ama wanapigia bwana?
Sasa sasa hiyo hapo ndio shinda iko, cause it's very hard to kusikiza watu wenye wanasema ama wanasikia offended na huyo bwana ya Ngirishi to convince them vote ya Ngirishi. Juu wanasema anaongea hivyo cause hata mkivotia Ngirishi huyu mwanaume ndiye atakuwa behind the doors, ndiye atakuwa ana control everything. Kama si anaitisha kiti and he can afford to open his mouth and talk to people the way he wants, na akiingia hapo then when he knows that they have that power, he will not be having that power, but behind the scene he will be having a say. So that's the point. Si Anjabu Ngirisha anaweza chaguliwa, but she has a big task ahead of her.
Okay,
Huyo mzee wake
Mama Selina na Lon, thank you for that conversation. It's taught us a lot. Tumeshukuru sana. Mama Selina, nice questions, nice conversation with Lon. I guess I know people are listening to us and they are learning something. Lakini si tuendelee na kamkururo kama unless kuna kitu ingine Mama Selina unataka kuongeza ama yeye aongeze. Mr. Nyumba, our dad is back here, amemaliza na tungepanda kusikia ile ametuwekea leo, manake ni mtu mwenye utupatia mawaidha kila siku, huwa tunamsikiza na tunapenda sana. We love you sir, you're full of wisdom in our lives. Most of us hata wenye tuongei sana ukiwa
Waachie hapo Ndeto, waachie hapo tafadhali.
Unless Mama Selina uko na kitu ingine unataka kuongezea Loan, na ningependa kupatia Mr. Nyumba, lakini naona uko nayo, ongeza basi kama Mr. Nyumba.
Amini just Serena, you should not be worried. Ndeto anashindanga akimwambia it's done over and dusted. That's the way it is. So all we need is just prepare to make a toast.
Mama Selina, uko tayari kuacha nyumba aende?
Ni sawa. Niko na ni sawa. Kina Emily, kina Caro, the councillors. Okay. Emily women leader na anasimama councillor. So I know Kirinyaka.
Haya, Mr. Nyumba, tuambie Shabe huko Kiamunyi, nini inaendelea huko? Kama tunacheza kama sisi, nasikia kuna shida ya
mvua ni nyingi, inanyesha. So Mungu ametubariki, hatutapata njaa.
Nasikia msichana wa XMP anatusumbua huko Kihika. Ule alikuwa lawyer huko, nasikia anasumbua, ni kama anataka kuchukua Wewe tuambie nini inaendelea huko bwana, tuambie.
Sasa wewe Ndeto, hata jana nimelia hiyo mambo kwa sababu I usually buy the two papers, the Standard and the Nation. Na kwa Nation kulikuwa imesemekana ya kwamba hiyo poll, sijui kumbuke ni which specific, have the paper somewhere, at Susan Kihika is leading with 47%. Now my candidate Lee Kenyanjui at 40%. I felt a bit low. We have done a lot of good campaign for current governor, and not only that, as I said in another forum, the governor is a performer. He has done so much, but I don't know what happened with human beings. Sometimes they get carried away with irrelevancies, and they don't see the true picture. And I was quoting the other day in the Bible. It said that watu wangu hupotea kwa lack of knowledge. People get wanapotea. So lack of knowledge is very bad, because you have eyes, you will not be able to see. You have ears, then you can't hear. So I think it's lack of knowledge. So, it was affirmed that some of these polls are irrelevant. They are not true picture, because on the ground, by my feelings, Governor Kenyanjui is going back. We want him back actually to go on. He has set a very good example. I'm not saying the first government of Kenodia was bad, but those are the pioneers. Pioneers face a lot of problems. They don't know which direction to take. So ilikuwa ni kulegalega tu, hakuelewa vizuri the first county government. But the second one, it has performed. And so if given another chance, it's going to perform even better. Now, today I didn't want to speak much because after people with authority in terms of many issues, I listened to Kenya, I listened to Kamau, I've listened to Bernard, I listened to even Lon. I have very little to say, especially about the topics at hand, because they have exhausted. Especially Kamau was very comprehensive in his talk. Similar Kenya, you know, there's a forum where, as you said, people with the brains, they come here, and if one doesn't learn something from here, then you never learn. Because every situation we should get out. Let me put it this way: when day breaks, Bonandeto, by evening you should analyze what you have learned for that day, because in life you learn things every other time when you have an open mind. You learn from your juniors, you learn from your seniors, your equals. You should be learning actually, unless you block your brain. So even me, I've learned a lot of things in this forum. And not only that, the most interesting thing to learn is about the human behavior. It's the most difficult thing, and how to relate. Because every time you're meeting different brains, watu wa Kenya kuisha wanakuja hapa, wanakuja hapa. No, I was in I'm an elder man, born, brought up in Rift Valley, and Nakuru especially. Worked in Nakuru. I'm retired, but I'm not tired. I'm still working as a professional. And last weekend, I was in Karatina. That's where my in-laws come from. In fact, Madeira. They come from Madeira. That's where my wife comes from. That is some place called Kemariga. Now, of course, you know, in Kikuyu land, the in-laws don't sleep at the in-laws' place. Be fined. I can't sleep in the homestead. So I had to go look for a hotel in Karatina. There was a very funny episode the following morning. As we were discussing, the MCA for the area was there, the big hat, and one or two people there. They were taking their tea in the morning. That's 7:30. So as they were talking politics, I'm always interested. I can't keep aloof. That's the reason. So I greet them, tell them who I am, where I've come from, and which is my party. Then then it was Jubilee, but now it's different. If it's today, I'll tell them it's different thing. And one of them says, Lon, this is true because maybe I've been born and brought up in Central. An elder man like me just says that he cannot elect a Kehe. He cannot elect uncircumcised person. Just that. I don't know. Sijui aliona hiyo mizigo wake wapi ndio akajua hajakatwa. It's very stupid. Just that. You know, and another one was taking his task at that early morning. When he has that time from AZIMIO, he almost causing a fracas. He had to take off. But I understood the situation. These are pro Gachagua. These are Gachagua's people. And in fact, they quoted, they said, even the sentencing, it was not judicial, it was political. The sentencing of Gachagua, they can't see it that way. And not only that, they were quoting that, you remember Kenyatta's time, of course, the Kikuyus, they have got their own differences, Kiambu, Nyeri, Muranga, and others, okay? You know, it was said that the governorship should never go beyond the river what? You have that. You may be young, but there was that mentality that leadership will remain in Kiambu all the time. It should not go to Nyeri. So actually, one of the people this weekend, he said that Uhuru is making sure that the governorship doesn't go beyond the Zagada, because of Nani Gachagua. They can go that low. That sort of argument. Of course, you feel you don't have to participate in such a situation. So in short, I said I may not actually talk much about today's topics as stated in the flows there, but because people have talked, Kamau talked well, Kenya talked well, Loni have talked well. The only thing I want to put here is that in life, okay, maybe I should have started that. You na Deto ulianza ulipoteza njia, singeanza hivyo. Wewe ulipotosha, ningeanza na Jakentube, tumpatie pole. And however old you are, your parents are parents, your kids are your kids. I lost my mom 3 years ago. She went to heaven at 88 years. I still feel it. And especially the mothers. I have lost, my father went home way back 17 years ago. And you feel it. It doesn't matter the age. But I'm saying it's even more serious when it's a mother. than a father. I'm sorry, I'm not saying that me, I'm a father, of course, but you know, you have to understand practice. Emo ni advise watu haka hapa wadogo kunishinda miaka. Hakuna vile mtoto hata kama anakupenda kama baba atakupenda zaidi kuliko ya mama yake. Ile titi alinyonya hasahau, vile alishikwa ni mama. It cannot be equal. Of course, they love the parents. They say equally, but they fall more on the mother's side with reasons. That's logical, actually. Hakunyonya matiti yako we baba. From that beginning, huyo mtoto akona special attachment to the mother. Now, coming general to life, I'm saying I just want to cover things. Ebu mujiulize, and this is what I always ask. Kwani uko hii ulimwengu kufanya nini? Why are you here? Why are you on this forum? Why on earth? And on this earth, we are very briefly here. You know, the Bible says 70 years. Anything above is a bonus. I'm nearing that. Anything will be a bonus. But then I'm asking, at this age, you start asking yourself, why are you here? To do what? Just to eat and sleep. Quarrel with other people. Be political. Be a leader. For what? We are here for the welfare of the whole generation. For now and for the future. So whatever you do, and that's why they are martyrs. You know, kama watu wengi wamekufa GM karaoke kina nani hawa. People die for a cause, but their name never dies because they are fighting for the welfare of the people. So that's why I'm saying on this forum, an episode happened recently, even to me, it looked like a security issue. I really care so much. As long as Kenya will be better, even after I leave. And this forum, we are here to make Kenya better. We are advocating for AZIMIO to take over. But I can also caution the same AZIMIO leaders, Honorable Raila, Mother Karua, English vigency. Alex vigency. Kujilipia inaitwa nini? Hata Makedi na hiyo. Hiyo ni ya Mungu, tusijilipishe. Let's just do the right thing.
Kwa kizungu inaitwa kisasi. Kwa Kiswahili inaitwa vengeance.
Oh, you're learned. Richie, you're learned. We leave it to God. Of course, even punishing your kid, you don't kill a kid when you're actually writing him, making him do the right things. Unamwonyesha njia, na nasema akiwa mdogo unaweza chuna. Akifika 18 mnaongea. Kwa Kikwetu tunasemaga na leo unajua hii kihoto. A kid is still a kid at 18. Let me call a kid because there's a kid at 18. Huwezi kuchukua kiboko tunachapa na kiboko. No, that's the wrong way to do it. You use words and wisdom to correct any mistakes one is doing. So I beg that we should not be seen like we are going to hang these guys who have been stealing from us. They are still our guys. Even Ruto is our guy. He's our man. He's a relative. Okay? Gachagua similarly. Can hear even I have taken away from there.
Chamba warutishe mali ya wa Kenya.
Naelekea hapo. Madam, naelekea hapo. I'm going that direction now. Warudishe na tuwahurumie, lakini warudishe. Na sirudishe kwanza kutotolea hasira. Sinakwambia huko Karatina, wengine wanasema ati hiyo kesi ya Gachagua ati ilifanywa hivyo ni political. Now it has been taking 3 years. This guy stole. They can't believe he stole. They converted to this political. So I agree. That's the story was coming to Mama Selina. Warudishe. Not only once. Hata Bible nasema mara 4. Narudio. Hata chukuliwe ingine yao mingi. And they're suffering. Hata kina Haitito na kina Gachagua hawa. Unafikia hiyo 200 million alikula na wengine. Na he is the victim now. Hata bebe hiyo mzigo peke yake tu. Hata pengine itaguza wagawa wakubwa wake. Lakini yesa bebe hiyo mzigo. Na walipe mara 4. Alafu tutasamehe na tuendelee. Lakini tutaonesha kamba. Ni sawa. Hawasalina.
Mpaka watu wafungwe ndio wengine wasirutie. Ukianza maneno ya msamaha after 5 years papa na mama wameondoka inakuwa the same music. So the best thing mama amesema hata kama ni mtoto yake ama ni ndugu yake, kama we ni mwisi unatretiwa equal, because we want to, tunataka Kenya mpya yenye Mama Selina, Alex na nani tutakuwa tunachunga sheria. So we don't have to go there. Tunasema rudisha mali ya Wakenya, enda hatutakupeleka Hague, tunakupeleka hapo kamiti, watu yako watakuja kukuona hapo, sijui na hiyo Making'ong'o, hiyo Naivasha. That is where people will belong.
Madam Selina, I see it slightly different. I'm saying this, tutaambia warudishe, naweza kurudisha na warudishe hata nyingi zaidi, tunasamehea. Because it is called double tragedy. Waambie mtu arudishe, hapo tena unafunga yeye. Mwenye anakataa, tunafunga na tunyakua mali zake. Lakini we shall give them a period, mwenye ameiba arudishe, na mwenye akona akili atarudisha. So we are actually in agreement. Maybe mimi mtu wa huruma sana, Selina. Niko nakuwa na huruma nyingi sana saa zingine. But I think I would not have been a lawyer or a judge, because hata mtu anaweza kuja afanye ongee nimhurumie. And uliona mama hapa ule anaitwa nani? Huyu Waithera, clear emotional, you know, because sometimes this thing touch you and you feel it, and you can even become emotional. So hiyo tuachie hapo tu, ni sawa. Sasa ya mwisho ni kutoka, nataka kutoka. Nilikuwa nasikia mbuzi yangu moja ikipiga kelele nje, nililia kuangalia iko safe. Najua wazee wanaangalia mambo nyingi, nimekuta iko sawa. Ni mbwa zinasumbuana kidogo, na sasa naona maswali wakiadi hawa watu wapatia ruhusa tu waki.
One request.
Ningependa muniache
One request.
Ni Martin bado in charge.
Familia. Nataka kuambia Chomba, election inafika, watoto yangu wako Nakuru, unajua mahali wako, tafadhali pitisha macho. Najua watu wamehama Nakuru, na nimeambia watoto wakae, najua watakuwa safe, lakini tafadhali election ikiendelea, pita hapo na gari, ona hiyo familia wako sawa. Nimekuachia hiyo watoto kwa mkono yako.
Ebu sikiza Mama Selina, wakati kulikuwa shida ya 2008, in fact I was the chairman of my church, me am a Catholic, na nakaa Kiamunyi. Watu wengine walikuwa wakitoka kwingine wanakuja Kiamunyi kukaa, because Kiamunyi were cosmopolitan, na people felt safer in Kiamunyi. And of course even the church we used to talk, tunaambia hapa tuko ndugu na dada, tribe yetu ni Christian na lazima tuheshimiane. So they are safe, and I'll do what you have said, in touch, and there is no trouble. Kiamunyi is very safe. It's a quiet place. We are mixed. Kuna Wakisi, kwanza Wakisi wameinvest wengi sana hapa, na Waluya, Wajaluo, we are one family here, okay? Kiamunyi. Originally it was to be Kiambu, Murang'a and Nyeri. Kiamunyi, that's what it stands for. But now when the plots, these shambas wazee wakipumzika, vijana wanaganya plots, si watu wananunua. You don't choose who is going to buy your plot. And actually this is a very safe place. Watu wako safe. So okay. Ya mwisho yes, Ndeto. Hata
no, maliza dadi, lakini tafadhali, because kunataka kuacha usukani, kuna wakubwa wamekuja, unajua mimi ni mdogo. Kama unaweza maliza tu nipatiane yangu.
Nimemaliza, ni maswali tu naona inakuja kutoka. Pengine Loan akona swali. Nimemaliza tu.
Loan, kama utaacha tu kidogo, nikishapatiana, once I hand over to the bosses, then now you can go after that. Ile naweza shukuru ni sometimes when you see these elders that come over here, the Alexes, the Jumbas, the Selinas, the Richards, Loan, mimi mnaweza niangalia tu niko huko kando, but we are here to educate each other, each other in our lives, and we learn from a lot from everybody else. Watu wenye natusikiza, we do learn a lot. I have learned a lot from this channel.
Ndeto. Mwambia Alex ana ni maji na kunywa, acha kuimply something. Ni maji.
Atakugonga tu saa hizi. But I like it. It's brought our Kenya together, brought different people from different entities, different worlds of life together. So we do appreciate. And ladies and gentlemen, like I always do whenever I get this chance to actually, I only get like about 20 minutes to moderate and, to hold it. But the main people are back here. I'm about to hand it back And water, please, we only have 4 more days to decide the future of our kids and the kids of our kids and our country and where it's going. Let's learn from each other. Let's listen to each other. Let's learn a community, and let's do the right thing for our community. At this point, I think, Richie, you're taking over. I appreciate you. Alex, good to see you. So you guys take over. I'm probably gonna leave for a minute. Unajua mimi nitakuja tu baadaye, mimi watu wa kufunga huko nitakuja kusumbua either kwa comment section or maybe come in if you allow me. But I want you to take over. Mr. Nyumba, always nice to see you. Mama Selina, always nice to see you. Lon, I think this is the first time that I've seen you. Karibu sana. Hapa ni nyumbani. So guys, when you're natusikiza, and come in. Don't be on the comment section or just listening. Come in and elaborate yourself. Be a part of this change that we're about to do for our country. Thank you guys. Tupatane baadaye.
Aya, shukran Mato. Shukran kushikilia studio mpaka wengine tukaingia. Wacha nipatie kwanza Lon, naona kuna swali kwa Nyumba before Nyumba aondoke.
Ya, unajua nimesikia kitu Nyumba amesema ati we need to be lenient to these guys. I don't think there is need for leniency. Kama wewe ni mwizi, uitwe mwizi, uitike. Kama umeimba, you know, just telling them to return whatever they have stolen, it's not enough. Even if you tell them to return whatever they stole, yeah, they return everything. You give them a hefty fine, and if they are unable to pay that fine, they go to jail. I think most of the countries that are developed, that's how they work out with their corruption. That if you are corrupt, whatever you gained or you attained through corruption, it's taken away from you, and then you are issued a flesh fine based on maybe whatever you had grabbed or stolen. Ukikosa kulipa, then unahukumu. I think that's the only way to go about it. Hata mtu penye yuko aki-engage in corruption, you know there's something ahead waiting for you. So people will be fearing to get caught doing such shady jobs or shady things. I think
Thank you, Lon.
Kitu nilikuwa nataka kusema watu kusikue na leniency.
Answer you, Lon. When I'm talking of leniency, nimesema hivi. For example, nowadays even in schools, unakuta mwalimu ana discipline mtoto, anachapa mtoto mpaka anamuumiza, ama hata wengine anakufa, ati ilikuwa ni discipline. Are you getting the way I'm looking at it? Discipline the kid, don't kill the kid. It has happened practically. Ilikuwa ni discipline, mtoto anachapa mpaka anakufa. Hata wewe mzazi, pengine wazazi wengine wanachapa mtoto mpaka Staki remember our days, things were bad. So when I'm talking of leniency, discipline is there. And I said it can be double tragedy. Kama hata Bible nasema kama mtu, hebu nikuulize, kama mtu akiambiwa arudishe 4 times na arudishe yenye ameiba, kwani akuwe jailed? Atarudisha 4 times alafu tena unamfunga? It can't work that way. So one way or the other. Let me also give another example. Let me finish. I'm finishing, Lon. In Kenya, there's a death sentence. Makosa ingine unaambia tu ni kunyongwa. Wamenyongwa ngapi? The law is there. Since tangu lini mwisho ulisikia mtu amenyongwa? Na wengi hata size even tomorrow and yesterday wamekatiwa kunyongwa ni court. The law is still there. Na nakatiwa wamenyongwa ngapi? So it's like I don't want to go to extremities are not good. Moderation is there, and that's what Makiadi is here. Kama Makiadi ako hapa na kukosa moderation, everything got haywire. And that's maybe I can be a good moderator myself. Wacha nimalizie hapo. Na pengine tutoke hiyo topic. Mbuzi zangu zimeanza kulialia. Makiadi alijua nitatoka. Ron, I'm happy to meet you, and I'm going to give you my ears. Tumsikie tu Makiadi. Acha tusikie.
No, I meant that if someone gets corrupt, you return whatever you've taken out of it, and then you are issued with a fine for what you did. If you pay that, there is no need for you to be taken to jail. But if you don't pay that, then you are taken to jail.
We are talking the same thing.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, we
That's what
are
I
in the
meant.
same line. We're in the same
And
language.
I think I got you. I don't know whether I got you wrong, Julius. Ni kama umesema ati kwa nini mtu waitishwe na afungwe? I think ati mtu unaweza jua utafungwa ukose kutoa hiyo pesa. I mean, government has so many ways to get to the bottom of everything. Huwezi jificha serikali, hata ufiche hiyo pesa wapi. There is even diplomacy whether you can still recover that money where if you stuck it abroad. So I don't think that that's an issue to the government.
I request to achia hapo because we are thinking the same. We are talking the same. We are in the same boat. Mama Selina, all of us actually in the same line of thinking. We are together. Okay. I'm not in going opposite of whatever you are thinking and doing. Tuko pamoja, Selina na Lord.
Wow.
Thank you.
Aya, sawa, thank you. Nyabwanzu, I do not know how to pin the number. I wish I could, lakini sijajua vile Banadu ana pin opinion polls zake pia. So, let me see. I want to play a video unless Alex uko na kitu ya kusema.
Yeah, I needed to thank you, Lon, for coming. I listened to you. I was in the background. You made me stop and speak to you. Thank you for being honest about your political history on how you viewed Raila. And I think you are in that age whereby most of the people like you, by saying people like you doesn't mean demeaning you. Like most people who are born something in South Africa they call the free generation. For us, it started in 2002 when Moi got out of power. It's not when Section 2A was taken. Immediately after the election of 2002, the cabinet that took over started working and demonizing Raila Amolo Odinga. And it went to 2007 to the climax. Now, 2013, because of The Hague, it went a notch higher. 2017, because of the nullification of the election again, it culminated to a level that we had never anticipated. Because at that point, even
Alex, how old are you?
Olara, keep quiet. I don't know what's wrong with you. My age doesn't matter here. In 2017, we thought now of secession, okay, which was the worst of the worst, and it wasn't just a thought. People were ready, because if you remember on how even people came to kuapisha Baba, we were sick and tired. Enough was enough. People were ready to do whatever it takes to get out from, you know, we viewed it as a form of neo-colonialism. You know, I viewed Uhuru as a neoliberal gangster. That is it. In the modern times, that's how I viewed him. But on the other side, what we failed to see was you people had been born in a society that was so toxic. And that society, unfortunately, now that is where I'm coming to where you are talking with Nyumba. That society comes up to a point whereby one of the contributors here recently said, he asked, I a young boy, what do you want to be when you grow up? The young boy said, I want to be a cartel. So I will equate your generation to a generation whereby you have a cartel mindset. And I'm not saying that I am abusing you. I mean, the best you have seen is a cartel or a looter or a killer, or, I mean, you've been infused so much hatred. The political meetings that we had in the podium, people like Kuria were only elected because they were able to have more clout of fear, hatred, and abuse. Okay? So you got it in 2007, you got it 2013, you got it in 2017. So I think what Baba needs to do is not to jail people. These people, what the government and the state has created them to be what they are. They were not brought up to be normal people. You get me? The state and the government has made them to be who they are. And therefore, we must borrow a leaf from South Africa. We can't jail everybody. We have so many historical, political, economic injustice in that country. Until and unless we create truth, justice, and reconciliation, true reconciliation, whereby we are going to start from scratch, we will be overwhelmed. And I think that is where Nyumba is coming from. He's coming from a point of view whereby if we start, and I think that is where we have a problem with Ruto. Ruto wants to come to power and jail Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta or whoever. That is why there were assassinations that you saw, which were for us extrajudicial killings. We must stop that. We must ask ourselves, how do we pause, start afresh, and take the mindset of, I want the young people of Central to understand that the hatred that they have been infused to, they are having is not their hatred. It's a political hatred that has been given to them so that the politicians can benefit. Now, you were once in that league, okay? And you were given an opportunity to find redemption. So if you were still there, you could have been a good cartel, or you could have subscribed into something higher than that. So these young people, or some of the people who are there, some, not all of them, it is the system that has made them to be who they are. And we must do everything in our capacity to get them from there so that they can start thinking like progressive Kenyans. Punishment, it is not going to help. We must talk. And the talk between Raila Amolo Odinga and Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta has brought us here to the point whereby Uhuru is retiring a hero while he entered not as a hero. So I think I will end it there, that I think what Nyumba was saying is a conversation is better than us. These young men are not in their right minds. The people who are stealing from hospitals to make themselves, there was a young man, lastly when I finished, there was a young man who was working NSSF or NHIF. Imagine he gets from NSSF huko juu, anachukua Prado yake anaenda Wilson, ako na ndege yake inamtoa Wilson, inampeleka ndege inampeleka mpaka kwa nyumba yake. I don't know if you saw that story. Inampeleka mpaka ndege. You are so greedy to a point you buy a personal plane. You buy a Prado to take you from work to Wilson Airport, then unapanda ndege kutoka Wilson Airport, you land on top of your rooftop in Kitsuri. That's greed. We must do something to deconstruct that greed. It can't be by punishment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. I like Makiadi. Alex, for once I've forgiven you for always checking what I'm drinking. You are very constructive, and yeah. And Lon and Selena have understood what I was leading to. Maybe my language is not as clear as yours, but it's come out very clearly. We are in the same thoughts. Thanks.
Aya, sawa. I think now I want to move the debate forward. We have a bit to cover today before we end the show, ile masaa yetu, so I want to play a video here first. Olara ngoja, Olara umekuja saa ngoja tu. You'll have some time here to speak. Let me share a video here. And it's good to see you, Lon. Umesema ni mara yako ya kwanza, ungetuambia mapema tukupatie nafasi ya kumake maiden speech. Unajua ukikuja hapa for the first time, we give you a little bit of time.
The much I've got, I appreciate. Thanks.
Okay, asante.
Nani kufa miti yote uteleza, si namna hiyo? Unaona jamaa analia. Sasa nataka kwanza kualika our incoming first lady, yule ambaye atakuwa mama wa taifa tarehe 10 mwezi wa 8, siku 4 ijayo peke yake. Mama Aida Odinga. Mama Betty Aida Odinga.
Kumbana kendo ini kare demero itiko malaike itoya yore nate yamono isengi saerani pokiwe yo wasigolo ateboni mi alozo pile sacho kandaloe mudu parmoko ijiwo bede nae pokitwa ngama lwenyo loya kata kaleo tikoto okanaluo egi mangeyo manueli jakora pokowe yo wasigolo ya
Erokamano. Nyithindwa. Kwanauru. An nyinga iluongo ni min piny. Iluongo nang'o? Iluongo ni ng'a? To kan min piny, an min ji duto. Kaku ng'eny ni, uduto unu nyithinda. Kaku ng'eny ni, uduto nyithinda. Ere ng'ama kweda ka? Ere ng'ama oyie koda? Erokamano. Ara kuyie koda kaka mamau, adwa nyiso gimoro achiel. Sani Nyasaye otimona maber. Kawuono wan ka waduto. To lweny mwadhieni. Wadhie kwa prepare piny, waloso piny ni vijana mang'eny man kani ma nyithindagi. Lweny ni eri. Wadhi kwa ng'en, wadhi loye. Wadhi time nade. Lweny ni mabro kelo mabadiliko kwa maisha yetu. Italeta mambo ya afya, mambo ya masomo, mambo ya uchukuzi, giweche duto mwadwaro maber. Ubu ne kaka piny lokore. Wach bar nyithindo thagore ni onge tich orumo. Wach bar ji tuore tho nikech onge yien kata onge thieth orumo. Wach bar jomoko ok dhi skul nikech gionge fees orumo. Yawa. Donge ber. Ewa miana konu. Kochopo tarik 9 dwe mar 8 ndalo 4 kia ndalo 3 koaka. Kura ugoni Raila Amolo. Kura ugoni baba, ugoni ng'a? Baba. Kura ya Togilange. Kura ya baba na Martha Karua.
Martha nyako miluongo ni Martha ni. Wasea kode mabor Martha. Nyako miluongo ni Martha ni. Kode mabor. Higa mar wawacho gimoro achiel maparo nokugeyo. Higa mar 1990, when Baba was arrested for the last time and detained, I had gone around looking for lawyers who could defend Baba in court. I went around looking for lawyers who could defend Baba in court. Then I met a small young girl, very bright, very intelligent. And that small girl was none other than Martha Wangari Karua. Higa mar 90. Nasedi kuom lawyer setetete madongo. Botama. Nadwaro lawyer manyalo chungni Baba. Higa mar 90. Ma en higa mar 2022. Inyalo kwano ni gin higni adi. Gin higni karibu 30. Nadwaro lawyer tanongo nyako uro matin. Nyako matini manochungni Baba to bende manoyalo bura noero. Nyako ne en Martha Wangari Karua. Omiyo sani wachako wariwore kendo en osiep mose mabor. Martha, thank you very much for what you've done. You've walked the walk with me. Thank you and may God bless you. Katieko agonu erokamano. Alamo Nyasaye mondo gwedhu, oritu, omiu ngima maber. Chieng' tarik 9 dwe mar 8 ugo kura ni Baba gi Martha. Baba na erouru kamano. Nyasaye ogwedhu.
Mama Selina, tumebaki na wewe hapa wenye hatuelewi Aida amesema nini.
Ama Orara ni I thought ni anatoka kwenyu.
Olara sijui kama amesikia ile kitu amesema, lakini najua tutapata mtu wa kututafsiria.
Ameongea vizuri ya kwamba amerudia na I think friendship ya unajua sisi wa mama, mtu akikusaidia ukiwa na shida ni ngumu sana usahau, hata iwe ni kwa barabara. Yani upate mtu amekufanyia kitu yenye ni kama mtu amekusaidia kama uko na mtoto na ako kwa hali mbaya, you know? Even that doctor anasave mtoto yako wakati unafikiria anakufa. You cannot forget. Haida Odinga, wakati ya Moi, it was not a joke. Can you imagine that young woman kukuwa lawyer and she lead 26 lawyers? Na akafanya juu chini mpaka Baba alitolewa. They have gone up and down kwa siasa. Lakini sana sana mambo ya kuhusu Kenya wanachikuta wamekuwa pamoja. But apart from Mama Aida, maintain hiyo heshima yake hata kama mama na baba wanapigana kisiasa. Aida Odinga amepaki kuwa rafiki ya Martha Karua. But Olara maybe kama yeye ni mtu ya Nyanza atatuambia, but huyo mama ameongea mpaka ametoa tears. Alimsaidia wakati Raila alikuwa anaenda kuuawa. And apart from that, Moi pia, serikali ya Moi iliangaisha huyu mama Aida Odinga sana. So I think ule mtu yetu ya IPC, I hope anasikia mahali yako. And I hope they should tell us. Unajua singine hii watu wakiona hatusikii lugha, wanatuambia yale mazuri tunataka kusikia. But ile watu wamesema ngumu wanaepa. But anyway, mi sina kitu ya kusema, naona watu wameingia. Alafu history. Na hakuna mali ingine Mama Aida angemwambia Martha Karua asante kuliko siku kama hiyo. And a day like today. Na Richie, nomination ya Martha Karua kwa Raila alistood as a man. Na akasema if not mother, no one. It is mother. So, I think hiyo pressure ilikuwa inatoka kwa mama. Na baba anajua kasi ya mother. Thank you so much. Watuambie, but ameongea. Thank you for that. Nimelia tu, nimejisikia. Naona niko America, lakini sasa hii unakuta tu tears is coming, but it is a tears of joy. Si kama ile ya kutoa makamasi. Yani you feel like there are some good people in the world. Si ile unaenda kupretend unalia ati ndio watu ya kanisa waone we umeokoka ama wakupatie kura. This is a touching something somebody say. Umesave maisha ya mtu. Si kwa sababu you want to be the president. So, nashukuru. Thank you.
Haya, asante sana. Olara, umeona hiyo video? Ngoja kwanza Christine, ngoja kidogo tu. Ngoja. Olara, utatutafsiria hiyo video? Ama uelewi?
Jina langu may betray me, but I'm not a typical Luo, but I'm just a Luo in the other sense. But I can understand what she said. Lakini what the sentiments Mama Serena amesema hapo, there's nobody can catch that without even listening to what Mama Aida amesema. A young huyu Martha Karua huyu, nikimwangalia, I have my elder sister is 1952 born, my other one was born, so Martha is my third sister, 19 almost 57, 50 or something there. Lakini catching up on the historical part ambayo Mama Selina amesema, wakati after 82 situation, I was in 77. I knew what happened, and for most of you who don't know what the government can happen, I literally lived it. I'm 52 years now. I think I was, I don't know what was I, but that 82 moment was just very critical. Very critical. This is the first time we've seen, the generation before that, they only see the askaris ya wazungu wanaangalia colonial collecting the badges from our fathers, ile kutoa ile ishuru, the colonial chiefs, they're all white by that time. Then were the sub-chiefs were our fathers, some of them. Alafu wanakuja collect hiyo, there's some coins, I don't know, it's a coin with a rounded something, then you put your finger in. You can remember that, there's those coins. So in as much as that is true today, but I want to reconfigure or have a philosophy back then. By then we had a city which is working. We had a road which is going to some estate, or we call them now villages, whereby a city council will come there and collect. We had a vaccination even for dogs. I remember we had a vaccination for even dogs. Those who are vaccinated. We had then, as I conclude, because this argument it's not necessarily for all panelists. It's for somebody called Alex. He always brings these philosophical feelings in the subject. I like it. I like him. I like him very much. Now, going forward, Mama Selina, nakushukuru sana. The amount of context you brought to this channel is not parallel. Nobody can parallel because you had at least a visual text which operationalize our country. Oh, naangalia watu wamezidi hapa. So, lakini I'm going back to election.
Hold on, Olara, just a minute. I want Christine to interpret that video. Before I lose that point, I want the interpretation of what Ida Odinga said briefly, and then I'll come back to you. Christine.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me, Makiadi? I'm having a problem with my gadgets. Okay, good to see all of you. What Mama Ida was telling the crowd, he first introduced himself as Minpin, translates directly to the mother of the world. She's a mother of everybody. Then she encouraged people to come out and vote for Raila and his people. And she mentioned Martha Karua. Then she requested Martha Karua to join her. And she was just telling
Aya, Christina amekwama.
Alex Nimuti Anyansa. Let Alex also tell us.
Christine,
Okay.
hold on. Christine, there's something wrong with your gadget again. Can you try to log out and come back again? I think you're getting stuck. Can you try speaking? Let's see kama umerudi. Aya, inaonekana Christine nini yake inasumbua. Alex.
Yeah, I will take a moment to explain. That was one of the highlights of the speech. As I said earlier, I spoke earlier. I think I was the first one to speak in the. Even Bernard had the issue when he started. Now, when Ida started speaking, Ida decided to call Martha to the podium. And when she called Martha to the podium, this is first what she said. An iluongani min piny. Kauntie kaka untie juitokae. Un nyithinda. Which means I am the mother of the nation. She has already taken off and declaring that this is it. She is the mother of the nation. She's the first lady. And she was assuring everybody in that stadium and outside the stadium that she is their mother. And then in the process, then she said, I want you to introduce to you Martha Karua in a different way. And then she called Martha and she said, you don't know the history that we have with Martha Karua. When my husband was arrested for the last time, I went to shop for a lawyer to help my husband. And in that moment, I could not get anybody that could help me. And by good luck, I found a young girl in the corridors of the judiciary. And that young girl was called Martha Karua. When I was desperate for a lawyer, I found Martha Karua, and that is when our friendship started. And that was 19 1990. So what she was trying to do, she wasn't introducing Martha Karua as a running mate at that particular time. She was introducing Martha Karua to us as a friend who was there for her when she had nobody and anything. Remember, she had lost her job, the husband was in jail, money was scarce, and she needed a pro bono lawyer. And somebody came in, and that is when they became friends from then to now. Now, what she was alluding was, Martha Karua at that particular time, he thought was a lawyer to the family to help Baba come out. Little did she know that she was grooming the next deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. So, Mr. Olara, stop smoking in the panel. So at that particular time, what she was trying to tell the big multitude that had come there in that rally was, Martha Karua was not just chosen as a deputy running mate. Martha Karua has been there. When Baba was choosing a running mate, he went back and what Mama was telling us is, somehow she had the influence because she saw a person who has been there for them. So giving us the confidence that Martha will work together with Mzee because their friendship is not just political. It has a history. So what I concluded was, from a personal point of view, is greatness does not just surface. Greatness has a history. And that greatness does not just come like that. It comes because of a historicity that you can go back and look. And of Martha's case, in 1990, when she went to present Baba, little did she know that in the future they were going to run as a reform ticket. That is what Mama Ida was technically telling the people, that the running mate is not going to be an errand running mate like Ruto. This is somebody that is tested within the political circle, but within also the family circle. She is a friend. Thank you very much.
Okay, maridadi sana. Christine, sijui kama nini yako imerudi. You want to comment on that video?
Nimekuwa na some user challenges hapa, but I'm good now.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Alex, for stepping in. Na nimeshangaa unajua Kijaluo hata kunishinda.
For your information, I was born in the gates of that stadium, a place called Brilliant.
Oh yeah, looks like she's having trouble. Laura, let me give you a few minutes to conclude what you're saying. Then we move forward.
I apologize for smoking because I needed my brother Alex to come in. Maybe that was an issue. But to conclude, this country needed some moment of truth, and some of it has been Alex just spoke about the moment of truth. We need it because it's not we were requesting. We need it like it's a requirement. This country has been looted. This country has been in a we could have been in a better place, but we are not there yet. And by voting next time round, which is about 4 days, 5 days, I don't know, because some of you may declare it on 9th, but I want you, when you declare it on 10th, it should be something you felt it. And we are a generation who saw both Kenyatas and we saw Moi. At least during the both Kenyatta and Moi, we had something left to this country. But now, as we're speaking now, we are left for nothing. And if you can just consider correctly, nothing it means we have no feed dispensaries, we have no city council schools around ourselves, we have no garbage collection, and we are dying out of what? Imagine, malaria. And malaria was dealt with both three Kenyatta first, Moi, and including Kenyatta first, second Kenyatta first. We have never died out of malaria. But now, I saw a news stream somewhere in CNN that Kenya is on drought, and yet we spent almost, if Alex can correct me, I think we spent almost, for the last 5 years, we've spent almost $100 billion only on electioneering. This is too much. Then we ask some other people, taxpayers, to come and pay for our dying brothers in. I think the panelists don't realize that we have hunger in Kenya. Half of the country is dying. That's why the president gave out $100 billion just to subsidize the maize and to have this. And as we are going there, let's make Baba's regime not paying any debt to anyone. Let's vote. Let's vote. If you vote, then Baba has no one to pay back. Let's vote. Then Baba has no one to pay back. Let's vote. Then Baba has no one to pay back. Then the money will be taken to our northern frontiers and to Turkana. Turkana, they have no water. They have no water. They have no water, let alone maize, which is subsidized for the rest of the country. I'm begging you, whatever the devil you choose a red devil. Let it be Baba. Then we stop this perennial hunger. When I can see the country have neglected Turkana for five years, that's why you have hunger there. Not unless this amount of money used in politicking could have been utilized in a correct way. I submit because I'm very, very, very sad. Asante sana. I don't want to be emotional. You can just discuss your topics irrationally, but my concern is if you can spend more than 200 billion on electioneering, then we needed to msaada kutoka nje ya only 4 billion. What is that? I'm submitting to you. You panelists can discuss.
Haya, sawa sawa. Wacha tusonge kwa Christine before nicheze video ingine.
Makedi, I hope this will be my last attempt. Easy my user challenges na hizi gadgets inanisumbua.
Tunakusikia. You're clear now.
Okay, good to see you, Makedi. It's been a while. Ulitupotelea juzi. I like your outfit though. Mambo Alex, good to see you. Yeah, you did well in translating. Olara is messing the studio, Makiadi. I really want to drink something, but I have to respect the rights, rules, and regulation. Mama Saline is on the phone. Okay, so me, as you know, I don't talk much. I just want to talk about Ruto's speech today before he went to Tononoka. When he was complaining about use of chiefs, use of assistant chiefs, IEBC being compromised. And with Ruto, it's just sometimes difficult to follow him because 1 minute he speaks one thing, the next minute he's on another thing. Just last week, Ruto was really pro IEBC, was really supporting IEBC. And today, Ruto feels like IEBC will be compromised. Yet he's aware that some 12 returning officers, ghost returning officers, have been discovered, and I hear like 2 million, whatever. I didn't follow it well, but that is a story that
3,000.
Yeah, polling stations. Yeah, and those 3,000 polling stations were to produce 2 million votes for, which I believe the person who would have benefited more was Ruto. So I really want to commend the work that Matiang'i, Musheru are all doing just to ensure there's free, fair, credible, and verifiable elections. Whether we win or lose, definitely we're going to win. But regardless whether Ruto thinks of going to court, I think it's going to be a landslide that he will not even attempt to go that route. Prior, when Ruto was campaigning by himself, every day they used to bombard us with crowds. Unfortunately, now that crowd thing, when now Raila started hitting the road, and Raila is if there's somebody who is known for pulling organic crowd, it's Raila. But now when Raila starts pulling crowds, we get to know how the attendance is. Ruto now they turned that crowd does not translate to votes, but when it was their time, it was favoring them. It was a song to us that he's got this, he's won this. Another thing that Ruto is turning against, which at first was favoring him and he was so happy about it, is the pollster. At first, when Ruto was running the race by himself, and the opinion polls would rate him highly, and as we used to console ourselves that, oh, Uhuru is working, he has said politics itulie kwanza, Raila had not hit the road, and the pollster were favoring Ruto, which was genuine. We could tell by then Raila had not even stepped in the mountain. But by the way, I believe the pollster by then. Now the pollster are saying the opposite, and we can see the opposite, the effort Raila has made kwa kupanda hiyo mlima. The support, those Martha Karua, the input, this beautiful lady, Sabina Chege, Kenneth, the pulling of those crowds until right now, Uhuru's effort too. And right now, it's like Raila is in the mountain, And now Ruto is again defying the opinion polls. He's saying now the opinion polls are being paid. So sometimes, even as a leader, it's just good to be consistent. Because the moment you remember when you have a following, there are those diehard followers of Ruto. But now when there's no stability in Ruto's statement, he's just evoking his people to be ready to contest and refuse the results. But unfortunately, even right now, the crowd is speaking for itself. Ruto is done, it's just done. And if you could listen to Junet's speech, Junet said that all the roads have been blocked, and on 12th, he's gonna tell us what the tricks that Ruto and the group were trying to use. I think right now, whatever Ruto is doing, those are the last kicks of a dying horse. He should just accept that this is not his time. It's so dangerous for a leader to be angry and the deputy to be angry. We need moderation. Even in the house, kama mama ni mkali, mzee lazima akuwe mpole. Just for healthy growth of these children. One person will be extreme with discipline, The other one, you know, just for the children to have somewhere to run to when things are being done right, but at that time we are not seeing things being done right. But now with Ruto and Rigathi, who will we turn to? Ruto is mad, angry, Rigathi is the same, like they need to tone it down. And I believe sometime when we keep confessing that we are Christian, first of all, God doesn't like angry people. The Bible encourages us to be slow to anger, you know, because in that moment of anger, we end up making decisions that are not right. So an angry leader will end up sinking our boat in the sea. So this is not Ruto's time. He's still young. Raila has fought this thing low every now and then. He's been resilient until it reached a point he toned down. Like, yeah, we need peace in the country. He has been so supportive to Uhuru, and I believe right now everybody's comfortable with Raila presidency. So Ruto, it's not their time yet. They still need some fine tuning. Yeah, and they'll be there. So tell a friend as usual, it's Azimio all the way. It's blue. Aikwangi yellow, color ni blue. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Christine. I couldn't have put it any better. I think now there's a video that I want to play here. I think most of you have not seen what happened in Mombasa, probably. And it would be fair for me to play a clip of what happened in Mombasa so that as Raila Odinga campaigns on the other side, people can also know what happened in Kenya Kwanza or Kenya Kwisha campaign. I'm not sure I got the right video, but I hope so.
President William Ruto has rebutted claims of doublespeak and deceit informing his politics. Addressing his final rally at the coast, DP Ruto remained defiant that he will reverse port operations back to Mombasa. Ruto dismissed the president's accusation that he is a man of deceit and is a deceptive leader who cannot be trusted.
The Deputy President led the Kenya Kwanza Alliance for their final pitch in Mombasa County and the coastal region. Tononoka Grounds was Ruto's altar to rally the coastal region. DP Ruto setting the record straight that unlike President Uhuru Kenyatta's description that his politics was packed in lies and doublespeak, he remained very consistent on the matter of port operations.
I am a decent human being. I don't lie like you know who. As when I spoke in Nakuru and when I speak in Mombasa, I speak the same language. In Nakuru, we undertook. When we built the SGR, it was not so that we can take the port operations from Mombasa to Nairobi.
While on a tour of Nakuru and Naivasha, the president accused his number two of deception and doublespeak. But the DP remained adamant that the standard gauge railways was hijacked and repurposed from its initial plan, putting the coastal region on its knees.
So that we can do our textile, we can do our leather, make young people in Nakuru, in central Kenya, in Rift Valley, to have jobs in the industrial city in Naivasha and connect them to the port operations here in Mombasa. And that is my position. And that is what I am going to do, God willing, if I become the president of Kenya. That is my plan. It is not what you have been told, my brother, Mr. President.
Revival of port operations remain cannon fodder for the coastal region politics, with the Kenya Kwanza camp bullish that it is the only team with a sound plan.
Tarehe 9 ya mwezi huu ya mwaka huu ni tarehe ya kuleta ukombozi pwani na Kenya nzima kwa jumla.
Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, he has the audacity kuja hapa pwani na kuweka mabango, halafu na kejeli wa pwani anaweka eti nitaregesha poti yenyu. It is your boss who took our port.
Tarehe 9 ndio tunaenda kupiga kura ili shughuli na biashara za bandari zirudi Mombasa. ili wale wenye makampuni ya clearing wafanye kazi hapa, vijana wapate kazi. Kazi iendelee, siendelee?
Serikali ya handshake yenye wewe ni partner ndio walipeleka mambo ya port operation kutoka Mombasa kwenda Nairobi. Wewe utarudisha vipi? Na wewe ambaye unasema utarudisha, wewe you are being sponsored by wale watu walihamisha port kutoka hapa kwenda Nairobi.
Being Kenya Kwanza's final rally at the coastal region, the leaders rallied their supporters to springboard DP Ruto to the house on the hill to succeed his estranged boss.
We are looking forward to a peaceful transition. You give us peace, we will let you rest in peace.
Tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 tumpatie huyu muungwana William Samoei Ruto kura kama rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Tumekubaliana hiyo? Haya, alafu pale kwa ugavana tumesema ni Hassan Omar Sarah.
Tarehe 9 mwezi huu, wiki ijayo, earthquake ile kubwa inakuja. Tujipange. Wakenya watapata ile earthquake kubwa kupitia kwa kura yenu, tukiingiza William Samoei Ruto awe rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya.
In his final submission for the coastal region here in Mombasa, the Deputy President described the August 9th presidential contest as a vote to liberate the coastal region economically, and only the Kenya Kwanza team can secure that liberation. Sam Mugina, Citizen TV.
Employs 10,000 in the formally and another 17,000. We can employ 120,000 Kenyans in the leather industry. I want you to listen to me carefully. I am not talking about us importing anything. We have the cows. We are slaughtering them anyway. The only problem is that we are not making use of the skin and hides. That, I don't want to say it's stupid. Yeah? I don't want to say that. But you see, that's where we are. So, what are we proposing as Kenya Kwanza? We're saying we will turn around the leather industry. We will invest. The reason why we took the SGR to Naivasha is because we thought we would use it to create a big industry out of the steam that is available readily there and out of the power that is readily available there. We will create a huge industry around the leather industry. Leather products, from shoes to bags, to everything else that goes with leather, will be a big, and that does not require importing nothing. We have everything here. All we need to do is to leverage on technology and bring transfer of knowledge and skills, and we are good to go.
So this is definitely a person who stood when launching his manifesto and said that the reason why we took the SGR to Naivasha, and now he goes back to the coast and stands before the podium or whatever they call it, and then says he does not lie, and he's actually proposing that he's going actually to bring back the operations of the port to Mombasa. And now he has turned around the whole issue. He's accusing the handshake government. I don't know which government the handshake government is supposed to refer to, of taking the port operations from Mombasa to Naivasha. That is the deputy president, the king of doublespeak. The king of doublespeak, the person who says that he has never lied, the person who was probably in the morning in a church service somewhere, repenting and showing people, what Martha Karua says, a deputy Jesus. Now he is trying to woo the voters at the coast, but the only way that he can succeed to woo the voters at the coast is by lying. Deputy President William Ruto and his doublespeak. Na tumebaki wachache sasa, ukitaka kuongea you can just ingia uongee, I'm not supposed to be speaking the whole time.
No, Makiadi, one of the most difficult thing in this campaign, for me personally, has been getting the courage to listen to lies. Because, you see, there are political theatrics that you can throw a salvo just for political expediency to overrun your opponent. But then there is that blatant lie that not only is a lie, but as an exposed person and also as a person who has worked hard, who understands life in totality, makes me fear, because there is a section of our community, there is a section of our society, there is a section of our citizens, there is a section of our electorate who basically cannot synthesize lies and truth. And it even hurts me. The good thing about the first video you put is Yvonne Okwara is authentic by saying the double speaks and lies of the deputy president. He did not miss her words. She goes straight to say, even though we are broadcasting this, I'm warning you that we are broadcasting lies. And you know, journalists are not even supposed to say that. They're supposed to be fair. But to a point that a journalist sees that, no, it is because we want to be fair and broadcast both sides. But this, what we are broadcasting, is nonsensical. It is not worthy. And you can see the burden now we have in our politics, that for the last 4 years, we have been broadcasting lies. And that is why earlier I told my young brother, the one that was here talking with my father, Nyumba. It is not the problem of these young people that they have gotten themselves to where they are now. It is an institutional problem. You can imagine, Makiadi, there are people like Black who totally believe what the deputy president is saying, that he will bring the operations back to Mombasa. A total lie that you should not. So what I can say about that is, I think he himself has been vindicated even through his speech by saying, God willing, if. We are not talking about if anymore. We are talking about when we are taking power. He can't even have the courage to even seek votes and saying, when I become a president. He realizes that I have lied before the God that I prayed the other day and cried. Now, the only thing I can say, when, if God willing again, is repenting in the middle of his statement. So I think, Makiadi, it is sad, and that's what I can say, that the DP has decided to lie to the people of Mombasa. Whatever he said in Mombasa was total lie, hogwash, that he should not be listened to. And I thank God that I think his end has come, unless he repents and comes back with a new style and a new smile. That is honesty and truth. I don't think the DP will be able to sustain his political career. I think his political career has gone down as a liar and a person who took the electorate for a ride. Thank you very much.
Yes, Christine.
Makiadi, thank you for giving me another chance, but just like, okay, I'm just saying this just a short story to tell you, to show you that even children know that RUTO is lying. Of course, when you love something, your children get to know, and the people around you. So my child knows I like politics so much. He likes soccer. So anything politics that happens, and he knows when I'm at work, I'm usually very busy, he sends me video clips. So this week he's been to a church camp, and he came back to me with the word sisi. So he was telling me like they were being taught to be men. As boys, you should be men. And the first step of being a man is not being a woman. Then as they went to a room, one of the boys started saying, yeah, then the pastor came and said, who did that? Then he was identified and said, no, we are not supposed to behave like women. Stop being a sissy. But I know, so I wondered what is a sissy. Then he laughed at me and he told me, you don't know what a sissy is? I said, I don't know. He told me a sissy is a man who behaves like a woman. But he doesn't know. Now today I had to go to work and ask, and I was told the real definition of a sissy, which he doesn't understand, I'm 100% sure. So today, when I was just talking about Ruto crying and everything, then he told me, Mom, do you know Ruto is a sissy? Then I said, why are you saying Ruto is a sissy? Because he cried. Like, even our children, like, it was just to me, that really made me happy. Like, it was like the joke of a day. Nobody is empathizing with Ruto crying. Even my 13-year-old son knows that those tears were fake tears. As much as I don't like judging anybody's spirituality or the action that somebody takes when he or she is in the realm of prayers or in God's presence, but again, Christ taught us that we shall be judged by our fruits. And when a fruit bears a good tree, it's only a fruit that bears a good tree. A tree that bears good fruits is the tree that normally gets stoned because people want all the time that fruit, all the time that fruit. But now I believe now nobody's bothering with Ruto. Nobody's even talking anything about Ruto in their rallies now. They are the ones who keep saying projects and everything. They are the ones who keep coming with all these theatrics of spiritual life and everything. We judge them by their fruits. You don't need to tell us about your Christianity. You don't need to tell us what you are going through or your relationship with God. And anything that is brought to camera always has a purpose for it. Even some of us, when we post pictures on our social media, you just don't post for no reason. Why don't you post the bad ones? Because there are bad days that you wake up. There are days that you don't dress well. There are days that me personally, I don't put on makeups. But there are people that all their pictures, they have makeups. You can't tell me you sleep in makeups, you wake up in makeups. So we always give something because we want something. Ruto has tried always. He has tried calling projects. He has tried saying the handshake government did not deliver. Right now, he has also tried the sympathy vote to an extent that he is even crying more than his wife, who, if I can judge by the way she carries herself, I can say she's a woman I respect. I might not agree with her husband, but Rachel has really carried herself so well in public. I don't know what she does behind the scenes. And she's a woman I would really like to emulate, you know? And when it comes to spirituality, she presents as those that have a strong relationship with God. So she's the one I was expecting to reach that point of spirit talking to her and crying and everything. So Ruto has tried all means, but it's not working. So at this point, I would just like to encourage his supporters. As the Raila supporters, the diehards of Raila, we've been there. We've gone through a lot. Somebody should just tell Ruto to save these tears for 10. It's gonna be painful. It's gonna be sad. He will need those tears. We've cried like 3 consecutive years, you know, electioneering period. So wasiweke hizi vitu kwa lungs, but kwa roho, unfortunately, we put them in our hearts, and it is so painful. And I think dalili ya mvua ni mawingu, and it's high time they see that it's not gonna rain on them. It's gonna rain on this other side. So the best they can do, wavuke sakafu, they be in government with us, we share a table together. Yeah, that's all I can say for now. Again, Makiadi, as we keep waiting for the crew.
Yeah, I have a problem. My problem is with somebody called Musalia Mudavadi. At the beginning of the year, Musalia Mudavadi was supposed to be running for president of the Republic of Kenya. Right now, he's not even the deputy president. Musalia Mudavadi has no guarantee that he's going to be appointed a minister. He has no MPs in his backyard. He's fighting Ruto's UDA in his backyard, and he's very busy there campaigning for William Ruto. And then this is a person that is expected to deliver 70%. He has not even taken his time to campaign in Western. ODM is very strong in his backyard in Vihiga. The candidate for governor, who is the incumbent, Otichilo, he's doing very well. And Mudavadi is all over the place. I don't know what's wrong with Mudavadi. And like we usually say, this election is going to be a deathbed for very many politicians. The likes of Mudavadi, people who looked like they had a future in politics in Kenya. Right now, I don't even think the number of MPs that a party is supposed to get so that it can get the allocation of the political party's fund. I don't think Musalia Mudavadi is going to hit that target. But then, what do you know? He's the son of Mudimba. Let me play a video here. Somebody has requested me to play a video from Kisumu today. Let me see if I have it right now. I have two videos here that I'm supposed to be playing. One.
Haya, amasauja dhurua. Amjambo. Leo ni leo, msema kesho ni Nyinga Sabina Achieng Washege. Leo ni leo. Watu wa Kisumu, mimi nimefurahi sana. Nimefika hapa kwa mara yangu ya kwanza kuhakikishia nyinyi ya kwamba kule kwa mlima tumeamua ya kwamba rais wa 5 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya ni Raila Amolo na kwa mara ya kwanza watu wa Kisumu hai kwa mara ya kwanza mlima imeamua. Mimi nimekuja kuuliza, je, mtajitokezea asubuhi na mapema? Mtatokea kwa wingi? Wacha nione kura Raila Amolo Odinga. Ya pili, kwa niaba ya Rais Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, nataka kumshukuru baba kwa sababu ya handshake amefanya Uhuru aweze kumaliza kazi yake bila stress. Kwa hivyo tunaambia baba asante, asante, na sisi tutarudisha mkono. Ya mwisho niseme, si mnajua in whose hands are you safe? In whose hands are you safe? Nani atainua vijana wa Kenya? Nani ataangalia single ladies wa Kenya? Nani anatuletea baba care? Nani amesema watoto wetu watasoma? Nani amesema uchumi utaunuka? Nani amesema bei ya unga itaenda chini? Mtashikilia baba, mtashikilia baba. Na mimi nataka kumwambia William Samoei Arap Ruto, siku ni chache sasa, wewe ndio tunamwambia umalize uende, na tunamtuma PO Box Sugoi, PO Box Sugoi, PO Box Sugoi, PO Box Sugoi. Onge kama baba Senego, onge kama baba Senego. Tarehe 9 muamke mapema ili tuhakikishe baba atakuwa the 5th. Wapi kuna za baba na mama? Asanteni sana.
Haya, Deputy Governor wa Nyeri, Daktari Karo Karugu yuko hapa.
Yeah, one more before we move on. Naona spokesperson wa IEBC amefika, which is a good thing. At least I'll say leo utatu. Let me see.
Marjani ni mnubi usimkelege sana.
No, we are happy. Ose tuna kukosa sana ukichelewa kukuja hapa, because there are things you need to teach us. But when you come in late, sometimes tunakupatia less time, which is very unfortunate.
Yeah, what is Olara saying?
Hold on. Let me play this video briefly, then we can move on.
Marjani mnubi.
Haya, kama hakuna, kwa niaba ya Homa Bay, Gladys Wanga iko hapa, wacha salimie.
Kisumu untie, Kisumu rwako baba, ungeni baba kawuono kowuok Kisumo ka, kochako nyono Kisumo ka, to duogo ka koro en rais mar abich mar piny Kenya, kendo amri jeshi mkuu mar jolweny te ma Kenya ka uyiego. Buneno kaka gino dhi timore tarik 10, buneno ka wan Bomas of Kenya, buneno Chebukati ka wuok e rum machien, buneno kaka bondo ne leny, buneno kaka stima rieny e bondo, buneno ko wuok gotas, buneno ko lendo, buneno ko wacho ni kaluwore gi duoko moyudo koa Kenya mangima, rais mar abich mar piny Kenya en Raila Amolo Odinga. Omera, kamora mora ma intie Kisumo ka, sechego imany duka mauso Gilbis, madh mzinga achiel te kendi, iorna nyawang'aya bil, ane mabro chulo bilno. Nyasaye ogwedhu kendo ritu. Sisi tunasema tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 tutajitokeza sisi wote 100 juu ya 100 kule Homa Bay, kule Siaya, hapa Kisumu mpaka Migori, tupige kura ya Raila Amolo Odinga. Tangiso ujo dalawa agwamo sewacho kombe mamwalogi okwadwa kombe mokikore ka chiek jado, mochamo mena, tochamo mbuta, tochamo ganda, wago suta malo nyaka kanye piny. Nyasaye ogwedhu.
Haya, mmesikia vile Gladys amesema, hiyo tarehe 9 ile kitu ukunya unitumanie bill, mimi ndo nitalipa hiyo bill. Opia Wandai kwa niaba ya Siaya dakika
hapo. Mimi sijasikia kitu, lakini mtanisaidia hapo. Who wants to go for that?
I will go, then I will leave the IEBC guy. I will go, then I will leave, because the rest of the panel is anyway Jokanyanam. The rest is Jokanyanam. Anyway, those were the 2 best speeches in the whole rally. And those are the speeches that touched the hearts and the soul of the people who came today for that rally. People did not come to see Baba. People wanted to be, it's not the energy they wanted from their leaders. They wanted a synergy. They were looking for a momentum so that the Firimbi moment on that day at 3 a.m. when they will start, it will be actualized. Now, I like how Sabina started. I think Sabina has come from being a toddler of politics to a point now he has known what is called podium pathos. In the way she knows that her preambles and her introduction will resonate and will make people listen to her. Listen how she introduces herself. Anyinga iluongani Sabina. So while the people thought she was going to say Sabina Chege, then she said Sabina Achieng Washege. That really made the young men of Luo feel good, because Achieng is a good name. I'm sorry if Adika will feel bad. Achieng en nying moro maber kabisa. Ka in gi dhako miluongo ni Achieng, Dhakono nyaka bed no ber kabisa. Koro wewe kama
Unfortunately, ladies started Achieng them brain-wise, they are not smart, but they are beautiful.
Oh, of course, and you saw the beauty plus the brain of Sabina Chege really resonated well. But I think she had also a message, and the message was very clear. You must vote to the man. But she finished up knowing that songs are what wipes the emotions of the people, because the DJ was really economical in giving these people what they wanted to listen to. Whenever the people wanted to sing, the DJ was very economical. It was being remote control. And when Sabina sang that song, it did, and it released the pressure for the people who had come there to shout and to be happy. And you could feel how electric that was. Somebody told me that the moment she said, Onge ngama babo senego, and they were actually in Kondele. Those people were actually in Kondele. They said that they could hear the loudspeaker from far, but when those people sang in unison from the stadium, you could hear it in Kondele in unison, and the people in Kondele too sang that song. So I think Sabina Chege knew exactly what she was doing. And that is the purpose of the last-minute rallies. The last-minute rallies are not meant for long speeches. It is to electrify now the base so that the base can have a reason to wake up on the material day and come to vote. So by telling them we have one person who has killed many people in this election, and we have one person who has never killed anybody, I think that was really good for that crowd. So Ongenga Mababo Osenego. Now, Achieng is complaining here about her name, Adika. It's okay. Now, the best of the best speeches of that rally was the lady called Gladys Wanga. The person who was supposed to speak actually was not there. And then Junet finally asked, who is from Homa Bay here? Only to find that Gladys Wanga was there. And when Gladys Wanga came, she said, when Raila is going out of here, when he comes back, he's not coming as Raila Amolo Odinga. He's Oduogoka and Rais Marabich. Not only that, Oduogo Khan and the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, which means when Raila comes back now to Kisumu, he's not coming as Raila Amolo Odinga. He's coming as His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya. And you know, that really made the crowd realize that they must do everything. Now, this is how she went on to say, Aneno Bomas, I'm singing Bomas. Chebukati is coming from a room. Bonyelier, which means kipara yake is very shining. Bonyelier. Bonyelier customer. His bold hair, his boldness is shining like steam. Alafu anasema okao tasno baso chako somo ni given the results of this election, the fifth president of the Republic of Kenya is Raila Amolo Odinga. And mark you, he's speaking in the language of originality. And then he say, immediately you hear that, don't go to Achangaden or Abusaden. Go to the nearest bar and ask for a muzinga of Gilbis and send that bill to one person, Gladys Wanga. And I think that is when they all were so happy. And then he went on to talk about Omena and Mbota. He said, you can't eat the small fish and the big fish. We are not going to mix this election. This election is about eating only the big fish, and the big fish is ODM. Now she mixes that by campaigning for herself and saying, we are not going to elect here Kidero. Kidero is Omena. I am the Mbuta. So in this election, we are going to vote 6-piece. So I think she finished so well by campaigning for herself. And for that, even if she was losing, because of what she said, I, Alex Mingate Isoe, I support Gladys Wanga. Thank you very much. Now,
Alex, sorry to interrupt. You didn't tell Makiadi the last part that they needed to hear. He said, don't mix the votes like a man who Jadoho, a man who has married, who is eating butter. Tell Makiadi that he needs to get it right.
No, now I will leave that to you. Another thing she said, this is an analogy I am giving you of what Chebukati will do. But Chebukati will not do it if, then she went, Migori, 100%, Kisumu, 100%, Homa Bay, 100%, Siaya, 100%. He reminded them what is between them and the presidency. It is their turnout. So I think Gladys Wanga culminated the whole idea of where we are and how we are taking it. Our turnout is quite important. I think she campaigned for all ODM and said, we must make it a 6-piece here in Nyanza. I don't know if that was good or not, but I think she did it in a classic way that I think many of them are going to do so. Thank you very much. Achieng, why are you complaining down there, Judy Achieng?
Haya, Christine, malizia hiyo. Nataka kupatia daktari nafasi nyingine atufunze mambo ya IEBC. Unajua tunakaribia kupiga kura and we must give daktari a humble time. Haya, malizia hiyo video.
The last part of it, if I'm right, Kuseo, you can confirm, he said, when we are voting, it should be ODM all the way. We should not mix it like a polygamous man who has mixed Omena, has mixed Mbuta, has mixed Oganda. And you know when you mix all those, the outcome of it. Olara
And we want to put a disclaimer here that there was no public holiday in Kisumu, and those people are not mobilized like Kenya Kwanza normally say. Gachagua is a good mobilizer. Hakuna lori utakutana nayo nje ya stadium ati imeleta watu kuattend mkutano. So before I go to Kuse, I have bad news for you, but I have to present it anyway.
An audit of the Electoral Commission's register discovered 14 mysterious returning officers who had been running the Iebc integrated database management system. Now, according to a detailed report by KPMG, the Iebc digital voters register had more than 2 million mysterious voters who used duplicate or fake documents to register. Now, some were registered twice in past elections. The report disclosed that the mysterious returning officers had privileges to transfer, delete, insert, trigger, truncate, and update the voters' register at will, adding that one user, Postgres, had super user access privileges. The digital returning officers are supported by 513 generic accounts in the IDMS against 9 genuine accounts. They had privileges to access the voters' register in the IDMS. In the first register, 481,711 people registered using duplicate ID or passports, while 4,757 had registered twice using the ID and passport number. About 164,269 used fake documents, 226,143 registered twice, while 465 people were dead. Now, about 1,928 registered with an ID and passport number. The IDs and names of 143 people failed to match. Another audit established 325,715 fake voters and new 931,504 people in the voters registered. Now, in a detailed response in the dailies today, IEBC Chair Wafula Chebukati said there were no ungazetted polling stations. Chebukati said the commission has published all polling stations on the Kenya Gazette. Now, politicians eyeing the presidency have abandoning officers who had been.
So I cannot translate I cannot even find words to interpret what the report, the KPMG report actually presented. And you see, Chebukati, instead of agreeing that there were issues with the coming out from the previous election, he still says that all issues were addressed. I don't know what kind of answer that is supposed to actually show to the people who are raising concerns. Hold on, and as you respond to that, I want you to you've been always advocating for the electronic side of voting, and most of us have said that anything can be any system can be broken into. So
but where is Alex?
Alex is still here.
I hope he's there.
Yeah, he's
There is something which happened in Mombasa. Alex and Bob, I wanted them to weigh on it.
I want you to address the issue of IEBC.
I'm dealing
Alex
with this one. I was just worried that he has disappeared. If he's not, that is good enough.
So who is this person that is transferring voters, transferring truncate? I don't know. I mean, it's just crazy. And this is the IEBC that is supposed to hold the election.
To address that issue,
Yeah.
When we started talking about IEBC, I don't know whether you remember me saying that one of the things which the investigators had done was to find out exactly how the rigging was done. That the rigging was done was known to everyone, including the Supreme Court. And even the Supreme Court, I think, chose to just balkanize them as irregularities and illegalities. Now, you see, it all still boils down to what I was saying regarding 50-50 government. Now, all the other sectors were 50-50, but something else which the DP concentrated on was 2022. So everything they were doing, be it money, be it staffing, everything was strategically being positioned for 2022. Now there lies the problem. Literally, you remember during the Issa Kassan and even the previous commissioners, the rest of the top cream politicians were more fixated on the commissioners. Now, the cooking takes place in the secretariat. And remember, personally, I've been in the bank sometime, and I was actually heading a department. But we soon found out that to computerize most of the functions, you have to rely on very, very very intelligent IT experts. Now, it also turned out that those IT experts, they are not the best paid, but their capabilities when it comes to doing things were so versatile and would flabbergast most of us. So you find that even during the creation of users on a system, the approval must come from the manager. But the manager has no skills to do so. So what do? They use the administrators, which are very highly skilled in ICT. The administrators and the supervisors. So what normally would happen, you find that the supervisor would come, not the supervisor, the manager would come and log in their operating ID, then put the password. Then let everything now be run by the administrators. In other words, the manager will take responsibility, but the actual creation of users and even setting password levels was left to the ICT experts. Now here comes where the problem is. I'll give you a very short story just to appreciate what happened. We used to have an administrator, and he used to stay very late. Sometimes he works even in the office overnight. He was an ICT administrator, an ICT expert. So he would go and he created a program. Sometimes when we are doing foreign exchange, changing them to Kenya shillings, you have a situation where you don't get the exact cents. You know, ours are 50 cents, 10 cents, or like that. But don't be surprised that you can find sometimes in your account, you find something like 89 cents or 42 cents, 41 cents. Now, this fellow came up with a program to run the accounts and to round all of them down. So if you have 89 cents, you will round it to 45 cents. Round them down, and everything which is offshoot of that, you will transfer them to, we used to have what you will refer to as a child's account. You refer them to his child's account. So if you next time you go to the bank, you find that your balance is 90,442. You'll find it now being made 440. You don't bother so much that these are 2 cents when in IP. Now that is the sort of thing which was happening with our our what do you call it, our Iebc. Now, to make matters worse, they came out with fake officials. Call them ghost. Now I've seen them, they have given them the term ghost officials, which fits in very well. Now, these ghost officials, they are the ones who will log in. Normally, you know, the internet normally never lies. Computers don't lie. So if you have somebody who will study the audit trail, again, there are these ICT experts. And normally the computer logins are so many, you would not even know which is which and which is which. It takes an equally very intelligent ICT expert to detect the illegal logins. At the management level, you will not be able to capture that. And that is why some of these things, it has taken this far for the investigators and the auditors, serious forensic audit, to come to task exactly what is happening here. So you find that the users are so many, and this idea that most ICT people are told that regularly change your password. So you see, password changes, the tracking will remain in the system, but it takes somebody which is equally skilled to be able to detect fake tracking, fake audit trails, fake logins, fake passwords. Now there lies the problem. So this time round, our fellows were determined that they want to do this thing through ICT. And that's why in the beginning you had me saying that, as much as you want to focus on the manual register, the problem is actually in the ICT. Why? Because our agents and the people who are witnessing this, they don't have the skills and the capacity to interrogate what the ICT experts are doing in that system. First of all, to give you access itself will be a challenge. They will not give you. So in other words, whatever they do there is like they do is a blackout for all the other ordinary fellows. It's a blackout. Now that is how they were able to do the algorithms. And just I hear that it is not something they just did on the last day. They did it and tested it and tested it and tested it. This time round, I'm sorry to say that this lies about our just I want to say our opponents knowing so much of what's happening in Iebc. There are rumors that they have a similar system. Can you believe it? A mirror system for their tally. Now, that can then tell you how they understand the functionalities and the stages in the Iebc system where they can rock in and rock out. But then the worst of all is that our friends at Iebc gave them access. They didn't even need to hack. And that is why what I'm wondering is what our
KTN... Stop splitting hairs, Bernard. At this time round, we don't need such in
that is exactly what I'm trying to say. You see, Now, this is something which has been known to us for quite some time.
No, stop
I'm
splitting hairs.
wondering why.
What is the solution?
Just listen. I'm wondering why. Makiadi, that thing came from where? Whoever is putting that thing in the news is not fair to Kenyans.
Remember is arrogant.
Olara, hold on, guys.
You see the clip you have just played. I'm so worried that somebody would dare bring that up. And that is why you see Chebukati is saying what? All those things have been ironed out because they were hot during the audit. Now, you remember during the audit, what did you hear? Those numbers now is like they're double, but we have the 431 duplicates, which the auditors came out with. You remember the 246 dead voters. Now our number was coming to something like 1 million, which you were saying that how if the register was cleaned, how come the same number, the register has not gone down by about 1 million? That question, has never been answered up to today. When Bukati said that they have done the cleaning, now they have 22. The number actually went down by less than 500,000. Yet the auditors discovered that there was almost 1.1 million fake voters in the register. So if the cleaning was done, we expected to have that number to go down. Now they are saying that the number of people removed was like 100,000. In fact, it is less than 500,000 in total. Now there lies in the issue of this issue which our friends are talking about. But I'm wondering who took it to KTN this late. And one thing you need to remember, Chebukati has not denied. He has just said they have been ironed out. And that is why we are telling you that the breakthrough came when Chebukati, for whatever reason, with the Kinotis, they agreed to cooperate.
I have no issue.
So long as everything is transparent, Baba is winning.
Yeah, I have no issue with who took this audit report to KTN. The issue is there was an audit report that was expected to be published. About the timing, that's something different. But then the issues that were raised in that audit report, Chebukati is absolutely trashing them away and saying these issues were addressed. That's where my problem is.
Because he's looking at the bigger good. What Themba is saying may well be true. You don't want to cause unnecessary anxiety, especially if the issues have been addressed. Remember, between the lines, Chebukati is telling you, the issues were there, the audit issues were there, but we have addressed them. And the addressing has revolved around a lot of investigations. And they have even gone to the extent they have found out how involved the other parties were in the same IEBC. And you see something else, they can't, for example, tell you the infiltrations that are taking place because they want you to have confidence in IEBC now, and they have agreed to play ball. So let the bygones be bygones, and let's move focus to going forward with the right issues. Now, before you ask, I want to talk about the valid and the invalid.
So you want a question from Themba?
No, Themba. Okay, let Themba go ask, and then I conclude with the vote.
Okay.
Valid and invalid voters.
All right.
Olara, you are a bully. My concern, first of all, was what I said about Kuseo suggesting that IBC has shared information with those people. But you have made a comment later that I think you understood what I'm trying to say. When you say that IBC is concerned about, first of all, creating an image and winning the confidence of Kenyans. And I was saying that by suggesting that they have shared information with other people, in my view, at this point is creating voter apathy. and a reason as to why some of people who are supporting Baba may feel disillusioned, especially when they're heading to an election. So I have that, and then I have an issue with what Makiadi is saying. When you're saying that you want a report of audit, what is its value right now, 4 days to an election? What if they tell you that we have a million registered voters who are not there right now? You know, there comes a time, and Makiadi, you know this so well. That report, even if you are to be given right now, what change would it bring? What is the bigger picture? Sometimes the war is greater than the battle. Knowing the things that happen is just small battles that you want to fight. What is the bigger war? The bigger war is having a successful election on time and delivering the thing. So whatever it is, the ship has to get to the shore. Whether there are things that had been identified, that there whatever, we might have a problem that thing has not come out right now. Maybe even the audit report is not to be implemented within this. It's supposed to be implemented slowly as you move on. But if you are told all that right now, what value does it add? So that is what I needed to say. Let's not overemphasize the weaknesses of and look so disillusioned as Kuseo is saying there, that I want to suggest that even they are the ones who gave it, and this is where we are. You are creating voter apathy. Not at this time. We don't need that right now. Thank you.
Take note of the
Back to
clip.
you.
You see the clip which has this news of today about the ghost officials. Everybody knows about it. We are not the one who have brought it up. It is in the public domain as we speak. Ama, you have not seen it yourself.
No, Kuseo, I understand your point. And I don't.
Tempa is almost implying that we have created it.
It's
We are
okay.
not the ones who have created it.
Let me do this. I also have a different opinion from what Ndemba is saying, but I want to believe that people have been raising issues about the previous election, and it was good that whatever the IEBC has denied for 5 years has been brought out by the KPMG audit report. That is what we are saying. If we know that there's a person who can tamper with the system, then the best thing we should do is to know it early. Right now, it is a confirmation of what Raila Odinga said in 2017. And it is good. Whether the IEBC implements the report this year or next year or after 20 years, that's not our business. But we know that the best thing we can do is to protect the vote, so that the vote that is counted at the ballot in the polling station is the same vote that is tallied to the IEBC headquarters. That is all. Because all these shenanigans about the IEBC having people who can go in the system and interfere with the transmission of votes, all this can be cured if the person at the tallying center gives the right number to the IEBC headquarters. That is all we are saying. So I don't care what the KPMG does with the report.
Richard, I want to add on what you are saying. You know what? Some people are thinking that we are at the other parties are focusing too much on IEBC. You see that it comes out that this already happened. It justifies the reason why all focus now is on them, and they must do the right thing. And by telling you that the issues have been addressed and nothing out of the proper the procedures will take place, Chebukati is just assuring you that whatever it is that took place, we have addressed it, and there is not going to be any repeat, which is, I think, good for IEBC, for our confidence in IEBC, that there will be no such things happening anymore. That, I think, is a good message.
Okay, let's do this. Kuseo, can you summarize in 2 minutes so that we move forward?
Yeah. It is to do with this valid votes and ballot papers and whatever. Yesterday we had talked about the marking of the ballot papers. For one, what voters must know is that whatever mark you are making, even if there are 2 marks in the same box for your candidate, that ballot would still be okay. The challenge normally comes when you put a tick which starts from the lower box, crosses onto the above box. Now that, even if it is one mark, would be a challenge. Now, then how should you make the mark? How should you do these markings? We had yesterday talked about an X, a tick, or just whatever you write, so long as it is on your choice of candidate, whether it is a dot. If it is a thumbprint, it must not be on the line, because again, it will be overflowing onto the upper candidate and the lower one. That would lead to a spoiled vote. Then there is the issue of invalid votes or ballots. Now, you can have a ballot paper which is properly marked. For example, a ballot paper marked for the MCA. If it finds its way, it was properly marked for Stone PK, who is the MCA candidate, but we find it in the MP's ballot box. Imagine it will not be counted. We will not say that let's take it to the MCA's box and count it, or as much as it may be well properly marked. So those mistakes must be known. Sometimes watu wanachanganyikiwa. Ukienda kufanya voting, that is why at one point I was saying that sometimes if you are voting the suit, you find things move so well. Now, if you go mixing up this way, that way, you find that sometimes you put a properly marked ballot paper in the wrong box. That becomes an invalid ballot.
That's a stray ballot. That's not invalid.
Invalid in the sense that it will not be counted for whoever you had marked it for.
That's a stray ballot.
The bottom line is that
if it is marked well, wait, if it is marked well,
it will not be valid for the person you had marked for.
If it is marked well,
you had marked it for Stone PK, who is an MCA.
If it is marked well, but put in the wrong box, that's a stray ballot.
Well, I agree with you. What I meant that it will not be valid towards your candidate. It will not be counted. Seven.
No, it's okay. Use, I can move the debate forward, so you'll come in later. Let me just.
I just wanted to make one more point. The last one.
Okay, 1 minute.
The ballot papers, the good ones. One of the things which they do, especially during the setup, there is a special stamp. I think we talked about it yesterday, which must be put at the back. The idea is that sometimes if you have these strange foreign ballot papers, which have come and not through the right channel, they will be lacking the special stamp at the back, because that is like validating the ballot paper for voting. So you'll find that some of these things which are marked and stashed in the ballot papers after even the election has taken place, they're unlikely to know, because remember the stamp is a secret. It is not only known to the Iebc officials. So you don't know the presidential paper, which stamp they are using there. If they are using the MCA ballot, you don't know what stamp they are using there. So it is believed that if somebody has come with some foreign ballot papers and they want to stash them in the box, they are unlikely to get that stamp. So during the inspections, they can be inspected, and then you find out that, these particular ballot papers are not genuine. Thank you.
All right. Let me move on to Olara. Let me give you 1 minute, so that at least there are 3 people here. Let me give you just 1 minute.
I support what the argument was going around, and in as much we are approaching the finality of whatever direction is coming, we as a panelists, I think we have some directions, lakini kuna kitu moja. IBC is a jury. Alafu, don't personalize somebody like a CEO. This time around, IBC chosen somebody who's not tribalist. In fact, amechukua Mnubi to somebody, a Nubian from anywhere with a right qualification. Marjan should not be part of this. And there's no tribalism in the IBC. Marjan is a person I know personally. As a Nubian, I know him. It's a little bit old, young brother. He's genuine person. Hana shida ya huu kabila. Kwa hiyo kibira tu hapa hapa kwa baada ya hata hakuna siku Raila amemsaidia. So when we discuss these issues here, I've been here longer. This is the only time I come out and say I'm a Nubian for Kibira. This is the only time I come here and say I'm that. All of you are there for yourself, whatever you are. But this is the only time IBC came with an issue. Hajui kabila yake ni nani, hajui ni nani. Marjan is just a boy from Makina, is just there. He went to Nairobi University, only a few steps. So don't categorize that. Our politics is not about who's running our election. Our politics is about what we've been talking about, especially the last contributor.
Okay.
You made it very clear, and it's very clear. So
Okay.
let it Marjan. Marjan is just what we are praying for. Another person of Kibira from anywhere become a CEO of election. He's not even interested.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm sorry to expose Marjan this way, but I know Marjan is some younger brother. We all came from Kibira. We are the brightest side of Kibira. At least one of us is a CEO there. I think I don't want to.
Okay, Olara, I have to move it forward. Thank you so much. I want to go to Ndemba. I believe you came in first. But also, before I move to Ndemba, just let me make this comment. We will have at least a few days before the election where at least we'll have somebody, I mean, you, walk our viewers through the process of voting. At least it doesn't reduce anything on our side in terms of time. Just within your submission, you just walk our viewers through the process of voting, the do's and the don'ts, so that at least we avoid these mistakes that have been costing our voters the votes.
Do you have a specific day in mind?
Ndemba had planned, Ndemba had planned for that, but we'll definitely make time for you. We'll definitely.
Which day do you have in mind? That is what I'm asking.
I think Ndemba will address that. So let me leave it there. Yeah. Ndemba, karibu.
Thank you so much, Makiadi. Let me just make my comment briefly, and then of course, so you're doing a good job for IBC. They should add the allowances to you and promotion ikuje, and they call you ambassador at large. Now, I want to first of all address myself to what I saw, the presser of Ruto. That is a photocopy presser of Raila 2017. So if you go back to Raila 2017, the presser just before the elections, it actually happened a few days before. The same sentiments, the same way that he was talking, the same way Raila talked. So I wasn't surprised. I'm not surprised that they have started fitting well into the opposition politics. That's how it is prepared. You don't just walk into opposition politics without addressing several pressers before the election. You know, you should, they are even late. This should have been probably the 6th or the 7th presser that they are conducting. They have a few more to go, and we want to see them appear more serious, you know, when they are doing those pressers. I saw Mudavadi there standing next to the deputy president. They looked rather gloomy, which is good characteristics of an opposition that is coming on. As probably I know maybe most of us have said, they say in Kiswahili, mkuki kwa nguruwe, kwa binadamu ni chungu. When we go back, you see the deputy president who was saying that wachana na Matiang'i afanye kazi yake. So right now is isolating them and is addressing very junior people. In fact, I liked what P.S. Kibisho told him, that I'm a very junior person in the ministry. I don't know why him is part of the Security Council. He's addressing himself to a junior person like me. So that for me, I think is a very direct attack on him, and I think it's a good answer. You know, why do you start targeting security officials that you used in 2017? I mean, they have not changed. I remember when they appointed Matiang'i immediately after Nkaiseri passed on, Baba raised an issue and said that even before they send condolences to the Kariseri family, they are already appointing an acting security minister, you know. But Raila said that it's up to them. They are free to appoint whoever they want. Now, several years later, the shoe is on the other side. I am liking what I'm seeing. It's typical of awaiting opposition. So that's for me is what the heat. He's feeling the heat, and the worst is this Kusel and the rest. You see, if you have been part of a plan to hurt someone, like maybe you worked with Makiadi to hurt Stone PK. Now, when you see Makiadi working with Stone PK, you can imagine what you are feeling at that time. You are imagining that the same, because it is the same script. It is only the actors that are different. So you can imagine the same script is being used against you. But you see, Baba has said clearly and has told him that we don't need anybody to aid Baba in getting there. So his trouble is he's struggling to believe Baba because he knows Uhuru and he knows what Uhuru can do. So his problem is not even Baba. Your problem is not that Makiadi will be working with Stone PK. Your problem is that you worked with Makiadi and you saw what you did to Stone PK. Now that is the worry. So sometimes it is self-inflicted worry. You know, you are running. They say some places that you can when you go in some villages and you are around the fireplace and the smoke comes towards your place, there's something wrong about you. So there's something, just he's feeling it and it is wrong on his side. So I must say this. Ruto is a Kenyan, and someone said that if only Ruto would go back and watch himself 2017, he will not be addressing any press act 2022, because his arrogance then, the way they were tweeting, Moses Kuria was tweeting about NASA then, the way even Itumbe was tweeting, even there's one particular, I don't know if Kuseo you have seen this one. This is what Itumbe tweeted in 2017, and I want to read that for you. I mean, let me see if I'll get it. Makiadi, you saw that, right? Yeah, this one.
Yeah.
This was 2017. This was 2017, Kusel. And this is Dennis Itumbi. I think this is Facebook post. This is what he's saying. Hello, good people. NASA has begun a new strategy. Press conference whose content is just allegations. Facts and truth do not matter in their plan, as long as they can remain on the headline. Now, this is what we do. 1, for every press conference, we will all respond. 2, I will draft a statement and all you have to do is copy the statement and put your name on it. You can add any statement you want. 3, after adding your name, you post it on your wall and tag me if you can. And 4, we will all issue statements as the people of Kenya. We will not just wait for the allegations. Kindly share widely. That was Itumbi in 2017, when power was sweet. When they were feeling
the head of what?
He was the head of blogging then. You know, he was still doing the same thing for the other team, for Jubilee then. So he's saying that this was 20th January 2017, you know, that NASA has begun a new strategy. Now in 2022, they have begun a new strategy. Press conference whose content is just allegation. That is what you're seeing right now. So it is the same script, different casts. So we are just seeing a repeat of 2017.
Did you share something where Matiang'i was sharing the rooftop of a campaign car with RUTO? I can't believe it.
Yeah, he shared a campaign car with RUTO, and he, in fact, is the one who was saying wachaneni na Matiang'i afanye kazi yake. That was a statement which was made in Kisii when they went with the president, you know. So it's interesting that the same people now are addressing the media and addressing the international community. Do you think the international community is blind to Kenyan politics? They know how Kenya has been. They know the way the country has been functioning. They think this international community is so, you know, is so bound by small presses that you are coming to say that you know, these people are planning. They were here. In fact, in 2017, the same RUTO shut out the international community. He actually said that these people are now going to address other people to come and sort Kenyan problem. He said that Kenya is what do you call it?
A
sovereign state.
Mm.
So Kenya as a sovereign state should be able to sort its issues. That is what he said. So they are addressing the same international community, and one of them is saying that ICC should prepare. Yet they had a vote to remove Kenya out of ICC. If you can remember, they debated for a particular vote in parliament to remove Kenya from ICC. Now they are telling these people to prepare for ICC. I can imagine the comedian that they have become. Now, I also saw something else. This guy called Kingi. Kingi was telling Coastarians, he was telling them that I personally have gone to Kenya Kwanza and have signed sign a document to bind the people of the coast with Kenya Kwanza. So the question was coming out, did you sign it with Kenya Kwanza? Did you sign it with William Ruto? So he was not even clear on whom he signed the document with. And he said that I signed a document that is going to bring the costs, whatever, I mean, the port operation back to the coast, atatengeza uchumi ya mikorosho, na ndio paa tukasign, hata sikutaka position. Yet, in the agreement that they posted, he is being given a Senate position, I think, as Speaker of the Senate. So you see the big lie that these people are. But anyway, those are Kenya Kwanza issues. Right now, we are more focused on getting people out to vote. I like how the president is happy. He was dancing some reggae. somewhere. Makiadi, you saw that. The president is finishing in style, and that is the kind of an environment you want as we head towards the election. IBC might have its issues, it will not be perfect, lakini wamefinywa kufinywa ile they cannot try any monkey business. So Kuseo and others, ile Chebukati mahali ameshikwa, hata zile vitu alikuwa anajaribu na hala, ukiona Ruto anaanza ma press conference, jua ya kwamba all the options are already gone now. So things are are getting tougher for him. Yeah, so I want to finish there for now and at least bring on someone else. Thank you, Makiadi, for the time.
So I think you can take over from there. Lord Adams should be the next person.
Okay, Lord Adams, karibu. Christine alikuwa shaongea?
Yeah, I talked Temba, but I think Makiadi did not see my hand when Olara finished talking. I wanted just to say something small before you made your submission.
Okay,
but
go ahead, Christine.
I think right now it's too late, but I think next time Olara comes here, I'm just worried Olara might be too drunk to even, you know. The way some teachings of Kuseo, I like them. It's only that Kuseo does not add humor to keep us engaged. He's too serious. But when you listen to Kuseo, we will appreciate him after, because huyo Olara ni wale wa kuweka iende mpaka kando. Unajua, because if he cannot even respect the rules here, is he gonna respect the IBC rules? I don't think so. So next time he comes here, Makiadi, I think we need just to tell him, hiyo siku watu kama hao ndio wafungiwe ba. I'm seeing us losing that vote. I'm not lying.
Okay, let me say this. Unfortunately, when somebody appears here, for you to add that person on the screen, you cannot tell their state of mind. Tumeona vitu mingi sana. You've been a panelist here, umeona watu wa aina mingi sana. So we do not have the ndemba tunaweza tumia jina gani?
Alcohol.
No, not we do not have the facilities, the necessary facilities to actually determine if this person is fit.
You don't have the gadget.
We don't have the gadgets. And then
I agree with you, Temba. I agree with you, Makiadi. But today, when Alex started presenting, I witnessed Moshi Kienda Jew. You know?
Yeah, you know.
So, and even from the way he was responding to Kuseo, you could hear his speech is slurred. You know, he wasn't coherent. So it's nikumuongelesha tu, because tunahitaji hiyo vote moja. We can help you, Makiadi. Sisi ndio macho yako saa zingine hapa. I observed that you might not have observed, simply because I'm trained to look at people and analyze them before I talk to them.
Thank you. You know, anaweza kuwa anatengeneza barbecue ndani ya nyumba.
You know, Christine, you can be sued for suggesting ill motive on someone. You know, someone is free to make their point as long as they are not insulting anyone. We don't want to keep
making a point is not an issue, Temba. Yeah. My worry is he's free. He can come here. I witnessed Moki Kienda. I'm sure he was puffing. But I told you his speech was not coherent. He had slurred speech. But the issue is not that. I like the drama too, remember. But I'm worried that he's the type wale wenye wakienda hata kushika bairo, the mark can go outside, you know?
That's why you need him here. That's why you need him here.
Sasa he doesn't get it. Unasikia Kuseo na present and it comes out with somebody's name. And until Makiadi had to say it's not making sense.
Christine is right. This is how I live in
you
might say something.
No, we need to know what we are addressing. Are we addressing him being managed, or we are addressing him being thrown out? You know.
Okay, we are addressing him being advised that on 8th he should not drink alcohol. We need his vote. But talking here, I like the drama. He can come. But we have to talk to him that on 8th he needs to be. He He's the type.
Vile vitu mtu anakula, wacha akule kwa raha zake. But
Hatuna shida ni we are worried Temba. Right now we need even that one vote matters, and especially for a Mtembei panelist. Kuseo amekuwa kutufundisha. It will be so sad that Olara amemark outside the box, you know? So that's my concern. But him coming here talking, I don't mind, because even me online, I'll be using my sheet here, you know?
Unajua Christy is right. Mtu anaweza weka hiyo tick na hasira.
Ni sawa, wacha mimi niseme namna
Inaenda
hii.
mpaka.
Wacha
Na
niseme
mkono
namna hii.
inatetemeka. Mkono inaweza tetemeka Kuseo. That's my worry.
All right. Sometimes
go ahead, Makiadi.
Yeah, sometimes when you see something that is not impressive, something that will definitely affect your concentration, then say it so that we can address it. Usiache imeenda sana mpaka imepita ndio unasema, sababu hatutakuwa tumesaidika. Hiyo ni number 1. Alafu number 2, I think Ose is a don. He's a university don. I rarely see people of Hosea's nature making fun, because you have to be in the class whether you like it or not. Mtakutania kwa mtihani. So Hosea, weka matia hapo tu, fanyia ABC kazi, lakini we'll give you an opportunity to do the presentation. So Christine, ukikaa kwa darasa ya Hosea, whether you like it or not, is not going to add any humor. Mtakutana kwa mtihani. Nimemaliza.
Ose, wacha nisiongee. The dons wale Ose ana represent.
Let me tell you, Makiadi, hii kazi si ngumu sana. All you need to do is how is rigging done. As simple as that. The Kenyan one. If once you get to see how it is done, it's not difficult to see where things go wrong. And as I told you,
ngoja Kuseo, unajua ukianza hiyo hautamaliza.
Kuseo ameanza presentation
tena. Ngoja Kuseo. Unajua ukianza hiyo hautamaliza. Wewe tulia hapo. Lord Adams.
Good evening to all of you. Bwana Kuseo. Shikamo. All right, now I just want to say that both God and Satan are perceived to be male. In that regard, they are men. So both God and Satan are men of order. God is a God of order. Satan is of order too. So it depends on whom you believe in. I'm just trying to address the issue of Mr. Larry. You know, it doesn't matter. You can smoke weed. You can drink whatever you want. You can even drink blood. It doesn't matter. But the bottom line is order. Are you orderly? There are people who can only ooze points when they're tipsy. When they're not on top of their stuff, they lack what to say. The points only come when they drank or smoke, whatever they did. But the bottom line is order. You don't let alcohol to control you. It is you who is supposed to control the alcohol. If you're drinking blood, don't let the blood control you. You know, it is you who's supposed to control whatever thing you're drinking. Otherwise, most of the people in some other worlds, the society drinks. This society where you live, Mr. Kuseo, is more drunk than the society that you came from. But they're orderly. They don't let whatever they're drinking or smoking control them. So the bottom line is order. That's why I told you, both God and Satan are people of order. So it depends on whoever side you believe in, you have to be orderly. So people will go to the ballot, and I'm going to tell you, on the voting day, a lot of people are drunk. A lot of people drink, because staying in those queues for 4 hours It's not an easy task. People drink very early in the morning, not even early, and eve to the election, people drink, but it doesn't deter them from voting. It is them who have to control themselves. But if somebody is not orderly enough, it doesn't matter whether he just tastes something or not. People are people like that. We have character. So I think an adult is an adult. They have just to control their self-control. You have no control over that. And also, Mr. Kuseo, you know, you're one man whom I listen to even when I'm off the the camera here. And you're doing a good job, but I respect you, and I also when I come here to disagree with your some of the sentiments, I want to disagree with them respectfully. Like at this point, we only have 2 days to the polls, voting. You are bringing good points, which I think are supposed to have happened a long time ago. When there's some people who listens to you, and all they can conclude is that you are trying to bring some conspiracy tendencies, because you have points, but you know you are also kind of inserting fear. Your points are good, but they're bringing fear to people. The baseline, what we need now is people to come out and go and vote. Mr. Kuseo, with all the due respect, there is nothing you can do about IEBC right now. There is no change you can make within this 70. We have 72 hours to go. There is no change you're going to bring. However much you may have the best voice and the best opinions to be put out there, but you're not going to make any change. We are going to the polls as is. Or you know, the British says as it is, but here they say as is. We are going to the poll like the way it is. So you may have good points, but it may also instill fear in some of us, in some people. So I'm just requesting you to be a bit cautious. Have some breaks. You need some breaks. You go and make breaks. Don't go too much. I don't know whether you guys, and also, Mr. Kuseo, I heard you saying something about the stamp. You are bringing a point, you are explaining something there, and then you said that the IEBC has a special stamp that they put behind the ballot box at the back rather, and we have 6 elections like MCA all the way to presidency, and you are, if I heard you right, you are saying that they have different stamps, but that is not true. The stamp is the same. It is one stamp. It's only one of all the clerks which are there. There's only one clerk who handles stamp. The stamp is one. The same stamp that stamps back ballot of the MCA, stamps the back ballot of MP, women rep, and the president. All the ballots. It's the same stamp, same size, same everything. So the stamping clerk is just one. He uses same stamp for the ballot. There might be other stamps for other stuff, but for the back of the ballot is one same stamp for uniformity. But I think I heard you saying it's a different stamp, so I was just bringing that one to come out clearly. And also I'm moving out of that. Mr. Professor Wajakoya, I had Professor Wajakoya's running mate, the lady, saying that before the media, that her principal boss, that is Mr. Wajakoya, is supporting AZIMIO. I don't know whether you guys saw that. So she was asked, and she said, yes, Wajakoya is supporting AZIMIO, but according to her, if given a chance of the 3 candidates, she may have a contrary opinion. But she said, yes, Wajakoya is supporting AZIMIO. So in as much as the polls was putting us at 59 or 58, and Wajakoya is having 2 point something, so if Wajakoya is supporting AZIMIO, already we've hit the mark. We only need 1 vote so that it can become 50 plus 1. So it is achievable before even touching on the undecided voters. But as I said, always, and I will say this up to the last minute, that this election will be decided by the undecided voters. These are the people who are going to decide this vote. The undecided voters are going to make or break this ice come the D-Day. By and large, I don't want to say much. Let's just remain focused. Let's focus on the price and make sure that we come out and vote. Let's just try to mobilize people and vote. The baseline is to vote. I don't know how it will work so that it is done once. And Mr. Themba, what you're saying is also true. I wanted to say it, but you have already said I don't want to meddle much into it. What RUTO is doing, what Kenya Kwanza or UDA is doing right now, that is exactly what NASA was doing in 2017. But when those days we were in NASA and we felt that whatever we were saying or doing was right. But now I know we are in AZIMIO, but the question can pop in and say, don't you think these people can also be, maybe they're right, because that day when we were there, we felt we were right. Do you think they're right because we also felt that we are right? Or do you think if they're wrong, then we were wrong then too? I don't know whether you understand what I'm saying. If they're wrong, then we were wrong then. But if they're right, then we were right. That's something to think about. Otherwise, I'm very much optimistic, Mr. Stone PK. I'm very much, but I know Mr. PK is ruthlessly optimistic. But me, I'm just optimistic. With the ruthlessness of Mr. PK and the pride of Mr. Themba and the details of Mr. Kuseo and the hyperness of Christine plus we can all come out and vote and make this happen. Let us make it happen, people. Thank you.
Adams, let PK know to asiweke the tick na hasira. No, some people wanaenda huko, he closes their eye and then wanaweka tick kubwa.
Thank you, Adams. Adams, my orientation is you live in the here and now, right? Tukifika hiyo siku, I mean, for now, Baba is winning. Baba is winning, and that is it. In 2017, 2018, we didn't have an election. It was a selection. There was no election. In 2013, there was no election. In 2007, there was no election. So this is the time that we are going to have an election. In 2017, it was a selection. They are warming up. I said they were warming up to be in the opposition because it is the same thing. You see, sometimes even we don't know if they are saying the truth or not. Probably they are saying what they did. Just like I said, if Kuseo and Makiadi linked up together to fight you, if Kuseo sees Makiadi with you, what will they be thinking? I mean, it's normal human psychology. If kama Kuseo akikutana na Makiadi, huwa wanakusengenya. Kuseo akikuona unaongea na Makiadi, atafikiria unaongea juu yake. That is the thing. It is just simple psychology. So the thing is, RUTO is thinking that what is going to happen is what they did in 2017. There's nothing like that. So he's just operating from his own imagination.
It is called the fear of unknown.
Yeah, Baba's votes were there in 2017. He didn't need Matiang'i. He didn't need nobody. And Baba has said to such, he said, I have the votes. So what is RUTO? RUTO is thinking that what he did is what is going to happen. So him is responding to his own fears. Now, what do we have to do with RUTO's fears? Let him deal with his own fears. I mean, if he thinks that things will be done, he's right. If he thinks it will not be done, he's right. Kama wewe ni mtu wa domodomo na mtu mwingine, definitely ukiniona na mtu mwingine utafikia tunaongea juu yako. Utasikia mtu anasema mlikuwa ataitisha Makiadi, ulikuwa mnaambiana nini na Lord Adams? Unaona, kwa sababu yeye akikutana na Makiadi, that is what he does. So I mean, Lord Adams, Ruto is feeling the heat. Umeona nation inaitwa nini? Headline ya nini? Headline ya what do you call it? Nation Taifa Leo. Umeona hiyo headline? Kusema umeona headline? Acha nikusomee uone ile headline vile imesema. Nasema hivi, Ruto apiga nduru. Ruto apiga nduru. Hizi nduru baba amepiga miaka mingi, my friend. So wacha tu apige nduru, alafu jue saa zile inaponyoka. And let me tell you, I said here and I repeat again. In Africa, generally, and in Kenya specifically, East Africa, let's take a few examples of East Africa. Uganda up there. How many times did Bobi Wine address pressers? Every single day. See, he address pressers. Rigging is not done on the day. Rigging is not done on the day at your voting na IEBC. Rigging includes many things. Walienda Tononoka, waliingia huko saa ngapi? Saa 10. Ndio walikuwa allowed kuingia Tononoka kwenda kufanya nini? Kufanya campaign. Reason, the president was in the coast. In Africa and in Kenya specifically, East Africa, Magufuli alipiga Tundu Lissu, alimkanyaga mpaka chama Chadema ikaingia. I mean, Chadema, chama cha mageuzi. The Chadema, right? No. It's CCM.
Chama cha Mapinduzi.
Yeah, CCM ikaingia. So you cannot shake a sitting head of state in Africa. That one is, if you can only do it if you have a serious wave. That happened in 2002. That was a serious wave. Moi was not coming back. And you could hear even Ruto saying that they still hoped that Moi would do something. Nothing could be done. There's no serious wave that UDA and Kenya Kwanza have in Kenya right now. So you cannot even, for whatever reasons, the global politics and the big brothers are more in favor of a stable government, not one that is coming to completely change the status quo. Now, what promises a stability? It is the AZIMIO government, not one that is coming to completely change everything. That is not good even for global politics. So what I can say without a fear of a doubt is that Kenyans will get out, and in Baba, they have a very good ticket. In fact, even worse still, the other ticket is full of corruption. The deputy president in that other ticket has been told to refund some money that belongs to the government, proceeds of corruption. That's a ticket that cannot attract anybody. If you compare to the ticket between Baba and Martha, it's like day and night. I mean, even the international community, they will be happier with a Baba and a Martha ticket. So I can tell you without a fear of a doubt in my mind and the fear of contradiction, Baba is winning this. In the morning at 6. Wachana na ABC kuseo. Wacha nilete Stone pike.
Hamjambo nyote kuanzia huko kwa ndugu Kuseo, Christine, Richi, Bwana Temba. Naona Joshua Mark ameingia pale. Na my brother next to me, Lord Adams. Yes, Lord Adams, bwana, mimi ni ruthless. In fact, ningekuwa mimi ndio Chebukati, tungekuwa...
Usiweke tik na hasira.
Sisi bila ile hasira iko, sisi tunaapisha Baba. even before the hiyo ni yenyu, hiyo kwenda kuvote ni yenyu. For us, we are going to swear Baba in. That's it.
Because I told you this guy is ruthless.
You know why we have decided we are just going to swear in Baba? Going to vote, hiyo tumewachia watu wafanye ile tukuraba stamp ile, Kenya had an election. All right? At least we are in that league of countries where we are told, democracy, we allow the people to vote and all that. Otherwise, Baba tunaapisha, with or without Chebukati or whoever it is. On top of that, I would want to add a point where Temba left. That Baba amewin kuanzia hata saa 12. It is true. Because honestly, if we were to dwell on IEBC, it's one of the items in this country of ours that demeans what an election body is. I mean, IEBC in Kenya is a semblance of a mediocre kind of organization, a group of people put together to siphon money with Kenyan resources, where we buy high-tech equipment and yet we are not able to operate them. It is one of the theories where in Kenya, when elections come, we forget how to count. Hatuwezi kujua kuhesabu. Okay? It is so sad, is a situation whereby Kenyans are told, umera kumera, tokelezeni. All Kenyans wanakuja kupiga vote, which we do very well, early morning. But it stops at that. Immediately we finish voting, everybody goes berserk, foolish, ajui kusoma, ajui form 32A ni gani. So we all become blank, but Tua Mwananchi has already voted. So what we have decided, and we are organizing this, whether people say it is sinister or whatever it is, we are voting at the polling station and announcing those votes, period. We don't care what Chebukati will announce. That is final. What the votes in my polling station, which is called Karigori, ikiwa Baba amepata 234, that is what I will take, given by the agent there. And the photo of that, that paper they put on the door there. And that's what we are telling people. We are telling AZIMIO supporters, don't be given those other nonsenses. I was there 2013, 2017. I know what they did to us. They will tell you, agents, you sit at that corner. Usijali, we are taking care of them. We have said, don't agree to nonsense. Yeah? You are told, don't worry, Baba is willing. Those are lies. Agents are supposed to, in fact, in some places, agents will be thrown out. In some places, agents will be closed out. In RUTO's stronghold, it will be so sad. It will be so bad. Okay? This election is whereby now, Waruto atashinda, na sisi kwetu tutashinda mara 4. Take that to the bank. That is how it's gonna be. Because that is what he has declared to do. And na sisi tumesema we will do 5 times what he wants to do. Now, the other sad thing is that rotten meat has never been fresh. You cannot make it fresh. Nyama imeoza. Ruto ameoza. Chebukati ameoza. Whether we say, sijui at now they wamekabwa wapi, and the entire system was rotten. You can see that latest report. So the best is not even to think about IEBC. The best is to think of how we will conduct our own elections, count our own votes, and announce those votes, which we are capable of doing. I know that sounds very extreme, but that is exactly what we are doing. Otherwise, if we don't do that, it will be another issue. Go to the court to go to appeal. The Supreme Court. Supreme Court has no power. It's just there. Yeah. RUTO has penetrated all the systems in this country. So we are going to use force. And that is what people have reasoned on the ground. This is tuko huku US, tuko democratic, but uzuri chini ni fire. The other thing is, imagine you are being given a kichungi. Unaambiwa enda tu na hii kichungi, chota maji utaleta. Ni kichungi tu lakini, because we have no otherwise, just tuletee maji na kichungi. That is what we are supposed to do. So unaenda kuchota maji, unajua ni kichungi, wewe kunywa maji huko. Ukiweza kubeba na nguo ile uko nayo, beba nayo. Don't use that kichungi. So IBC is on the side. The other bit I want to comment is the manual register. I think this is a win, and the reason why this is being emphasized is because it is too late to dismantle what Ruto has put in place with his Venezuela people, and that's the truth. If people rely on hiyo kupeperushwa, it will not work. Those machines will not work. All right. So that's why this manual has to be accepted, and that is how it will be. What I've said. It is announced at the polling station, inapeperushwa na different ways, maybe kwa simu or something like that, and that is what will be counted to save this country from deteriorating, from being hijacked by a thief and a murderer and a crook in the name of Ruto. Kenyans, we sometimes refuse to accept facts. We become too modest. Up to today, not all of us have accepted that Ruto is a thief. We are still, he has not been proved, and that is our nature. We are too modest. We are too, ile huyo usimpe chanzi yake, si mwizi, ni mwizi, all right? And that is what has hurt this country. But fortunately, this time around, we are not going to even take any chance. There is that huge group that has said we will exercise our constitution right and take it in our hands. So I'm calling upon good people of goodwill here to join me. We are mobilizing boda guys. We are buying them fuel to just a boda to carry people, all right, the whole day for free. Anybody with matatu in your area, donate 2, 3, 4, 5,000 shillings to carry people for free. Anybody who is willing to cook and make chai bread near the polling station, make, so that people don't have to go home to eat and then come back. We want people to pick up until you vote, because the issue that have been raised is that kunaweza kuwa na delay under the pretext that the turnout will be so high, yeah? And then here we are, the King's Gate becomes slow, yeah? Then inakuwa sasa hii manual, people are delayed, queues are delayed for people to get disenfranchised and then go home. Hiyo ndio siri na hiyo ndio habari. Asanteni sana, takuja baadaye.
Mnachagua nani Embu? Stone PK.
Kama nani, gavana ama MCA?
Gavana.
Leni Kivuti.
Leni Kivuti. Ako kwa chama gani?
Azimio, tutamsukumilia tu hapo kwa Mbasa.
Ako kwa Mbasa
alichanuka, alikuwa UDA akatoka.
Nimeona jamaa wa Jubilee ameenda UDA.
Nani ule? Huyu nani? The matatu chairman.
Huyu jamaa anaitwa Emilio Kadhuri.
Kadhuri ni chairman wa hizo matatu association ya Embu. Ametupa mbao, is gone.
Ameona kimeumana ama ni pesa ameenda kupewa huko?
He's a confused guy. Ni watu wa Wajakaya. Unajua if you take too much Wajakaya una nini? Unakosa mwelekeo. Yeah.
Joshua habari gani? Umeingizwa hapa namna gani? Mimi huwa sikubali watu waingie saizi. Sijui mbona umeingia kwa dirisha?
Nashukuru sana kwa ule kunikaribisha. Nilijua tu Pemba hapa hivi, nikaona Makiadi, nikaona Mungu wangu hapa afadhali Makiadi yuko. Thank you Makiadi.
Mimi hata sijui umeingia namna gani, lakini ni mzuri huko ndani.
Thank you very much. You know I was
hapa ikifika the 8th hour huwa hatukubali mtu apart from the deep state members. Aya.
I'm also a deep state.
Ndio hiyo deep state nyingine.
Hao deep state hapa hivi.
Watu wa deep state wameanza kutokelezea hapa. Sasa ndio deep state.
Mpaka waruhusiwe ingia at least ongee kidogo.
Yeah, deep state.
Hawa ndio
Deep
wameamua
state.
kuapisha baba. Hawa ndio wanaapisha baba. Hata
Hawa wanakufa naye mpaka dakika ya mwisho.
Haya, karibu
Yes.
Joshua.
Yes, nashukuru sana. I was shocked yesterday. Huyu Mr. Pangwingwi anajiita hustler. The only man, the only politician ambaye ako na tent in the name of church for his compound. But this church will be demolished on 10th. Na itapeleka, I think maybe itapelekwa Sugoi because we not need church in Karen. Hapo itakuwa mahali pa Martha. I'll be just relaxing na eat na watoto wake na grandchildren. So we will not need any tent in the name of church, Karen. Now, yesterday, he was complaining. And I was asking myself that what was he saying new that we don't have? Because issue of chiefs, they always been complaining about issue of chiefs, Kwarali. I was just hearing because I was there when we started this talking about this press conference. I was just in the house, and I wanted to hear a bit by bit what new was he saying, but I realized that there's nothing Ruto was saying new. Everything was saying the things that they normally say Kwarali. But what I knew that Ruto alikuwa ameona kuwa amefika dead end. Ukifika dead end, we'll find the best option so that in any case outcome election itakuwa against against your side, you will just have to run kwa court ukasema kuwa I said this thing and this is what has been happening. So because Ruto alipoona kuwa already court imedeclare kuwa there's no manual register, that's the time Ruto was shocked. Akakimbia press because yesterday Ruto was talking and what he was saying, there were things that we have always been hearing. Matiang'i, Kibichu, chiefs, I don't know what, and he mentioned so many things. And I don't know why he decided to do it alone, because I thought maybe angepatia mtu kama DVD ama Wetangula, so that at least ionekane something constructive, but he did it alone. No, Ruto is a show, one man show. Hadi ukiangalia his advert yake yeye mwenyewe anachukua the whole show, anaongea peke yake, unafikiri kuwa yeye ni Churchill live. So Ruto is a one man show. Yesterday I saw it and he was complaining, and I was saying that let him hell, because I think this is what they used to do 2017, 2013. Now he's just fearing kuwa maybe he'll be messed up with this. But Raila doesn't need a chief. A chief ni mtu mdogo sana. Malala said it last time, chiefs and police, and they're just small people in the village. How can a chief influence you 3 days to election? 3 days to election. How can a chief influence you to vote? Ukiamua kumpigia baba kura, saizi I'm telling you, I think maybe few people who can be convinced right now. Even when you see the poll opinion say I decided to vote, maybe they don't want just declare because they fear maybe if I say, and I'm in Rift Valley or I'm in Central, there's some perception of people are going to say that I maybe I betray Ruto or I betray Raila. So we don't have undecided voters. Right now, we have people going to vote. What washaamua? So you cannot convince, a chief cannot influence anybody at this time of an hour. Now, and then also, Ruto has been complaining about Raila. You want to bring Raila so that you want to get Raila with the issue of corruption because Uhuru has been there. And they want to bring the issue of that state capture. How can he anaongea mambo corruption? Yes, kuna mtu wa state capture. And he want us to believe that Uhuru and his family, they have a state capture. And some of his allies. It is true. We want to believe that what Uhuru is telling us is true. And we want to believe that. And at the same time, the guy, rafiki yake Uhuru Kenyatta, anatuambia kwa very well, this man is a thief. So if we want us to believe Uhuru is state capture, also we want to believe that whatever Uhuru is telling us is true. Well, you are a thief and you need to go home. So kindly, both of you need to pack and go. And this is the message Uhuru has been saying each and every time, that we want to go with my deputy president. Even he said it in Bungoma, that if you want to be safe, kindly vote for Raila and Martha. So I'm not worried. And when I hear Ruto talking about, I'm sure leo pia ataongea. The only thing that ataongea leo will only be lamenting. Today rally yake I'll be watching. I think that I'll get time and I'll just go to check what he's talking about. So there's nothing Ruto is telling us that is new. They need to pack na Uhuru, because Uhuru pia anaambia kuwa I need to go with you home because I know your character. We are within the government and you know what I did and I also know what you did. So both of us are wrong. And you remember Uhuru said this thing very well in Bungoma. If you can remember very well. He was asking the resident of Bungoma that you did a mistake. I'm requesting you don't repeat the mistake again. And the mistake Uhuru was talking about, because it was their candidature by electing them. And he was telling that mukitaka kuokoka, kindly mchague Raila. He said it very well. So already Uhuru has declared that the regime was wrong. And he has struggled, and he said that nilikuwa nakimbizwa hivi mbio lakini mzee akakuja kanisaidia. So Raila came through his rescue, but 2013 to 2017 they're messing up this country. So it is the right time. I think even Ruto ajaribu kutoa machozi ya sungura ama machozi ya papa ama machozi ya nini. I think Kenya should not listen to this con man. Ruto is a con man. Yesterday alikuwa anajisifu kuwa I am a decent gentleman. I don't know, I'm a decent human being who is not a liar. Who doesn't know Ruto is a liar? You know, when you say that I'm a decent human being who does not lie, who doesn't know Ruto is a liar? So Ruto is a liar from his words, from his action. Character is a liar. And the best thing Kenyans need to do, to come out in a large number, tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8, Tuesday, to stop this guy. And I'm sure he won't go anywhere. That's why ameanza kufanya practice. You know, sometimes you need to do practice ya kuwa opposition leader. Nakuja kwa press. And I'm sure Mudavadi train this is how we are doing it. Because Mudavadi has been doing this thing, anajua wakati wa NASA, anajua kuwa you come to press, you talk strongly, we want to bring, so that Ruto aanze kujifundisha to be a, but the problem that alifanya mapema, angengoja tarehe 10 huko ndio aongee. Anafanya before tupige election. Angoja tarehe 10 ajitokeze strongly, aonyeshe wa supporters wake kuwa amebiwa kura, alie. That's what we were expecting, so that the supporters wake wa feel kuwa hii uchaguzi libiwa. This thing we passed through the 2017 to 2018, I mean 2007 tuliona, 2013 and 2017. So mimi nimezoea na mambo ya press conference. I seen Raila was coming to press conference. I was very happy for that save. But nothing after election, hiyo imeenda na maji. So I'm just eagerly requesting Kenyans and humbly requesting Kenyans that let come out in a large number to vote Raila Amolo Odinga and Martha Karua. Thank you very much, Themba. Thank you.
Yeah. Umepita kwa dirisha, umebahatika. We are not even sharing the link. We are not admitting. Only
Hiyo link one nimeweka kando huku. Huwezi toi.
Only deep state. And I'm the only one who adds them or removes them. In deep state tu anajijua. Unaona Christine vile ana smile hapo polepole. Anajua wamequalify. Kuseo hapa ni deep state member. Lord Adams, Stone PK, Ndeto. Kuna jamaa anaitwa
what's my membership number?
Deep state, you don't care about your membership number as long as you're inside. There's someone who said that as long as I'm in heaven, hata kama mlango itafungwa na ishikilie shati yangu lakini niko ndani. So as long as uko ndani.
Pia mimi niweke deep state. Ama niambie the way to get to deep state.
No, it takes time. These people have
to be a life member.
It takes time. So kuna jamaa anaitwa Mise. Na kuna jamaa mwingine anaitwa kuna Julia. It's some team, eh? Yeah, Mato, were you here before? Ukisema hapana tutaangalia Hansard.
A long time ago. 1963.
No.
1963.
So everybody
no, 1963 where? It was a long time ago. Hakuna hata mtu alikuwa hapa.
Sasa unataka kurudia zile vitu ulisema.
Hakuna mtu mwingine alikuwa hapa. So nyinyi wote Mumeongea mimi sijaongea.
So you are alone.
Mchana.
You are alone in the studio.
Wewe hata uzee sijui umetokea wapi. Wewe kwanza rudi kwa IBC.
So you want to repeat what you already said?
No, I never said
huyu ni Lord.
I was moderating to help Richie to come here. Ask Richie.
No problem. Let's have Richie speaking and then we come back.
Sasa hii moderation yenye ulifanya tu ya dakika 10 imekuwa wimbo.
Sasa ataandika kwa nini ya kwamba ni moderate. Richie kama kiadi karibu.
Unajua Ndemba tumekaa hapa tumepiga story mpaka tumemaliza, so we don't have much to say, but I want to emphasize on the issue of the deputy president and the press conferences. I think it is the same script, but the reader of the script is different. Last time we were raising issues, and then I like the way you pointed that Taifa Leo headline. I wish you'd have read the issues that the deputy president is talking about. These are the same issues that Raila Odinga spoke about in 2017. And most so, even recently, when Raila Odinga had the 10-point written to the IEBC, it is the same issues that the deputy president was defending the IEBC against Raila Odinga and AZIMIO. I don't know what happened between the meeting that they had, the first meeting that they had with the IEBC, and yesterday that made the deputy president change his mind. I'm even beginning to believe that the Venezuelans that who say your department imported from Venezuela, I don't know where they came from, were purposely hired to do something with the system, the voter transmission, probably the IEBC, I don't know, voter verification or whatever. They had a mission, because at that moment the deputy president seemed very comfortable. You remember, Osea, you always quote when he said Oburu Odinga can be the chairman for all he cares. So he was very arrogant. He had a lot of bravado. He was on top of roofs, defending the IEBC, castigating AZIMIO, telling them they are not ready for the election. But now, one day, he realizes that there is need for these issues to be addressed. And if remember you get a chance, I wish you could read some of those issues. I don't know if I have that headline, the soft copy. But you look at the things that he's talking about. All these things we have cried for a long time. If I get that, whatever, I'll read it for you. Yeah, let me see. So it is in Swahili, and he says, Ruto apiga nduru. Ruto apiga nduru. So the first point that is being raised here, malalamishi ya Ruto ya kwanza ni kwamba Chiloba anapanga kutatiza interneti siku ya uchaguzi. Now, if AZIMIO were brave enough, we should be asking William Ruto, does Chiloba vote? Ama vote iko na hawa watu wengine vile huwa wanatuuliza tu. Hakuna internet inapiga kura, wananchi ndio wanapiga kura. We should be asking William Ruto these questions. Number 2, Musheru anafanya mikakati kuweka mitambo ya kutatiza upeperushaji wa matokeo Jumanne. Point number 2. Number 3, Kenya Power inataka kuzima umeme wa Kenya wapige kura gizani. You know, this is very impressive. I like this because it is coming from the deputy president, who says he is the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. If there was any deep state, he is the one who should be telling the people that there is a deep state. Number 4, he says, Kamishna wa Rift Valley anafanya mikutano usiku kwa lengo la kuzuia vurugu siku ya uchaguzi. 6, makamishna wa kaunti za Nakuru na Trans Nzoia wanashiriki mikutano ya kupanga njama ya vurugu. Machifu na manaibu wao wanaunda vikundi vya kutoa hongo kwa wapiga kura vituoni Jumanne. Serikali inatunyanyasa kwa kutuzuia kufanya mikutano Tononoka, Nyayo na Buhungu. Baadhi ya vituo vya redio vya lugha ya Kikuyu vinaeneza chuki dhidi ya Kenya Kwanza. Tunataka IEBC irekebishe baadhi ya mambo yanayoweza kutoa mwanya wa wizi wa kura. Finally, tafiti za kura ya maoni zinazomweka Raila mbele hazina mashiko. I don't know what mashiko is, but you can see these are the same issues we cried about in 2017. These are the same issues we cried about in 2012, 2013. Now, because the shoe is on the other side, the deputy president is the one crying. The bravado that we have seen for 5 years has finally gone away. He looked like a person who has been rained on. And that is a good sign that the suits that have been preaching here zipimwe kila siku. Na dresses zenye kuwa nikisema hapa kila siku watu wapige pasi. Hii ndio wakati ya kwenda kumalizia final touches. Tuesday ni kuweka muhuri, alafu tunaenda kufanya kazi yenye tulikuwa tumeongea hapa kila siku. We have fought a good fight and we have won the battle. Asante.
Okay, we have a few minutes of an open session, so sitaenda kwa nini. Kama uko na kitu ya kuongezea na kupa dakika moja, mbili, naongezea. Si tena mambo ya 1, 2, just speak on to it, then you move on to something else. Yes, Kuseo, umeinua mkono, then Stone PK, tukisonga.
What I want to say is that now, Makiadi, now I can connect the clip you are playing. You see what has come to light. Remember, the DP was on top of what happened in 2017. All those ghost fellows and where they came from and what they did or did not do is very much in the picture. And remember, this time round, since he knows that he's not with the system, the people who they had helped him to do them, now you can then link why he needed foreigners. Without foreigners, the Kenyan staffers are going to believe things are done as per plan. They would not see it coming, in other words. So then now you can link the two, and there it is, the explanation why. This, I was wondering, why is this particular item, news item, being released at this time late in the day? Now people should then understand why IEBC have been cornered and they are forced to be as transparent and everybody. And remember, I told you that they are going to be ICT experts working hand in hand with them. A good proportion of our agents are going to be ICT experts as well. So you can't come there with fake things that you want to load there because as we are not technology experts, so you just do whatever you know. But remember, my last comment is to do with the DP on these issues, especially on the Tononoka thing. I don't know whether it is true, but somebody did say that the DP himself was actually stopped from proceeding where he was heading for the reason that the president was busy opening, I think it was a bridge, launching a bridge. So he got a taste of what opposition fellow. They could not proceed. They had to wait until the road, the way they used to stop people along the road when Moi was to pass. Sometimes he's still 1 hour away and your people have been stopped on the roadside. That is the sort of taste he got today. Anyway.
Yeah, true. The Tononoka thing started at 4. It was to start at earlier. Yes,
but did you know that he personally was put aside?
Makiadi, are you the one sharing the... Okay.
Yeah, Abuya wants to come in.
Oh, Abuya is deep state. All right. Yes, Stone PK.
Thank you, Ndugu Kuseo, for bringing that bitter joke. You know, I laughed for like 40 minutes. I have a very close relative, and he was the one who was telling me that the DP is like when I used to live in Mombasa, and you take off coming to Bara, then unfortunately you land into days when the president is having some function somewhere in Taita or something. then you are caught in that mahali sasa imesimamishwa. You cancel your trip because you'll be there like for 2 hours, you know. So he was telling me sasa Ruto ameanza kuwa raia wa kawaida and it was exaggerated. You know, it was exaggerated by these guys who surround the president, because they want to punish him in whichever way possible. It's a good thing. Let him practice. It's good rehearsal. Quickly, let me raise something that Lord Adams mentioned, and I think we forgot to comment. He put a statement that I think I heard that from Murkomen, either today morning or yesterday, when he was on Citizen TV, and he was asked why are they lamenting so much, talking about things, talking about the deep state is doing X, Y, Z, and then the question was flip-flopped the way Adam has done it. And this guy, you can imagine what answers he was giving. He simply said, what if they were right then? And that, you know, that kind of nonsense. And that brings me to a point that these guys, whenever you push a logical question, the way they twist, the way they throw it around, Ruto is asked how much is enough, he says enough is enough. And then I look at Kenyans, I say, oh my God. When I see the crowds that they pull, because truly speaking, Ruto has following. And these are Kenyans. These are Kenyans. And the Kenyans, some of them of high standing, calibers of Akina Kuseo, lecturers, professors, scientists. And they are there following Ruto. Hiyo ndio inaniambia, nikifika hapo naambia Kenya isimame nishuke. Because I don't want to board the same bus with these guys that still believe and follow Ruto. Sincerely speaking, or Kenya, we have to really change. I'll come back later. Ruto, Wanatemba.
Yes, utakuja. It's open session. So unatoa moja moja, mtu mwingine unatoa moja moja, tukisonga tutarudi tena kwako. Show ya jana ilifungwa bwana kwa sababu tulicheza ile nini ya Omanyala. Ilibanduliwa nje.
It was crazy because that video came from YouTube. I don't know why they decided to flag that.
How can they do that?
I don't know. It's something that I picked from YouTube. It was about
maybe the person who had posted in their wall flagged it.
Okay.
You know, when you look at the source of the video, if it is a source ambaye ni labda ulicheza kutoka kwa mtu fulani, haikucheza ukicheza kutoka kwa Citizen huenda ikanini, lakini ukicheza sasa kutoka kwa mtu mwingine ina nini, si zote ambazo zinaweza chezwa. Saa show ya jana ilizama hivyo na ilikuwa I think it was 10 hours or something. So yule ambaye anaitafuta Atatu Juma hautaipata hiyo ilisha tokomea kabisa hiyo. So
it is very unfair because some of these videos ziko in the public. So you don't know what will get you in trouble, what will
Zemba na Richi na Abuya kwanza kozuko, Pop baba. Unajua kozmuko hapa, unajua niliwaambia hapana cheza na Mkamba. Hiyo kunigonga yote kumbe imepotea. Na jana
bure kabisa.
Wewe ndio unaangaliaga miti inakauka.
Mungu anali jana karibu muniuwe na imeenda.
Tutakugonga tena leo. Mato, ni time yako? Mato.
Yes sir.
Ni time yako?
Mimi sidhani nimekuja tu kuwasumbua tu, lakini nataka kuuliza huyu jamaa mwenye anasema interneti. Hiyo ni Kiswahili kweli?
Mtandao.
Kama kweli hata leo ni kama umekula ile
kitu gani? No. I just came in.
Martin, internet ni Kiswahili. Kuna kitu
ile kitu ya Wajakoya.
There is something we call in Kiswahili utohozi wa maneno. So you can say internet. Okay? unaongeza hiyo I, internet.
Alright. Sawa basi,
umemaliza?
kama mnataka kuisema ni sawa, tutaiacha
Baada ya
ikuwe hapo.
kutucheka umemaliza?
Unataka kunifungia haraka hivyo hata sijamaliza. Siwache niseme tu haraka kabla tuende. So, but no, lest we forget. Actually, we have 4 more days to go. I think mali tuko saizi, it's somewhere where we need to really, nitashinda nikisema, we need to get very serious in what we're trying to do with our country. And lest we forget, Ruto last time came in because of unajua Uhuru na yeye and the ICC issues. Ruto was never a presidential person. It was just what was happening at the time and the ICC issues. This time, I think he's having it bad. He's trying to counter everything that is happening. I think most of us here had already said that the last 1 week, Uhuru would come out and actually campaign for the person that he's campaigning for. It's happening now. And it's time, is that time that actually Kenya this time has to choose which way to move on. We already know what both sides stand for. We know the cases on both sides. I don't think there's any Kenyan who's naive and stupid that hasn't seen it. Maybe you might just be naive trying to say, unajua, ni mtu kuonewa na hakuna mtu anaonewa. There's a law, there's everything. I want people as we go to this election to really understand that where our Kenya is going, what we're about to do, and what it's all about. So I want you guys to choose carefully on who your next leader is going to be, because it's going to affect generations, not just us, but our kids' generations and the people who are coming in and what we're doing. I am urging for the next 4 days, and I will do it again, because I think we've already politicked here for a long time. I'm urging people to think hard, listen, watch it. Mwizi ni mwizi. Nastaki kumuita mwizi. If you think huo ni mtu anafaa kulead country yako, by all means, kura ni yako. Go do that. But think very carefully of which side you're going and who you're going to choose. I want to urge you guys and the ones that are listening, most of the panels here, the panels here know where I stand, but I'm still going to urge the people who are on the fence and who don't know what to do, or who are even on the other side. Please, let's try baba na mama and na tuwapatie pia jeshi lao, and let's do it. And wasipofanya vizuri in 5 years, we have the choice to move on to another, to kick them out. Just give them a chance for what they've actually fought for our country, and that way we can move on to a better country rather than going back to YK92s and the Kanus of the day. Let's please try and tuchunge country yetu na tutoke third world country tujaribu kwenda first world country. Demba, nangoja ubea. Acha nyamazi hapo.
Asante Mato. Najua unapenda umbea, ndio imekurudisha hapa. Hata Bob papa ni umbea tu imekurudisha hapa. Papa napenda umbea sana. Na amerudi kwa sababu ya Christine. Najua jana Christine hakuwa, hata Bob aliongea hapa na kutoroka. Na leo amekuja na light. What is the plan? Umekuja mpaka leo na light kupige vizuri, kuchape. Umeinvest Christine na kuone vizuri. Acha kusema. Wacha tulia Bob. Tutakuja kwako. Na kuchokoza tu kidogo. Lord Adams.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say something here. Mr. Ndeto, yesterday you said this thing repeatedly, And today you just wrapped up your statement with it. You know, this is the thing. Kenya is a third world country, but I think, you know, it is good to be optimistic, but optimism can sometimes make you go overboard. What I mean is, when the new regime takes over, it is not realistic to say that they're going to move us within 5 years from just a term, from first world, from a third world to first world. No, we have to move from first world, from third world, we go to middle economy, is when we go through the transition into first world. That takes time. So let us not be so much of ambitious or more optimistic, such that we think that Raila Odinga and Martha Karua are going to deliver heaven to us. They're just going to try, at least they're going to try to bring sanity in our country. And then after sanity is done or is brought, everything is clean. Now we can move to the next level. But it is not possible for them to move Kenya from third world into first world within a term. Just that. Thank you.
Well, I think someone has written very, very extensively on this issue of first world, second world, third world, and we kind of get stuck in categorization of the first world. What is it that makes Africa a third world? Yet they tell us that Africa is the richest in terms of its resource, human resource, economic resource, and all that. What makes it a third world? It's more of a categorization that was done to favor certain global political interest. So by us progressing the debate on third world and first world, we are falling into that categorization, you know, and you remain cocooned in that box of first world and third world. And so we need to start broadening our look in terms of categorization. In fact, in some scholars refuse to the reference of first world and third world because of the different parameters that come in. We look at the world in terms of global north and global south. So that one, when you get into the reading of international relations, then you appreciate the global north and global south. And instead of us continuously using this third, first, and so forth and so on, we start looking at different political economy of those particular populations and civilizations. So we can be stuck in the concept of third world. So we get stuck in the mentality of a third world. Yet we have resources that now the so-called first world is coming to steal from us, you know. And look at what they are exporting from us. They are getting from us, you know. Yet we still want to remain with that categorization. Who came up with it? They say, as long as the hunter tells the story, the lion will always be a loser. So who is telling the story? Who is telling the story? And someone writes and says that the earliest bird catches the worm, but who is telling the story? Maybe it is the bird telling the story. What is the story of the worm? Which worm was caught? Was it the first one or the last one? What was the speed of the worm? So as long as the person, sometimes you need to consider who is doing the categorization. Who is doing the classification? What is the story behind the story? So that we don't continuously progress that thing of we have to move from this. When you're looking at global economies, you might want to give that consideration. We are stuck on certain categorization. I think that's what I needed to, I know we have progressed it, but maybe as time goes by, we'll start even demarcating certain aspects that we need to give deeper thought and insights to as we progress the debate. Yes, Bob Papa, karibu.
Asante sana na nashukuru sana kuwa nanyi na wasalimia nyote, Makiadi Christine, Lord Adams, Mato, Joshua Stone PK na Temba mwenyewe. Before I move to something else, I have just listened to Temba trying to struggle to justify the issue of first world, middle class economy and what have you. You know, Temba, sometimes it's good not to be in denial. One thing you cannot, whether you want to say that who is telling the story and that the story is coming from the West, there are things that you cannot deny. And especially we as Africans, I believe we are in denial so much, yet we are the ones who bring, who don't want to justify that development or that movement to a first world. Because if you look at, and give you an example of Nigeria, why should the oil from Nigeria be refined in Atlanta, then brought back to Africa? We are our own problem. So unless we acknowledge that we are not doing good and we are not justifying our existence, then we'll remain in that third world. So let us not, try and be in denial that about a story. It is about development. Pure, simple, and clear. So we also have South Africa that has, or Egypt, that has all. No. Let me finish. Just a minute. We have South Africa. We have Egypt that have got, that provide, Libya that provide services to their people, and they are top notch. But we want to claim that they are a middle class economy. Yet I have an example of people living with you guys there in US that cross over to Mexico for cheaper medical attention. And yet you're in the first world. Why do they go to Mexico? So that issue of middle class and first class, let us not be in denial. We are doing poorly as Africans. We have the resources, yet we are we want to believe that
Papa, can you be consistent?
We already made first year.
Papa, can you be consistent in your?
I don't want to. I know you want to bash me down. I'm running away from that issue.
No. I don't want to bash you. No, wait, Papa. I don't want to bash you. We want to hear you. So you have said several things. I think you deserve to be responded to. Lord Adams wanted to say something, then you continue.
Let me chip in, Mr. Bob. You already, you know, I think Mr. Bob is a little bit off the rails. You know, when we talk about global economy, when we talk about political economy, we have to talk about political stability. You've given a very good example of Nigeria. Nigeria has got a mineral wealth, but yes, it is being refined in Georgia and back to Nigeria. Even in Kenya, we produce tea, we produce coffee, but it is taken to the UK, processed there, and it's sold back to us for market as Nescafe. Nescafe is a Kenyan tea from Mount Kenya. You know, this is the thing. You have to acknowledge the fact that on the face of planet Earth, the richest country on face of planet Earth in terms of mineral wealth is Congo. Congo is in East Africa. Okay? But what is happening in Congo? There is no stability. There is political instability in Congo happening up to now. So there are certain things that we don't want to discuss here, because when we start discussing them, even the honor of this vineyard, it can be conspicuous and this thing can be closed, but we know the truth. We don't want to talk about it. Let me tell you, whenever there is something coming, something good, even in Kenya today, if we are able to produce something so much important to the world, to the West, what they will come first of all and do is to create what we call political instability. Once a country is politically unstable, there is something called divide and rule. You come with money, you divide they divide us, then they rule us, you know. So we look stupid, but we are not stupid. It is them who are doing it. Nigeria right now has got very good oil, but when you look at $1, a dollar here, a US dollar in Kenya right now is trending to, I don't know, 107 or whatever it is. In Nigeria, $1 is almost 300 naira, or 400 naira, you know. Look at that economy. It is instability that has been created by the same people who call themselves owners of first world. You understand? So it is not that we are being mediocre like Bobby want to say that we are stupid, you know, we can't do it. No, there's more of it. There is more. If you dig deeper, you're going to get into these things. We can't really, it's a topic that we can't even finish right now. But let me tell you, without Africa, if you check the door of Africa, the African gate, if you lock it today and take the key and keep it in your underwear like Governor Hombe used to keep that key, there will be no West. There will be no West. There will be nothing. There will be no iPhone. There will be no a lot of things. There will be no golden streets in Paris, in France. You understand? So Africa is got a lot, but political instability created by them that we don't want to talk. We don't want to mention them, their names here. They are the people who have made us what we are, and they're the people who have called us third world, and that is how it is. Thank you.
Bob, Papa, I think together with what Adams has said, you didn't listen to me. I opened up a discussion, right? I didn't say that you have used hash words. We are in denial. Part of what you're saying is a systematic self-hate that has been taught to most of us, to the extent that we have become Afro-pessimists. We are not looking at the positive aspects of what Africa is. We imagine, we are so Afro-pessimists and Euro optimists that anything that is coming from the West is what needs to be used to compare what is best. And that has created some of the conversations that like this we're having. And even what you're saying, when I hear you talk, you know, when you see the conversation, even around the globe right now, there's the second inversion. Like you remember when we had the scramble for Africa, when they came in and they decided to divide Africa amongst themselves, the Europeans, until there was a king, I think the Belgian king, who was gifted Congo, you know, when they came around that time. So in this new term, the neo scramble for Africa is where you find the Asian tigers are also coming to Africa. They all want to invest in Africa. They have taken certain belts of Africa. And of course, that kind of the global economy is affecting even the political economy of Africa. And so for us, even when you want to imagine that Kenyan or Africa politics plays itself by itself without being affected by global politics, then in my view, that's naivety. We need to appreciate that there's great interest from the big brothers in Africa. So part of what they do is systematically creating a sense of self-doubt, a sense of low self-esteem in the African, to be able to create solutions for themselves, and therefore remain in this mentality where our constant comparison is based on what we think is West. Why would they, for example, want to come and solve an issue, but they are paying their expatriate to solve that issue, and they pay that expatriate more than even the people that are in Africa? You need to ask some of these hard questions that you move forward. It is systematic, Bob, and it is a conversation we are creating. It's not about denial, you know, because what is the raw material of what they are using? The raw material comes from Africa. So where is the riches? When you're saying that Africa is third world, where is the riches? The riches is where you are, you know. Now, where should be first world, the so-called first world? It's because we have systematically and psychologically created a sense of low self-esteem in our populace. So we are very Afro-pessimist.
Remember, but
Nothing.
the biggest of all, bad leadership.
Yeah, so we need, in my view, you know, it's a conversation, Bob. It's not that we are you have a point, like, as far as the conversation is concerned, but it's a debate that we need to keep having. So that's what we are saying. We are opening a debate. We need to keep having this conversation, and of course, you have your own justifiable issues that you are bringing up. My holding is the so-called global third world, first world is created to continue bringing a sense of low self-esteem on us, to the extent that we can even stand up and not trust your own people to do anything. Yes, Bob.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your sentiments. That conversation, we shall carry it out some other day. Let me just touch on something political. The crybaby is doing poorly. He's doing very poorly, and he's really thriving on sensationalism, sympathy, and it has refused to work. And you know, the guy is still stuck on being a politician. He has refused to become a leader, and that's why very many people, including his supporters within and without, and also in the international community, will have a hard time trying to believe him because the guy is still stuck on being a politician. 8 o'clock in the morning, how do you come giving a presser like it's some breaking news that the country is not breathing anymore? And besides, the claims that are so unsubstantiated, and the risk they pose, you know, when a so-called national leader, you know, goes down to mentioning names of civil servants, which has the potential of creating serious danger, or posing serious danger to even their own families, you know, which are very unsubstantiated, and trying to hype out the conduct of civil servants. For me, it was cheap. It is cheap. He's still stuck on being a politician. Maybe he should move on to being a leader, and you know, talk on security matters with more caution. I think from what I see, the fellow is trying to keep himself as far as possible from the ICC. I think the ICC gave him a shocker that he doesn't want to become one of the bagbos because he knows how volatile some parts of Kenya were during that time we had a problem. But he needs to grow up and stop being a politician at times. Be a politician in the rallies, and but when it comes to certain issues that impact on the country, he should style up and leave it to the likes of Mudavadi to be, you know, reading the such statements and try and cut, you know, become somebody that you can who can reason with world leaders, because when you look at William Ruto, and you know, there is much more than the Kenyan people voting. Yes, they are the primary. I mean, the people who will decide, but there are world leaders that look at William Ruto right now, and I think they must be looking at him like this is not the kind of person we can do business with, and they will do anything to ensure that he doesn't ascend to that position, despite the fact that he looks young, but he's still immature. When you look at his leadership skills, is a bit average. So I don't want to give him too much time. We are here in Mombasa, we are enjoying ourselves. Uhuru Kenyatta tumekula na yeye muziki, reggae. We are feeling very safe. In fact, I want to say that this has been all since I started voting. I have never found it so easy, an election so easy like this one, because everything, there is very little tension. The little tension that is being created by William Ruto and company is nothing to worry about. Those are administrative issues we can deal with.
Papa.
Somebody talking? Yes.
Yes, Papa.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Tell us about how it was the KKA rally in Tononoka.
Hey, the KKA rally was really hyped, and it was meant to be something big, but you know, I don't know exactly what happened. In fact, yesterday I drove past that place, Tononoka area stadium, the municipal, is it called the county stadium, and there was no activity. So I started asking myself what is happening. But I stopped somewhere around there, and then I was informed that the county commissioner had sent some administrative guys to tell them not to erect the podium. That was around 11 o'clock in the morning, 10 o'clock. So then I felt like maybe they were being stopped from holding the rally, but later on it took place, and I think it was just maybe some small issues. It was nothing big, but the rally itself, you know, there are times when an opposition leader or the preferred candidate has his rallies in Tononoka, there is no way you can drive through those streets there. But there was nothing. It was, I mean, people are not very interested as such. And the impact of Sonko does not seem to, to come out clearly. And Sonko, I think, miscalculated. Sonko thought that the Kamba vote would just follow him blindly. And but he's very disappointed. In fact, the people that Sonko has attracted, because really Sonko should have given them some kind of boost that would look significant, especially in rallies. But there is very little to show that he has added value to KK. And I watched some clips on that rally, and there's nothing spectacular. It was all bravado of the likes of Sarai trying to always throw jabs at Uhuru Kenyatta that this country is not yours. You know, there's nothing much spectacular that you felt like these are the last dying minutes of the match, and some attacks that would catch the eye of the voter. It was all the stories, the usual stories, and to my surprise, William Ruto is telling us that he is a decent man. He's not a liar. You know, there are things that I would prefer running away from. then everybody knows that the guy is a pathological liar, but he wants to justify his existence in the political scene. So there was nothing good about if you try to compare that rally with the Kisumu one, then we'll be doing something like 30% to 70% success to 80-90% success. So that one, there was nothing spectacular as such. Yeah, so going back to William Ruto let him style up, try and become a leader, let him move from being a politician, do politics in the ground, but when it comes to the national scene, try and show some leadership. His body language tells it all. I think that campaigning for 4 years, fatigue has caught up with him, and it is ile machozi tuliona juzi, mimi naona kama ilikuja mapema sana. Hiyo machozi ilikuwa ya last week. Naona kama alikuwa amepata leakage. Kwa hivyo tunamwombea a good time in the opposition. Meanwhile, AZIMIO, let's just focus on coming out in numbers. We need to stamp authority. We need legitimacy, and serious legitimacy, so that that goodwill that we saw in 2002 will change the mood of the country, and will probably give us that energy to change this country. And there's Lord Adams, you talked about 5 years being a short time to change this country. Yeah, I want to agree with you, but you know that in that 5 years, if we can bring down that animal called corruption from probably, if it is right now at 100%, bring it down to even 25-30%, that will be a step in the right direction towards moving this country to a different level. We don't need to there are services that probably we need to improve here and there, but the two major things that you can do, or three, are maybe corruption, number one, health. Once we achieve that, and maybe also education, that would change this country for the better, because that now lays the ground for all the other sectors to grow in terms of industrialization. You know, a healthy nation is something else. So I think that 5 years might not be enough, but it's good enough to set a foundation for the next decades to come. Thank you very much. Back to you, Themba.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. I think we've exhausted much of what we got to discuss today, and we really appreciate all of us for coming on here and even sharing. Now, I want to appreciate everyone who has stuck on with us since we started up to right now. Now I want to go to the next part, and that is kufunga, and I'll give each of you at least 1 minute to give your closing remarks, and then Iebc, continue subscribing to Mutembei TV. Thank you so much for those who have subscribed, and of course, let's keep it here for the hottest, the latest, and the best news that is happening. For this is where we give you information, we educate you, and also we share information together. We learn from each other. And of course, we appreciate everybody who creates time to come to this platform to share with us. I want to also appreciate those who come in the comment section. I want to acknowledge Father Danny Darius, ni mtu wa nguvu sana, and we really appreciate, together with all the others, double dealers like Martin Makandets, who is up here and is down there. We really appreciate you so much, and may God keep blessing all of you. Kindly subscribe to Motembei TV, and as you subscribe to that, also I have the Themba and Lulu Show on YouTube. Kindly subscribe. Let's start with Makiadi, 1 minute. Adika, 1 minute. Like that, Lord Adam, Stone PK. Then of course Mato Makandets, and then of course Merudi kwa Martin Deto. Okay, Martin Deto, and then Bob Papa. Makiadi.
Thank you. Mine will be brief. I think from what you saw in Kisumu today, the country is ready. Country is ready. PLO, while defending the IEBC in the Supreme Court, he said it doesn't matter how the baby is delivered, as long as the baby is there. I can see the same thing happening this time, not with the IEBC, but with the Raila Odinga's presidency. I think we fought a good battle. The campaigns were good. We only have, 2 days of campaigning, and then we have the final mother of all rallies in Nairobi. That will be a show of force, a show of might for our party. And I think if you compare what Kenya Kwanza had yesterday in terms of countering what Raila Odinga had in Kisumu, you could read the mood of the nation. So this thing is ripe. Hii imeiva tayari, ile kitu ibaki ni kutolewa, watu wapakuliwe share yao. Kama wewe ulibeba mguu wakati ilikuwa inapikwa, utapatiwa hiyo sehemu tu uende nayo. So I want to just thank everybody that has been actually pushing this wheel as we get closer to the finish line. Let's hold tight. Let's hold on strong and finish this thing that we've started. It's a journey that has taken decades, not 5 years, not 10 years, but more than 20 years for us to reach here. And I hope this time it is going to be. Finally, we moved from kupima suti, we evolved into kupiga suti pasi. So PSP is the hashtag sahi. Asanteni.
Thank you. Christine? Christine, you have issues with the audio.
I think she's using Bluetooth. Maybe we should move on to the next person and then she can get her gadgets going again.
Okay. Lord Adams.
Very well, thank you. I want just to say something about Raila presidency. Raila presidency is right. We are going there in the next 72 hours, like I said earlier. But I just have a wish which looks like a regret. You know, how I wish that the Raila presidency, Raila Odinga, could be president when the National Assembly and the Senate, the lower house and the upper house, would be having people like the flamboyant James Orengo, Gitobo Imanyara, Martin Shikuku, Kiraitu Murungi, Otieno Kajua, Professor Wangari Maathai, George Seti Anyona, Kijana Wamalwa. How I wish that we would have those people in the National Assembly when Raila Odinga is the president. Kenya would look good because those are people who stood for something and they meant it. Finally, I want to appreciate our judicial system. There used to be somebody in Kenya called Jacob Juma. Jacob Juma was a very well-known businessman. He was killed in 2016. Yesterday, the court ordered that his family have to surrender a piece of land that they own in Runda back to the owner because Jacob Juma grabbed that land. I'm just bringing this over because this shows that our judicial system has at least moved it it has made some tremendous steps towards delivering justice, that even William Ruto, after losing elections, he can still be traced and be told that Langata, what's the name of that hotel? Western Hotel plus some other lands that he grabbed illegally belong to the state and should be taken back to the people, to the state of the Wilson Airport, wherever it is. We need a country like that, not that you do injustice that when your term expires, then you get away with it. It should follow you. Justice should follow somebody up to the third generation without relenting back. Otherwise, I see a prosperous country. We're gonna make it, and I beseech all of us to continue being optimistic as we stay on a ruthless focus of my friend, Mr. Stone PK. May God bless you all. Goodbye.
PK.
Can I come after Christine? She has fixed her audio now.
Christine, are you okay?
Wow.
Okay. Stone PK. Ama ni Bob Papa memzima.
Labda ni Bopa. Boba memzima labda. Okay, thank you very much. My 1 minute, I just want to say two very quick things. One is that one most unfortunate thing that has ever happened to this country called Kenya is to ever have had a Mr. Ruto contesting for the office of the presidency. It is the saddest thing. It is the most ridiculous thing that has happened. Unfortunately, it will go down in the books of history, and it does not inspire our children of what politics would be. It is a sad thing. It is very, very sad indeed that any children that will be wanting to take, let's say, for example, politics, leadership, and that they have to read of one Dr. Arab Samoei Ruto, man of very high integrity, a man, a trusted man, a man who would stand and insult the president, his boss, so directly, a man who would say one thing 1 minute and say the exact opposite the second minute, a man who has a fake PhD, and then of course he has and leads a group of goons that have fake papers, fake degrees, fake. I think this Kenya, we have overtaken places like Nigeria because of these guys. We have been placed into such a bad, level where people start doubting our books. Where people will start, when you say you are from wherever you have a master's from Kenya, somebody will be like, okay, and I think that is how serious it has sunk. It's so unfortunate that this time around, 60 years down the line, we have washed down all our credibility by condoning and, tolerating mediocrity of this level. Having gotten such a beautiful constitution, kumbe hii constitution ilikuwa inatuletea mediocrity. So it's so sad that some of the things that Baba will begin to fix is trying to raise our credibility in education, credibility in almost everything. Such that when you are a Kenyan and you are going for an interview somewhere, you produce your papers, then at least someone will not have to double check. This is very sad, very sad. Worse, especially if this guy if the devil takes the day on the 9th and pronounces him the president. God forbid a million times na tunakemea hiyo kabisa, because Baba should come and try to bury this history. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Mato?
I think, by the way, and I want to appreciate the people in the comment section, and yes, Nachokoze Oko na pia, when we are here, we've been here for a long time. We have 4 more days. As Kenyans, we need to know where we're going, and I want to appreciate everybody the journey that we've taken through all this time, and I know we'll still be here. But I've told myself this 1 week, I will keep on urging people. Let's vote, and let's vote wisely. Let's look at what we are voting, who we are voting, what we want our country to be, and where we're going. I think at this point, you guys have, spoken about the first world, in the middle country, whatever you want to call it. But we have to think about where we're going, how we're going, what we're going to do. I want people to vote wisely, because at the end of the day, it benefits all of us, regardless your ethnic group, regardless your tribe, regardless your color, regardless your, your success, regardless everything. It benefits us. We make the wrong choice, it's not going to be Demba suffering more than Mato suffering. We make the right choice, it's not going to be Demba benefiting more than Mato benefiting. This is our country. This is history. And history is going to judge us by who we vote for, and what we vote for, and what we stand for. We might have disagreements, or not even necessarily disagreements. We might have difference of opinions, difference of ideas. But then again, that country is all of us. And that's why we are all called Kenyans. And that's why sometimes people, even who are far away from our country, still feel very proud to wear their countries and walk everywhere like in my hand. And I bet you a lot of people will show you something that actually can benefit you, or can show you that you're proud to be a Kenyan. We have to be Kenyans, Africans, and know that the country is for all of us, regardless what corner of the country that you live in. I'm begging, and I will keep on begging until we get that day. Tuanze kuangalia elections zikikuja. Hapa, tukae hapa. I know Mutembei TV has said they will do 24-hour viewership. I want us to think carefully where we are voting. You might be UDA, please change. For me, I will beg you to come Kenya Kwanza, at Kenya Kwanza, AZIMIO, and think of what AZIMIO la Umoja means. It means the declaration of unity. We want to be together.
Tema hiyo mate.
Nimetema na nikatupa mbali sana. Unajua? Yeah.
tena utaenda kutuchomea hii video tena juu umeblanda. Sasa najua unaenda kuzunguka mahali ulizunguka jana.
AZIMIO la Umoja, AZIMIO la Umoja, declaration of unity. Mtu ad edit your part, toa your part, edit. That was a bad one. Oh man, that was not good at all. Sorry guys, I apologize.
What the mouth speaketh, the heart.
Good night, kwaherini.
Leo the 4 days to election wameanza kujulikana by from the abundance of the heart the mouth speaketh. Imekuja sasa leo. Nilisema hapa juzi mkasema Nilisema hapa.
Usingiza wana wewe, mimi sijawahi karibia. Usingiza wana ni akili nilikuwa watu nasikiza huko nyuma na nini napigana huko kwa nini.
Siku mbili umetuleta hapa Sakaja. Kumbe ndani, yani unaongea Azimio, kumbe ndani ni Kenya Kwanza.
Wewe utafanya Demba. Wachani na mimi bwana. Mimi ni mtu ya Azimio, kukufa kudamu na kila kitu. Hata ukaenda kusema Azimio, ukaenda kujaribu kusema Kenya Kwanza na Mato utaweza, that's treasonable.
Haya, yaishe.
Ushaanza kupigwa kwa comment kabro. Cheki huko.
Leo tena utapigwa, leo unachapwa kabisa leo. Kwanza wewe ndio umejiletea msiba wa kujitakia, hauna kilio.
Naona munipendi raundi, lakini usijali, nitawaletea baba ndani. Ni sawa tu, niacha nigongwe.
Ni randa unapigwa brother. Hata upigwe randa tu. Utanyooka.
Acha chapwe. Papa karibu.
Thanks once again. I want to echo sentiments of one man called Stone PK. Really, the worst thing that happened to Kenya was having William Ruto as our first deputy president under the new constitution. And just to mention a few examples, when Kenya has now a reputation of a willy dealer, willy dealer kind of government, where the likes of Dangote, who wanted to invest in Kenya, had to withdraw because somebody somewhere wanted some percentage of the investment. When we have people like Tunai, who are chasing away investors and the philanthropists in Narok, who would probably change the country, and they are all lumped up together in one political formation, then you see the influence of you can now see the influence of the DP. It was really a very bad mistake, and thank God we can put that. We have an opportunity to put that behind us. We want to understand that the ICC was the factor that brought to the RUTO government. It was a sympathy thing, but this is the time we need to make a difference and change this country. And I want to tell Kenyans that the Raila Odinga you are seeing is not the same Raila Odinga you're going to see after the elections as president of the Republic of Kenya. I'm already looking at the Kenya as a different Kenya. It might not be that radical because it will be radical in terms of development, governance. But having Raila Odinga and Martha Karua, you can be sure that we are not going to go the way of Tanzania, where radical changes that come in with the abuses of human rights. We are going to do better than that. But in terms of fighting corruption, everyone should be ready to fasten your seatbelts. Things are going to be very rough. In fact, I can authoritatively say that the first 2 years of this regime, I believe times will be hard. People will have to tighten themselves. A lot of money that has been circulating in the economy is not clean money, and the purchasing power is concentrated in a few. That is going to change very soon, because I want to believe that Raila Odinga has a plan for this country, and that is to leave this country in a better place than he found it, and a legacy for himself. So we have no time absolutely right now to think about anything UDA. The only thing we should be thinking about right now is how many more votes should we add to the basket that we already have. So let us focus. 4 days to go, home stretch. Let us run like Omanyala. Kimbia kabisa, tupite huko mbio kabisa. Tukishafika, then we start dealing with this big animal called corruption. That is my take. Thank you.
Christine?
Can you hear me now? Saa Temba, unataka niseme nini? Okay.
Loud and clear, Christine. Loud and clear, Christine.
Thank you. Okay, before I make my final submission, I would like Adams, before we close the show, you clarify what you meant by stating that I'm a hyper. because I saw in the chat you also equated these online ladies to be hyper. So do I fall in the same category? I would just like a clarification. I don't think I have much to say. We are in our final lap. We've done our best. Baba's campaign team has been so great. The support he has received from the ground, everywhere, even online, here, Mtembei, has been so great. And at the end of the day, what I can say, may the best team win and may peace prevail. Of course, we know which team is gonna be the best. So we just pray that those of us that will not achieve what they wanted may find perfect peace in their heart to accept and move on. And that has been the term that we've had for so many times. So, and they normally say what is good for the goose is also good for the gander. So we've always been told to accept and move on. And I'm sure on 10th, we won't be on the wrong side of history if we tell people to accept and move on. So we have a lot of expectation on Baba because of his past track record. And at this point, all I can say is that may God give him wisdom and strength, that he may deliver to the best of his knowledge and ability, because many Kenyans that had lost hope are looking up to him. Those that had despaired are looking up to him. Those that went to get jobs from other countries and things are not working out are looking up to him. Our girls that go to Saudi, those, and things don't work well, we end up losing them. They are looking up to them to bring changes in the country. So as usual, we will support him, not financially, maybe not physically, but some of us who believe in God, we will continue praying for our country. We'll continue praying for peaceful election. I'm sure sometimes the character I depict here, Temba might not believe, alisema mimi ni mtu wa makali. But I want to tell Temba that makali niliachia Makiadi na papa. Me, I take the soft one. So, and for Matindeto yake inakwanga 4.5. Hiyo naweza mtumia hata crate 5. Apumzike nayo on the 10th as he waits for the results. So I have nothing to say. All they need now, they have campaigned, final lap, people have made their decisions. All we need now is praying for peace, praying for peaceful election, praying for our leaders, because between now and tomorrow, who knows? So that's all I can say. All the best and good night.
Okay, Lord Adams, you have anything to say? You have been mentioned adversely.
Yeah, I just want to tell the good lady Christine that when I say you are hyper, it means that I only meant that you're a strong-willed woman, a woman who is superpower, a woman who is not who know what she wants and always a go-getter and always ruthlessly focused. That's the hyperness. But I didn't mean that you are hypersensitive, though. It's positive.
Well,
Adams, one thing you need to know, Adams, lazima uwe na lanes. There's something called lanes. Adams, you should measure your language and be very cautious.
Just to put a disclaimer. Poleni, just to put a disclaimer on what was said, the last thing I've tested, how do I say it? I think the only thing I drink is water since many years ago. So please, for those who know me, I do not drink any other thing except water, and that's my lane.
But Makiadi, there are certain things you may smoke, and then the behavior comes as though you drink your drug.
I will not respond to that because I don't know who. The only smoker we know on this panel is Olara, and he has proved himself So I'll do that. I'll leave that for Lara.
Okay. Kwa stories za wale wanakunywa na wale wakunywi, mimi wacha niwaache. Kila mtu ako na haki ya kumeza ile kitu anaona inamfaa. Wanasema kila nyani ina starehe yake.
Temba mieko kitu basi nijifurahishe hiyo Wednesday.
That is not part of the debate for today. So whoever
I
is
know, but I was just begging. Temba.
in AZIMIO, then you don't fit to be in AZIMIO. You know, this side we don't beg. AZIMIO people don't beg. Why are you trying before even the vote has been counted? You have started behaving badly in front of Bob Papa. Bob Papa, is this the kind of people you treat as your wives? Why don't you do the necessary? Look at her now embarrassing you on a global TV, begging. Also using a very bad word, begging.
Temba, if you don't have money,
how do you allow your how do you sit there and watch?
Don't display your stinginess. You know, sometimes when a good lady, strong-willed lady, you know, she was simply wanted to acknowledge something nice from you, but now you are trying to defend yourself.
I thought you will speak like the man that you have always said you are. Now I can see why Mise always beats you to it. You should be taking care of your wives. You said that you can manage many of them. Now one of them is begging on a live TV. Surely, what has come of you?
No, you
and
know,
you are supporting it. This is a case of an alliance. Now I see you
appreciate strong-willed strong-willed women.
No,
and,
you don't.
I appreciate strong-willed women. And
why are you
can speak out.
You know, sometimes I wonder with Temba. Temba always says that he doesn't argue with the women. But of late, Temba, you've been on me so much. Tulikula nyarog no pamoja.
I'm not arguing. You are begging in a live TV.
You are
Why?
lowering my self-esteem by demeaning me with the term begging. That is also
you just said I'm begging you. And your husband is here. Bob Papa is smiling instead of even controlling. Like, Papa, can you manage your household? What has become of you? We have serious things to talk about. Baba is supposed to be sworn in on 9th. We don't want beggars in AZIMIO. You have started begging too early.
It depends on what level of financial status.
Now that family is doomed. You are busy begging. Your man is here smiling. He's not managing you. This is a very, very, very.
Not hustling, and that's why we really want to vote for Baba and tupate kakitu. We don't have.
We Christine, niko na swali kwako.
Si Ndemba tungeimba wimbo ya taifa kwanza ndio tumalizie hii. Ndio.
Ngoja niulize swali.
Please wetu tutoroke.
This is a very pathetic combination. Let me
nimeambiwa niulize Christine swali, tafadhali wacheni nimuulize tu. Conscious ameniambia nikuulize Christine, what ondeto means kwa lugha yenyu. Ondeto.
Okay, Temba is the moderator. Temba, do you mind telling him what ondeto means?
Let us sing the national anthem. Then we allow Makiadi at least to give us some good music. Then we can leave you and your pathetic Bob Papa who misses out. Imagine Papa is smiling at your begging antics. Now let us
just a religious leader like Professor Woor. There's nothing big deal there. He's just a religious leader of Legio Maria. Period.
Thank you for answering that. Themba was cutting me short. I don't know why. What's his problem today? Just because I said Kenya Kwisha.
With yourself. Let us sing our national anthem. And we'll start with you, Ndeto.
What?
The national anthem.
Oh, first one. Ee Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Papa. Hey, Papa.
Anatafuta.
Christine msaidie.
Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya, nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Makiadi tufanyie ya mwisho. Oh, Papa uko tayari? Haya, fanya the third stanza.
Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Okay, asante. Makiadi uko na wimbo? Haya, tuende kazi.
Haya, sawa. Wimbo wetu leo ni wimbo ambao unajulikana sana. Kila siku niwaletea wimbo ambao umecharazwa na mwenda zake. Gwiji wa muziki anajulikana kama Franco. Kila siku nitawaletea Franco mpaka muzoee. Anajulikana kama Franco, wimbo wenyewe unajulikana kama Nu ama Libala. Wale ambao wanajua wimbo wenyewe unakwenda namna hii. Unaanza unasema libala o libala, yani libala ni ndoa, libala o libala o marriages, mabala tukobalaka na Kinshasa, yani marriages ambazo zimefanyika kule Kinshasa. Mabala tukobalaka na mukilie, the marriages that we make in the world. Mabala tukobalaka na mukilie, those are the marriages that we find in this world. Alafu nasikia pale inaenda ikisema okolinga mwasi ya zalina batu, nzoka ulingika ye mokolo ya liboso omonakie, Iebc o mama, yani okolinga mwasi ya zalina batu, you love a woman but the woman doubts you. Nzoka ulingiki ye mokolo ya liboso omonakie. However, you loved her from the first day you saw her. Iebc o mama, yani she does not know, oh mama, that you love her. Okolinga mwasi ya zalina batu, you love a woman but the woman doubts you. Nzoka ulingiki ye mokolo ya liboso omanakie. However, you loved her on the first day. Iebc o mama, she still doubts you. Alafu inaenda pale nasikia sasa mstari unasonga pale nasema mwasi Iebc sima te, yani the woman will know later, so ki ozalaki kolinga ye if you love her, bajesta azalaki kosalela yo. She's always full of pride when she realizes that you loved her. Akoya kuyaba yango sima wana ukomi na maboko ya moto mususu, yani akoya kuyeba yango sima she will come to know that later wana ukomi na maboko ya moto mususu, at the time you will be in another person's arms. Bolingo nzambe atinda na mukili, yani bolingo nilikwambia ni mapenzi, nzambe ni Mungu. Kwa hivyo bolingo nzambe atinda na mukili, the love of God left in this world. Motima elingi oyo elingi, the heart loves this one that the heart wants to love. Motima oboyo oyo elingi, the heart refuses that it wants to refuse. Oya okaboya ya okanga maboko for the one that refuses you, you close your hands. Yani you do not embrace what you don't love. Sijui ni watafutia sasa pale inapiga hapo sasa ndio inapiga chorus. Sijui ngoja nione kama nitaipata ile chorus yake. Ni chorus tu ile moja tu Boba naijua inaimba libala o libala libala o libala yo mabala toko bolakana Kinshasa basi ya bolinga obukikana mitema mabe na kuleka nakwambia hii kuimba ni ngumu, lakini wimbo wenyewe ni huyo. Ndemba sijui kuimba vizuri, lakini wimbo wenyewe ni huyo, unajulikana kama Nu, umeimbwa na Franco Lombolonzo Makiadi. Ukipenda unaweza type libala au libala, utaipata pale kwa YouTube. Safi.
Hiyo ni zile one of those zile trophies za TPOK jazz. Wakati umepumzika inakuanga wakati wa afternoon hivi, umeshiba vizuri na nyama na yale maji mekundu, inakuanga ile ambaye Christina alikuwa anaitisha Demba, lakini Demba ameogopa hiyo bili. Inakuanga soothing. Hapo Makiadi umecheza kama wewe.
Wimbo wenyewe unachapa polepole kabisa, unachapa polepole.
Makiadi apewe maji.
Sasa mimi shida za kwenyu. Wewe kama utachagua mtu ambaye anakuleta kubeg kwa mtandao, mimi anaingiza kwa shida zake. Bob papa utaachwa tena hivi karibuni. Unajua kuna jamaa wanakuja hapa na mbio zingine ambazo si kidogo. Kuna jamaa anaitwa Sospita, hivi kidogo tu hivi tu utakuta Christina ameshafagiliwa.
Pilipili sio ila ya kuashiani. Papa hana stress.
Papa cheza kama wewe.
Unajua wakati when you are confident, unajua hata vinyangarika vikikuja hivi hata ustuki. Unaweza kuwa huko Japan, lakini vinyangarika hata wazikitembea hapo US bado uko sawa. Unajua uko confident. Unajua ule mtu ambaye yuko hapo amesimama kidete.
Bob, let me tell you something. You are supposed to do something called backtracking self-auditing of the lineage. Look at yourself. If you happen to find that you don't see any roots or signs of polygamy, maybe third generation behind you, if you find out your grandfather was not a polygamous man, forget about this woman on your right. Because from the look of things, Christine is a pure product of polygamy. That's why it's okay.
A pure product of polygamy, Adams. What do you mean?
Yes, you are.
What do you mean?
What I mean is, look at yourself, your dad, and then make 3 steps back. You will find that you are
Adams, you are a loose cannon. You are a loose cannon.
No. My grandfather, my great-grandfather, no.
Mimi Adams, mimi shida yangu ni moja. Yaani Bob papa amekaa hapa chini akichezwa, yani anachezwa na ako tu hapo. Ati Temba, I beg you to send. Na Bob papa yuko hapo. Bob papa na yeye ana smile tu. Huyu ndio mtu wake ananyang'anya.
Unajua niliwaambia Sospita ni neiba yangu, unajua tulikuwa tumetoka tu kuongea, nitampigia simu saizi nimwambie ile kitu mnaongea.
No wonder papa unanyang'anywa tu kama umekaa hapo na unasema ati atarudi nyumbani. Haya, wewe kaa tu, endelea.
Wanaume ukulwa fair na hawakulani. So fair naweza kuwa ninakula, but mwenye ananikula ni papa.
Tabia za polygamy.
See you guys tomorrow.
Baba Makiadi
So, wait. So, Christine, umesema the arrow points at the eater.
What? Don't talk to me in parables because you are gonna trap me. Be candid, be concrete.
The arrow points at the eater. It's very simple. It's the food web and the food chain. See unaelewa hizo vitu.
Temba amenifanya niko anxious. Temba has made me to be so anxious that my thought process is distracted now.
Papa.
And I don't usually like a yes or no questions. I don't like a yes or no questions because I never use yes or no.
Papa, enjoy while the stop.
Ukiona Makiadi ametoroka hivi, unajua hiyo ni kuonesha Christine Iron Lady yuko kwa klasi ya kina Madhakarua hawataki
I am, Papa. What do you think? If I can tackle Temba, if I can go head on with Temba, I'm strong because many people fear Temba, you know, but I can disagree to agree with Temba, you know, so that makes me proud too because he has set his bar so high. So if I can at least fit 3/4 of his bar, it makes me feel like, something.
Leo nitatetea Themba, wacheni kuingilia Themba. Themba is a good man, is a good moderator bwana. Wachani na Themba.
Nobody has said Temba is bad, but Temba is usually smart. Temba is usually direct, ata kuficha kitu, and many people don't like that. But for me, I like it, and especially when it gives me room to also counter it, you know. So I feel proud of myself. Nimeshinda wewe, utatoroka. Temba kianza kukuface with what you run away. Nimeshinda, he will run away. So I'm an iron woman.
Christine, naeka credit, ni credit na jenga. The next time,
Christine, wacha nikusaidie. Ungekuwa umevaa red, hii wimbo ingekutosha sana kuimbiwa na Bob Papa.
Which one?
Hii ambayo imeimbwa. Lady in Red. To be
honest, I like Temba.
Calm down, skiza wimbo.
I don't take his sentiments negatively. That's why I'm stuck here, Adams. You know, your colleagues that have ran away that cannot even come here.
Calm down. Sasa hii wimbo, Christine, ungekuwa umevaa red, ungeimbiwa na wacha kwanza uimbiwe tu. Hii unaimbiwa na Bob Papa. Na kuimbia tu chorus. Lady in red is dancing with me. There's nobody here. It's just you and me. It's where I wanna be, but I hardly know this beauty by my side. I'll never forget the way you look tonight. Never will forget the way you look tonight. I never seen you looking so gorgeous as you did tonight. I never seen you shine so bright. You are amazing. I never seen you so many people to be there by your side. And when you turn to me and smile, it took my breath away. And I never had such a feeling of complete and utter love as I do tonight. Lady in red is dancing with me.
Achia hapo utachomeka.
Themba, niko na swali kwako. Niko na swali kwako Themba. Themba,
Bob, don't take that lying down.
Temba, hiyo song nimeimbwa na nani?
And you present as a very sexy man, Temba. I would like to meet you in person.
Christine, kuna swali kwa
Christine.
Demba kidogo. Christine.
That's a very sexy man.
Christine, Awino Rapemo amesema hiyo wimbo kutujakuwa ni ile ndio the same as Tuadegi Nyundo.
Demba. Demba. Unajua imeimbwa na nani? Ati inaitwa?
Unajua
ngoja kidogo. Ati inaitwa? Nani? Nani ameimba?
Chris Dibaji.
Mwachie aimbe hiyo song.
No, you know. Unajua wacha nikueleze. Unajua Demba amebehave kama wale. Unajua nyakati zetu ma DJ walikuwa wanapenda sana kunyang'anya watu madem. Sasa Demba amejaribu hiyo design lakini uzuri Christian yuko sawa.
Umeona hiyo kitu baba.
Nimemwonea 18.
Umeona
18.
Unajua Demba ana deal na maleje.
Stone PK mwambie.
Ameonekana mapema.
Ni veteran tunamwonea mbali.
Unajua
wewe baba usaidiki hata ukipewa dedication na DJ. Good night. See you guys tomorrow.